If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to Mindshock True Crime. This is the Delphi Murders case series. This is episode 40, The Evansdale Connection. I've mentioned the Evansdale murders several times throughout the series, but we never really did a dedicated deep dive with a really intense focus on whether or not these two cases are in actuality connected with or without police corruption involvement. And that is what we will be doing now in typical Mindshock fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront. If you want to help support the Mindshock podcast, help us get more mind-shocking content out there, keep up awareness in unsolved cold cases such as these and many others, as well as missing persons cases and wrongful convictions. You can donate to our PayPal, just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. So let's jump right in here. The Theorem Fact WordPress had an article here, September 10th, 2017, so fairly early on, the Delphi and Evansdale murders. This post examines the strange similarities in the cases of 4 murdered girls. Victims and timeline: Lyric Cook 10, Friday, July 13th, 2012, Evansdale, Iowa, found deceased. Elizabeth Collins 8, Friday, July 13th, 2012, Evansdale, Iowa. Now, the ages are a bit different. I mean, 8 to 10-year-olds are obviously a different demographic than young teenagers, and especially in 2012, I mean, obviously online activity would be looked into, but perhaps 8 to 10-year-olds do not have the extent of online activity as 13 and 14-year-olds do, like Libby and Abby. Liberty German 14, Monday, February 13th, 2017, found deceased. Abigail Williams 13, Monday, February 13th, found deceased in Delphi, Indiana. Homicide narrative: Evansdale, Iowa. Cousins Elizabeth Collins 8 and Lyric Cook 10 were out riding bikes in the Myers Lake area of Evansdale, Iowa on Friday, July 13th, 2012, when they went missing. Their bodies were found some 5 months later in neighboring Bremer County in a desolated wooded area known as the Seven Bridges Wildlife Area. Seven Bridges is known for being an area where transients go to deal drugs, often meth, and where people go to engage in otherwise illegal or unsavory activities. It is also known as a place hunters frequent, and it was hunters who found the girls' bodies. The girls' bikes and Lyric's cell phone were found less than 2 hours into the search, having been abandoned on a trail at Myers Lake. No cause of death has been released by authorities. So, yeah, right off the bat here, a lot of unique circumstances and a lot of clear differences between these two cases. So, they're found in a nearby county as opposed to the alleged last known location. Obviously, there are issues in the Delphi case. There are issues whether Abby and Libby truly were where it is purported they were at the time alleged. And they were, of course, found theoretically the next day. But again, the sightings, yeah, there's a lot to go over in the Delphi murders case still, because when were the actual last known verifiable sightings of Abby and Libby by non-family members, or corroborated by more than one family member? So with Lyric and Elizabeth, they were not found in their last known location, or at least not found where the Lyric's cell phone and their bikes were. So they were found under 2 hours into the search. The phone and the bikes were found. Delphi murders, allegedly nothing found, not even the shoe. All of a sudden, shoes, clothes, things that would have easily been seen the first day of the search, not found, but then they were found the next day along with the bodies. So the homicide narrative: Delphi, Indiana. Friends Liberty German 14, Abigail Williams 13 left school early and were dropped off around... Okay, I guess this is... Wow, details not great on theorem fact here. They didn't leave school early. They came from school? Came from the home. They were dropped off around 1:45 p.m. by a relative to go hiking on trails near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi, Indiana. The girls' bodies were found the following day, approximately half a mile from the bridge. Photos of a suspect in the case were later released by authorities, as well as a brief audio clip of him stating, "down the hill." Although authorities have never confirmed it, most in the public eye assume the photos and audio came from Libby's phone when she discreetly videotaped him. Authorities have not released the cause of death. So, authorities not releasing cause of death in any of these 4 murders. Curious. I mean, it's weird, too, because they're not revealing anything, and yet these cases aren't getting solved. I mean, it'd be one thing if they were solved within a reasonable amount of time, and then they could say, oh, yeah, that's why we did that. But, yeah, I mean, this is why so many police corruption theories run rampant when you have these cases unsolved and so much unreleased information. Also, the area where Elizabeth and Lyric were found, known for transients, drug dealing, meth, etc., just like the bridge area, according to many. So that's curious as well. So, similarities in the 2 cases. Both cases involve young females between the ages of 8 and 14. Girls went missing while together as a duo. And see, I'm going to interject here again because it's... I mean, also the distance here. I mean, they're not that close together. I mean, we're talking across states here. But also not so far apart that it's halfway across the country would be unfeasible, but not impossible for a serial killer or something of that nature. But in terms of, yeah, I mean, we've also, if you haven't checked out the Johnny Gosch series regarding Iowa, I mean, there's a lot of human trafficking and child exploitation and child kidnappings going on in Iowa. It's really, really bizarre over the decades. A lot of people arrested for it as well. I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, that place is a cesspool. Many believe Indiana is also a cesspool as well, with just the amount of sex offenders, etc. And no shortage of shady individuals, as we've gone over throughout the series of potential suspects or persons of interest. Again, this is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I do not claim anything is true or untrue on this podcast. We just examine possibilities and aim not to fall for logical fallacies. So, yeah, in terms of the distances, it's it's just far enough to be, for most people to not say, oh yeah, they're definitely connected. But also they're close enough to say, okay, well, theoretically they could be connected, particularly if you have persons of interest who worked in areas, which we've gone over several that have worked in both areas or in the vicinity of both areas. Also, what I was going to say, I mean, it's pretty rare, regardless of age, it's rare for 2 individuals to go missing at the same time or to be attacked, because obviously it's riskier for a perpetrator, unless if it's more than one perpetrator and they're armed. I mean, that's obviously a lot safer. So for those that believe there's some kind of ring involved and there's more than one individual, it theoretically, you could say, if they're used to doing this, they wouldn't be intimidated into trying to abduct 2 individuals at once if there's 2 or 3 of them and they're armed. Possibly even more. If there's 5 of them, they have the exits covered, etc. Like, there's certainly steps that they could take. But a lone individual committing these crimes, I mean, it does seem like it's just, again, not common. I mean, it's definitely not common. I mean, there are kidnappings where someone is snatched in the presence of someone else, but that's a lot different than taking 2 human beings that are both capable of screaming, of running. I mean, you could say they might not be able to fight back that much if their would-be abductors is some kind of really big hunter, outdoorsman's type. But Yeah, it's definitely unusual, and now we have two unusual cases. Because how many others are there? I mean, can we recall any, all the Mindshock listeners out there, the true crime aficionados? How many cases are there really where two people are abducted at once? Young teens. I mean, obviously, if you're talking toddlers, I guess it might not be that difficult for people to abduct 2 or 3 year olds or 4 year olds or 5 year olds even. But even that, I mean, I don't recall cases like that either. I mean, how common is that? That's not that common either. So obviously, the older the victims, the less common it would be that two would be snatched at the same time. Now we have two cases in the general region here, the Iowa, Illinois, Indiana region, where this occurred. So yeah, it's hard to completely write it off as not related. Now I'm not saying it is related, but theoretically, potentially there could be an MO here if there's a ring involved. Now people state, okay, well this isn't human trafficking MO. What if it's some kind of snuff film ring? I mean, there's a lot of sickos out there. If this is some kind of snuff film ring, I mean, where they want to film murders, etc., and possibly more than one, they want more than one victim. Like, if that's the intention, would they, and is the way they operate, they get maybe some insider info from friends and family, possibly unbeknownst to the person giving them insider info. Like, almost innocent insider info where, like, maybe there's a party overhearing, and then they report. Obviously, they might not think that any harm could come to them. Maybe they think it's some kind of, I mean, I don't know, just paid for information on certain family members, what people do. Perhaps they think it's some kind of weird, I don't know, possibly would be relegated to online conversation or something. I mean, I don't know. There's all levels of degeneracy. But obviously, I wouldn't think anybody would give up information leading to the death of whatever family members. I mean, you never know. But yeah, that's I'm not insinuating that at all. Simply that there might have been some kind of second, third party providing information on comings and goings without actually knowing what the aftermath would be. Continuing on here, the girls went missing while together as a duo. The girls were murdered while together, which indicates either a proficient criminal or more than one offender. Also, I would say that's an assumption. Do we know for a fact that they were murdered at the exact same time? In the Delphi case, for instance, I mean, there have been rumors that the girls were died on different days, separated by however many hours. In this case, I mean, they're not releasing cause. They're not releasing cause of death or any of. I mean, do we even have exact time of deaths? I mean, there's just everything's a question mark here, so we just have to keep that in mind. All were heading off to play or hang out together while they went missing. Lyric and Elizabeth were riding bikes. Libby and Abby were walking on wooded trails. The bodies. Well, also we do have to state that Libby and Abby, theoretically, if there was some kind of party, cemetery party, theoretically, they could have gone missing from a party. Whether or not they were dropped off at the trails or not, there could have been a secondary location where they might have even went willingly. Then something goes wrong down the line, then they're returned to where they were ultimately found after they were killed. So there's a lot of variables to keep in mind here. The bodies were all found in areas a hunter might frequent, and hunting relatively popular in all those areas, so that doesn't narrow down that much. Both sets of girls went missing shortly after 2 p.m. Lyric's grandmother last saw the girls around 12:20 p.m. and reported them missing around 2 p.m. That's a narrow window there. She acted fast. The Snapchat photo of Abby was taken at 2:07 p.m. Again, some people believe it could have been uploaded at that time, not necessarily taken. And the photo of Bridge Guy was taken at 2:30 p.m. Again, I don't know if that's corroborated. The girls were supposed to be picked up at 3:15 p.m. and were reported missing at 5:30 p.m. Dates: both cases occurred on the 13th day of the month and bordered a weekend, Friday and Monday. So, okay, so we have roughly, obviously some months have 28 days, some months have 31 days, but roughly 1/30th chance. The 13th day, I mean, that's statistically significant. I mean, that's like winning at roulette. almost. I mean, yeah, that's tough. That's tough to reconcile that. The 13th day of the month. Is there any personal significance for him to the teens or the middle of the month, and does he have 3-day weekends? I mean, that's definitely an interesting point to consider. Trails, Libby and Abby and Lyric and Elizabeth all disappeared while on a trail in the afternoon. In both cases, the girls were murdered by an unknown assailant. Cause of death for Libby and Abby has not been publicly released, but 2 photos, a sketch of a possible suspect, and a brief audio clip of his voice have been released. Cause of death for Lyric and Elizabeth also has not been released. Investigators have stated that they have compared notes on the Delphi and Evansdale cases, and while there are similarities, they do not believe the cases are related. Despite this, they have also said that they do not suspect the families in either case, which means there are 2 brazen murderers willing to abduct, control, and murder 2 girls at a time, ? That is quite an unusual and risky MO. I mean, yeah, it is a good point. Statistically, like, just keeping these statistics in mind, the 13th of the month, and just the rarity of 2 people to go missing and being killed at the same time, and in a generally the same area in terms of regions. Again, if like one case happened in let's say Washington State, another case happened in Florida or whatever, or even not that extreme, or Maine, Kentucky, just all over the place, people would still probably say, maybe they're connected, but there wouldn't be this level of scrutiny on it. Here, I mean, they're close enough to where it's just difficult to write it off. Unsubstantiated rumors in the Delphi case: Libby fought viciously with her attacker to the point that her fingernails were shredded. Libby captured images and a voice recording, possibly from the video, of the girl's attacker on her phone. Libby's phone may have been disposed of by the murderer in a body of water, but the images and video of him were retrieved from the cloud. The girls' throats were injured in the course of their deaths, either through strangulation or by being cut with a knife. There are reports from witnesses at the funeral that both girls were wearing scarves around their necks in open caskets. The girls' clothing was found in a body of water, likely to dispose of evidence. No DNA was found on their bodies. The girls were disposed of in a body of water. Abby survived the initial attack and crawled out of the body of water, but perished due to hypothermia and blood loss. She was either still barely alive when searchers found her, or had perished just prior to being found. Reports alternate between either her passing away in the ambulance or her body still being warm but deceased when searchers found her. Yeah, those are some interesting early rumors. We went over some of them, but we did not go over the possibility that the murderers thought she was dead when she wasn't, and she actually crawled out of the water. So does the truth really lie somewhere in the middle here? The middle ground logical fallacy is, of course, a logical fallacy, but that doesn't mean it's untrue. Let's not fall for the fallacy. Just because something's a fallacy doesn't mean it's not true either. I mean, the evidence is whatever it is. So is it possible that one of them was in the water and one of them was not in the water, and that accounts for all the conflicting reports that we've gone over ad nauseum by this point? Because in the previous episode, we went over a lot of the early rumors, but would that account for all the information? That would be curious. And also, obviously, extremely tragic. I mean, she's trying to survive. She climbs out of the water, and then she might have just died right before they found her. The girls may have been sexually assaulted, perhaps as an object. The girls may have been sexually assaulted and or murdered in a nearby structure, such as a barn or outbuilding, before being deposited where they were found. The barn on the Mears property is a popular guess. The girls' bodies may have been dragged. There may have been drag marks near where they were found. DNA matching one of the searchers was located on the girls, but he admits to touching the bodies when he found the girls. And this is not an individual previously discussed. Interesting. Part or all of the killings may have been captured on video. And that was an early rumor, and that's really weird, especially if there is a snuff ring. I mean, let's not fall for false dichotomies. Is there a snuff ring operating in the area and they simply weren't involved in this particular case? The bodies may have been posed in an odd or provocative manner, often indicative of serial killer behavior. It is also possible the bodies appeared this way because Abby crawled the distance before passing away. That's an interesting point, too. If that's true, wow, okay, that might account for a lot of variables. Proposed offender profile, Caucasian male, age 30s to 50s, approximately 5'7 to 5'10, 180 to 220 pounds, reddish brown hair, does not have blue eyes, facial hair at the time of the Delphi murders, carried a gun to control his victims, carried a deer kit fanny pack, which may have contained weapons or tools to torture or kill the girls, has a hunting background or hunts for sport, has killed previously, is likely left-handed, may have been driving a white vehicle, was wearing a hat, most likely a camouflage hunting cap with ear flaps or pageboy cap, hooded sweatshirt, scarf, and blue jeans on the day of the Delphi murders, was overdressed for the weather, likely to conceal DNA. History of rape, assault, and or domestic abuse, was a lone killer, did not have an accomplice, and of course that is at odds with plenty of other information, was an opportunistic yet planful killer, i.e. was planning on murdering a vulnerable person on the day he killed but had not pre-selected his victims, identified the place he would hide, likely from a nearby elevated position such as a deer lookout, to watch and observe potential victims and where he would take them to torture, kill them, laid in wait to see who would walk by. And that's curious. Are there deer stands on those trail systems? Or were there at that time? Because, yeah, that would be curious. That would give him, if he had an elevated vantage point, that might give him a little bit of a heads up on how many other people were around. Although, based on the timeline, supposedly there were quite a few people walking around, so I don't know, that's what makes the case so bizarre. Killer is somewhat familiar with the local area, may make regular stops for work nearby, or have been in the area for a few days prior with time to scout out the surrounding area. Has a work schedule that coincides with a break on the weekends. The 13th of the month, the number 13, or just generally the teens, might hold special significance for him, might have endured a trauma around age 13, etc. Further, the time 2 p.m. or the hours of 1 to 3 p.m. may also be significant to him. He may get out of work around this time or does not work a job where he would be missed during the early afternoon hours. Is familiar with the local area even though he has not planted long-term roots there. May be familiar with the Delphi, Indiana area as well as the Myers Lake, Bremer County areas of Iowa. May also be familiar with southeastern Tennessee, specifically the Bledsoe County area. And this is, of course, based on that Megyn Kelly Today Show interview that we went over in previous episodes. So here is actually a police bulletin. Indiana State Police Delphi double homicide investigation continues. This was dated January 15th, 2018. Earlier today, members of the Liberty German family and Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter appeared on a live segment of the Megyn Kelly Today Show to help keep the double homicide of Liberty German and Abigail Williams in the public eye. Late last year, there was a similar appearance on the Dr. Phil Show. Also, as part of the family's efforts to develop investigative leads, information has been shared with numerous police agencies across the nation. One agency in Tennessee shared the information on their Facebook site and added verbiage that stated, quote, FBI has extended the search into southeastern Tennessee counties, including Bledsoe, end quote. So they specifically mentioned Bledsoe County. What does everybody make of that? In fact, this is a nationwide search for the person or persons wanted for the murders of Abby and Libby. The Bledsoe County Sheriff's Department has updated their Facebook site, which now states, to clarify, the suspect has not been seen in Bledsoe County or any other counties in Tennessee. It is a nationwide search. I mean, that's curious, though. So it seems like there wasn't any kind of sighting. It might have been a potential POI that was from the area. I mean, or if anybody else has any theories on that, that's curious. But continuing the profile here, blends in well with the local populations of small rural towns, is comfortable in the woods and in rural areas, knows how to navigate rough or uncharted terrain. If DNA was recovered from the scene, the killer does not have any felony convictions in Indiana. They connect DNA from all felons. Most likely single, a loner. If married or partnered, it is a distant and likely abusive relationship. In part, his travel for work helps mask his inability to maintain a sustained relationship. Has a substance or alcohol abuse problem, may have a history of petty arrests and convictions such as for possession of paraphernalia or shoplifting. May have worked at the Indiana Packers meatpacking plant and other similar meat processing plants, or jobs that are easier for convicted felons to obtain in rural areas. May be a transient or trucker who passes from one meatpacking or similar plant to another throughout the U.S. May have an alibi for the time of the murders, but this alibi may be superficial or a crack under scrutiny. Police are confident that someone knows who this man is and may be covering for his whereabouts at the time in question. May have become unusually interested in news reports about the case or otherwise involved himself in the case, such as talking excessively about it, compulsively reading news articles, or helping with the search party. May have changed his appearance after the crime, cut or dyed his hair, trimmed facial hair, disposed of clothing, etc. Had scratches on his body and possibly other injuries around Valentine's Day, February 14, 2017. May have explained this as having gone hiking or hunting. Hates women, perceives self as alternately a perpetual victim and a powerful aggressor. Experiences deep-seated rage towards women. Has persistently low self-esteem and feelings of having been wronged by others. Experiences extreme feelings of entitlement and is prone to rage and outbursts. Is an experienced and sophisticated killer familiar with DNA evidence collection. Knows how to cover his tracks and not leave evidence behind. May very well be a serial killer. May also kill single women or girls. Double homicides may have been simply crimes of opportunity rather than a specific type he was seeking out. May have discerned the risk was worth the gain by going after two younger girls. Will kill again. Some interesting posts on this WordPress article. FBI Highway Serial Killings Initiative. I wonder if the FBI has been contacted for data regarding truck drivers moving between Iowa and Indiana on the days in question. Are there any interstate rest areas within walking distance to the crimes? Yeah, I mean, that's interesting as well. So let's go over some articles regarding Evansdale. This is Des Moines Register, Grace Altenhofer. July 10th, 2022, so fairly recent from this month. This case is not gathering dust. Investigation continues 10 years after Evansdale girls were killed. A decade after two young girls from Evansdale were abducted and murdered, investigators and family are still searching for answers. Cousins Elizabeth Collins, 8, and Lyric Cook Morrissey, 10, were abducted while riding their bikes in Evansdale in Black Hawk County, July 13, 2012. Their bodies were found 7 months later by hunters in rural Bremer County, about 25 miles away. The killings gathered national attention and left a lasting impact on Evansdale, a community just shy of 5,000 people. I think everyone's got a niece or a daughter or a cousin, and to them it's like it just couldn't happen here, said Drew Collins, father of Elizabeth Collins. So I think a lot of people are worried about something happening again. I think everyone has a lot invested in finding out who killed the girls. Evansdale Mayor Deanne Kobliska, who worked for the city at the time of the girls' disappearance, said the case brought the community together and made them more aware of our surroundings. Everyone came together, we all met at the Community Response Center, and we had hundreds of people volunteer to search for the girls, Kobliska said. We had our volunteer fire department oversee all that and send groups out. People came from all over to help. Local law enforcement and the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation continues to receive tips and investigate the case. According to Scott Rieger, a special agent with the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, the department had received 117 tips in the past 10 months alone at the email address set up specifically for tips in this case. Our Missing Iowa Girls at dps.state.ia.us. It's kind of the natural trajectory of cases as they become more long-term, Rieger said. Information isn't coming in at the speed at which it did early on, but the information is still coming in. Rieger assisted on the case since it began in 2012 and became the lead Iowa DCI agent on the case after his predecessor left for another law enforcement job in 2017. While he had trained for child abduction cases, Rieger said that this was the first such case he had worked. Child abduction homicides are some of the hardest cases to work on because they're high profile. We, as a society, want to protect our children, Rieger said. Beyond that, particularly living in the community, being that some of the agents are from this area, you feel the weight of wanting to find a resolve, not just for yourself, but for the community at large, as well as the family. Could new DNA technology help crack the case? Jason Ellison, a detective with the Bremer County Sheriff's Office, joined the investigation in 2017. He said that investigators are constantly evaluating what resources we can apply to assist our case. DNA tech, along with forensics, genealogy, and electronic forensics, have come a long way in the last 3 years or so, Ellison said. So it's an exciting time in law enforcement for agencies that have similar cases to this, where it's kind of that endurance investigation, and we're waiting for some technology or new information that will help us push the case forward. Collins, whose daughter Elizabeth would have turned 18 this year, holds on to hope that technology will eventually lead to an arrest in the case. I thought when they found the bodies that we'd have quick answers, Collins said. But that being said, I do think time is definitely on our side. Technology is going to be on our side. Since 2012, the leaps in DNA tech are just huge. So hopefully something comes up and they'll be able to use something that was left at the crime scene to match it with somebody else. Elliott declined to say whether there are currently any suspects in the case, adding that, quote, "It's inappropriate for an investigative team to comment on certain suspects or people of interest," end quote. "It's an active investigation. This case is not sitting on a shelf somewhere gathering dust," Reger said. "We have countless examples across our country of cases that everybody thought they were never going to figure out what happened, and time just has a way of fleshing a lot of these cases out. So that's how we're going to continue to approach this one." I mean, not a lot of cases, though. Some cases that they thought... I mean, there's not that many cold cases being solved. I mean, yes, there are some. There are some being solved by technology, but there's still way... I mean, there's just a plethora, tons of cases that are not being solved and not moving anywhere. Collins still follows the investigation, relaying tips that people send him to local law enforcement and the Iowa DCI. "I get some people who have given me the ideas of what may have happened, so I look into certain people," Collins said. "I mean, there's only so much investigating I can do, but I do keep my ears out. It's not really good for the investigation for people to give me the tips. That should go to the police." Over the past decade, Collins has led efforts to honor the memory of his daughter and niece. The cousins became an inspiration for Angels Park, a memorial park in Evansdale dedicated in 2018 to honor those who lost their lives too early. "She was a very sweet, happy, loving child," Collins said of Elizabeth. "She loved her brother, she loved her sister, she was very good to her family. She was always smiling, she was a good person, and she didn't deserve this." An annual Child Safety Day was established in Evansdale, as well as an annual motorcycle ride in the girls' memory. Child Safety Day raises awareness of children's safety issues, including bike helmets, properly installing a car seat, stranger danger education, and DNA kits. The other thing is we have police there, and it gives the kids a chance to be around the police and know that the police are on their side, Collins said. So it's just a well-rounded get-together for the kids. Despite the tragedy that took place in Evansdale almost 10 years ago, Collins remains active in the community, raising awareness of his daughter's story and pushing forward for other families of homicide victims. "We've had so much support from people, I'm really comfortable here," Collins said. "Even though the worst thing ever happened here, I love this place, I love Evansdale, I've lived all over the country, and I'm not leaving. This is home." And that's interesting, too, how some people just respond to tragedy. Many people leave the area of the tragedy because of the reminders, and here's an example of someone who did not. So here's another interesting article also from 2022. This is a month earlier, June 15th, 2022, with some interesting information here. This is from KCCI Des Moines 8. Investigators actively search for Evansdale murderer 10 years later. July marks 10 years since the two Northeast Iowa cousins were abducted and killed. Elizabeth Collins and Larry Cook went missing July 13, 2012. Hunters discovered the girls' bodies in a remote wildlife area in Bremer County 5 months after they went missing. Two gazebos in Angel Park Memorial Island memorialize Lyric and Elizabeth. The girls' bikes were last spotted in the park. "It's still devastating every day not to have her," said Heather Collins, Elizabeth's mother and Lyric's aunt. "It's the first thing you think of in the morning and the last at night. For me, it's very fresh. Doesn't seem like 10 years, said Drew Collins, Elizabeth's father. No arrests have been made in the case. Lyric and Elizabeth's families continue to get updates from state investigators. The Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation says the investigation is still active. According to the DCI, several people have confessed to the murders, but their stories don't add up. This is one reason the DCI has never revealed the girl's cause of death. So how many confessions has the Delphi case had, if any? Because here, the DCI is stating several people, not one person, several people confessed to the murders, but their stories don't add up. This is one reason the DCI has never really revealed the girl's cause of death. Everything inside of me as a husband and father would want to know that myself, so that makes me want to provide that to the family, while the greater evil is to let that out, said DCI agent Scott Reger. Investigators are still asking for help, and they need your help. What we find over and over again with unresolved cases, these things come together because the public continues to provide information and the investigators continue to pound that rock over and over again. The ultimate goal is to just find who did this, find out who or whom took our girls, Heather Collins said. Interesting statement there. Who or whom, as if plural? As if more than one person? To mark the anniversary, the city is holding a 10-mile ride and drive to raise money for Crime Stoppers. The reward to find Lyric and Elizabeth's killer is now more than $100,000. On the Evansdale murder subreddit, some information here. Supposedly, Lyric's family had her cremated, even though Elizabeth's family asked them not to. I mean, I'm not sure why. I'm guessing because of evidence. But I don't know if it's been officially stated that they do have DNA evidence, but in the articles that I just read, they're hoping that new evidence, including DNA evidence, will help solve the case, which means that is there a basis for some kind of DNA evidence or other evidence they have not released? So here is quite an interesting news piece. This is kcrg.com. And this was published July 12th, 2022. Features some interesting information regarding the families. And again, not necessarily pointing the finger at anybody, but just something that things considered anomalous by some regarding how certain family members would react during a missing time period or in the aftermath. So let's take a look at this. Actually, before we get into this clip, let's go through the deep dive breakdown on this case. One of the best write-ups here is from the Unresolved podcast, unresolved.me, and they have a write-up here on the Evansdale murders, which we will go through now. So July 13, 2012, two cousins disappeared from the small town of Evansdale, Iowa. 6 months later, their bodies were discovered in a wooded area about 20 miles away, but their killer has eluded police in the years since. Evansdale, Iowa is a small city in Black Hawk County, about 10 miles southwest of Waterloo. Evansdale and Waterloo tend to bleed into one another, as well as the city of Cedar Falls, which rests on the opposite side of Waterloo as Evansdale. The three cities rest along the Cedar River and seem to have grown into one another, which has created a larger metropolitan area. Despite Evansdale having a population of just under 5,000, more than 100,000 people live in the immediate vicinity, giving it a small town feel, but having all of the benefits of a much larger suburbia. For years, Evansdale enjoyed a reputation of being a rather obscure town hidden in the middle of the Midwest. About an hour away from Cedar Rapids and close to 2 hours away from Des Moines, it's really wedged in the middle of nowhere, Iowa, in a sleepy section of the state that doesn't receive much attention outside of election season. However, for the past few years, a singular story has engulfed the small town of Evansdale. It's a story that has become synonymous with the town itself being named after the locale of this particular incident. It's a story that continues to plague discussions in Evansdale to the point that a simple Google search involving the town will undoubtedly pull up at least an article describing this town's darkest hour. This is the story of the Evansdale murders. Lyric Ray Lynn Cook Morrissey was born October 2, 2001 in Waterloo, Iowa. Her parents, Dan Morrissey and Misty Cook Morrissey, had one child prior to Lyric, an older son. However, despite her family living in the neighboring town, Waterloo, Lyric would grow up primarily in Evansdale, being raised by her grandmother and her aunts. Both of her parents would struggle with drug abuse through Lyric's early life, so Lyric was primarily raised by her grandmother, Wilma. Despite her troubled home life, Lyric grew to be as normal a girl as possible. She was involved in all kinds of activities commonly associated with girls her age, such as cheerleading and gymnastics, and she also loved to spend time at the bowling alley. When she wasn't spending time outside, of course, no matter the weather, rain, snow, or shine, Lyric loved being outdoors. Lyric attended Kingsley Elementary School over in Waterloo, where she was also active in her local church. And like most girls growing up in the early 2010s, she was obsessed with the boy band One Direction. Along with two of her cousins, they had nicknamed themselves the Bradford Bad Boys after their current obsession, Zayn Malik. Lyric's cousin, Elizabeth Collins, was born a little under 2 years later on July 31st, 2003. Elizabeth was one of 4 children born to Drew and Heather Collins. She had one brother named Kelly, as well as 2 sisters named Amber and Callie. She was close with all of her siblings, even though she was known to boss them around constantly. Like Lyric, Elizabeth grew up in Evansdale. However, her family life was much stabler than her cousins, and she was incredibly close with both of her parents. She attended Poynter Elementary School in Evansdale and became a bit of a girly girl who loved makeup and nail polish and all of that stuff, in addition to singing with her friends and taking care of animals. She had a dog named Gus that she loved to baby, and the two had grown inseparable. Elizabeth also had a tougher side, which really came out when she played hockey. That was where she got to show off her more rambunctious personality, which also came out when she hung out with her friends at school. According to her 3rd grade teacher, Elizabeth was always the last one to finish her lunch because she was always talking. Lyric, Cook Morrissey, and Elizabeth Collins were cousins related by blood through their mothers, who were sisters. They spent a lot of time together at family functions, especially since Lyric ended up spending a lot of time in the care of her grandmother and aunts. The cousins were close enough in age that they had many similar interests and often hung out together during family get-togethers. When school had let out for the summer, the two ended up spending a lot of time together at their grandmother Wilma's house, where they often played cards with Wilma or rode their bikes around outside, weather permitting. That was actually what they were doing in the early afternoon of July 13th, 2012. That Friday morning, the girls had been dropped off at their grandmother Wilma's house along Broven Boulevard in downtown Evansdale. They had been there for a short time before deciding to go on a bike ride together a little after noon at around 12:15 p.m. At least that is when their grandmother, Wilma Cook, recalls the two heading out the front yard and setting off down the road on their bikes together. Sometime between 12:30 p.m. and 1 p.m., the cousins were spotted riding their bikes on Gilbert Drive, which is about 1.5 miles away from their grandmother's house. This is not too far from Myers Lake, a local fishing and recreational hotspot. They were then spotted heading down the 1000 block of Lake Avenue, still on their bikes and still together. More than an hour had passed since the girls had left their grandmother's house, and they had not yet returned. Wilma Cook was growing concerned for her granddaughter's safety, but it wasn't until Lyric's mother, Misty, returned home that the family began to panic. This is when they began calling around to friends and family in an effort to locate the girls and began to do some preliminary searches of their own. After being unable to find Lyric and Elizabeth in the region around their grandmother's home, their family made the decision to report them as missing to the local Evansdale Police Department at around 2:48 p.m. By now, roughly 2.5 hours had elapsed since the girls had set out on their bike ride, and a search was launched in earnest to locate the two young girls. The search effort began at Wilma's home and spread outwards towards local parks, school, and other areas where the girls might have gone. Within an hour, Evansdale police had been joined by deputies from the Black Hawk Sheriff Department as well as members of the local fire department, who began searching bike trails for the missing cousins. A find later that day inspired hope, but immediately raised some alarming questions. On a trail located near the southeast corner of Myers Lake, the bikes belonging to Lyric Morrissey and Elizabeth Collins were found. Local firefighters had made the discovery at around 4 p.m. and forwarded the information to the police. Also located at the scene was 8-year-old Elizabeth's purse, but the two girls were nowhere to be found. There seemed to be no trace of them near the location their bikes had been abandoned, nor was there any kind of clue pointing in a single direction. So, I mean, what are the two options here? That they were with their bikes in that general area, and then abducted from, either walked off or abducted from there, or they were abducted elsewhere on their bikes, and the bikes were dumped in whatever direction from the original abduction site in order to cause more confusion. Continuing on here, police began combing through the immediate area around Myers Lake, moving outwards in the hopes of locating any kind of clue. They began trekking through the entire stretch of land that the girls had traveled, between where they had disappeared, downtown Evansdale, to the location that their bikes were found, Myers Lake. Soon enough, police were joined by hundreds of volunteers who came out in droves to show support for the small town family. Not only did these volunteers help physically search for the girls over the next several days, but they began organizing candlelight vigils and press events to raise awareness and keep the story in the news for as long as possible. In the days after the disappearance of Lyric and Elizabeth, security footage was obtained from an auction house located a short distance away from the grandmother's home. This footage was brief, and the cousins only appeared in the footage for a second or two, but showed them, surprisingly, riding away from Myers Lake at around 12:11 p.m., a time period that fit in with the established time frame. Investigators hoped that they could pinpoint more of the girls' bike trip with similar footage from other establishments, but seemed to have little luck in that venture. They would have to rely upon less sufficient methods of tracking the girls, such as scent dogs and witness statements. So wait a second. In 2012, there are no businesses other than this auction house? I mean, if it's a residential neighborhood, that's fine, but they were supposedly sighted also in the park. And, I mean, you would think they would have some kind of security footage. Unless they did get more footage and they don't want to release what it said. The FBI agreed to cooperate in the search for the girls, sending some of their specially trained divers to look through Myers Lake, where the girls' bikes had been found. So they were pedaling away from Myers Lake at 12:11 p.m. Away, but then their bikes were found there later. Okay. Eventually, after a few days of setbacks, local officials decided to partially drain the lake to assist in the effort, but were ultimately fruitless in finding anything of value. Myers Lake quickly became the primary setting for the investigation. After all, it was the location that the only real evidence had been found, the girls' bikes, and where their known path had seemingly come to an end. It was believed that if anything happened to Lyric and Elizabeth, it had likely happened there. Investigators had yet to determine whether the cousin's disappearance was related to foul play or could have been something accidental. So cadaver dogs, infrared-equipped aircraft, and dozens of volunteers scoped the area around the lake for any sign of the girls, but following this exhaustive search around the lake and its subsequent draining, Myers Lake proved to be a dead end for investigators. Evansdale Police and Black Hawk County Sheriff's officials spearheaded the investigation, but were assisted by numerous officials, with the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation as well as the FBI, who contributed more than 30 investigators to help search for the missing girls. While exhaustive searches were being conducted at and around Myers Lake, investigators began hitting up known sex offenders, especially those that had a history of targeting underage victims. These were not only known sexual predators, but those that had expressed any kind of interest in underage girls in the past, be it child porn or anything similar. Many of these known sex offenders were interviewed numerous times by different investigators, and several were brought in to take polygraph tests. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like any of these individuals were involved, as police cleared all of them through a rigorous vetting process. Also vetted through the process were known acquaintances of the two missing girls, Lyric and Elizabeth. Their parents, family members, and family friends were interviewed by detectives who were looked for any sign of deception in not only the physical interviews, but written statements and outside correspondence. The family members of the two girls agreed to have their phones and other electronic devices searched for any concerning communication, but nothing was found. To police, it seemed like this might be the worst possible outcome, as it was becoming clearer and clearer that the girls had likely been taken by a complete stranger, someone that was not familiar to them prior to their disappearance. As I'll get into it in a bit, this happens in an incredibly small fraction of cases and is incredibly rare. For an extended period of time, local police continued to receive tips from the public. For the first few weeks at least, police officials estimate that they received roughly 20 tips per hour. But by the end of the summer, the number had decreased to roughly 40 a day. By July 20th, a week after Lyric and Elizabeth disappeared, police seemed to have ruled out any accidental causes such as drowning, etc. This development allowed them to move the scope of the investigation fully to an abduction, with them believing that foul play was undoubtedly involved in this case. However, everyone involved continued to hope that the girls were alive and that they could be brought home safely. Sandy Brault, a spokeswoman for the FBI, stated later that month, "We believe these girls are alive, and we are not discouraged by the passage of time since their disappearance. We are urging anyone with information to come forward. Any information, as insignificant as it may seem, could be vital to the investigation." And is she just saying that to keep up morale? Because statistically, I mean, people that are kidnapped, most of them, unfortunately, are killed within a very short period of time. As journalists and media personalities began to focus in on the missing girls from Evansdale, those that were close to them, in particular their family members, found themselves facing some intense public scrutiny. And none were more vilified in the press than the father of 10-year-old Lyric Cook, Dan Morrissey. At the time, Dan Morrissey was a 36-year-old father of two, had already divorced Lyric's mother, Misty. As interested parties began to look into Dan's past, they discovered that he was involved in several ongoing criminal cases. In fact, he'd been let out of police custody to be with his family following Lyric's disappearance. The crimes that Dan was alleged to have been involved in included everything from assaulting his ex-wife to multiple drug felonies, including manufacturing, possessing, and dealing methamphetamine in large quantities. He was actually looking at decades behind bars if convicted, which he actually was the following year, 2013. Morrissey expressed his innocence both to law enforcement and the press and stated that he was just an addict spiraling out of control following the disappearance of his daughter. And again, I mean, is that really that surprising? If this guy was involved in drugs in the past, his daughter disappears, would he not have a massive relapse? I mean, would anybody blame the guy? I mean, this is probably the worst. This is the worst thing that can happen to a parent. So, yeah, I mean, I guess missing would be the second worst and then murdered the worst. But, I mean, obviously the two can go together. He would state in his court case that he began consuming significant amounts of methamphetamine after Lyric disappeared. But that was disputed by the Black Hawk County Attorney's Office, who stated that Dan was involved in the production of meth both before and after his daughter disappeared. In fact, he was making meth in his home while his 17-year-old son, Lyric's brother, was living there. In 2013, Dan Morrissey was convicted to more than 90 years in prison, with Judge David Stout stating during his sentencing, quote, "Since you were released from custody after your daughter's unfortunate event, you were utilizing other women you knew to go to stores to buy or steal pseudoephedrine so you could manufacture methamphetamine. The fact that your child was in your home when you were arrested on these events shows that you don't use very good judgment concerning yourself as a parent to subject them to those conditions. To those conditions, to those individuals, and to that behavior is certainly not good parenting," end quote. Despite being found guilty of numerous drug charges and facing a bid of at least 30 years in prison, Dan Morrissey continues to assert that he had nothing to do with his daughter or niece's disappearance. He claims that the belief that they might have been taken due to some drug debt held by someone in the region or as retribution for criminal activity does not seem to hold water. Speaking to local news station KWWL in 2018, Dan stated, quote, "Yeah, it doesn't even make sense if you think about it and play it out. You know, why would this happen? If I had any idea of somebody that was in my life that I owed money to or had threatened me or anything, you'd think I wouldn't know who that person is? So, I mean, that would be the number one suspect in the case and this thing would have been solved a long time ago. But there is absolutely nobody in my life that I owe money to or that I have told on or anything like that. That has nothing to do with my daughter. And why would they abduct Elizabeth and my daughter at the same time in another town that my daughter's not even from on a random bike ride that nobody even knew they were going to take? It doesn't make sense," end quote. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of hard to argue what he said there, but I mean, obviously there could be a lot of missing variables. Over the next several months, the other three parents became notable figures in their own right as they fought for answers regarding their still missing daughters. Misty Cook, Lyric's mom and Dan Morrissey's ex-wife, struggled significantly in the aftermath of her daughter's disappearance. She stayed active in the search for Lyric, constantly appearing on television programs and news broadcasts alongside her sisters and other family friends. She even began reaching out to media figures like John Walsh to step in and help, at one point even sending Walsh a public message through Facebook that included the line, "I am in my darkest hour and close to the edge." The following day, Monday, August 20th, Misty was rushed to Allen Hospital after being found unresponsive at her home. She had mixed her medication with alcohol, resulting in her losing consciousness and being rushed to the hospital. She would recover, but continued spiraling in the following months, slipping down the treacherous path of drug abuse that she had struggled to dig herself out of for years. In 2014, Misty was sentenced to 10 years in prison for drug-related offenses, but would be released from prison about a year later. Thankfully, when she was released, she was on the straight and narrow and looked to get her life back together. Meanwhile, Elizabeth's parents, Drew and Heather Collins, struggled to make sense of their daughter's tragic disappearance. Heather became a regular at the Hall of Law, giving out flyers and posters with the girls' images to anyone that seemed interested. She even began collecting signatures for a petition to change the Amber Alert laws, believing that the system waited too long to report the disappearance of the two girls. Both of Lyric's parents would appear on television whenever possible to plead for their daughter's safe return, but unfortunately, their marriage would not be able to last. Shortly after Elizabeth's disappearance, the two would begin to drift apart, eventually deciding that divorce was the best step for them. They would remain cordial and friendly for their family, of course, always hoping that Elizabeth would return to them, even though days, weeks, and months continued to pass. It wasn't until the end of 2012 that the families of Lyric Cook and Elizabeth Collins received any kind of update. Seven Bridges Wildlife Park is about 20 miles northeast of Evansdale. In Bremer County, known primarily as a hunting ground, Seven Bridges is no stranger to illicit or unsavory behavior. Once upon a time, this had been the scene for underage parties. For decades, dating back to the 70s, Seven Bridges Park had been a place for high school students to meet up with other teenagers to engage in underage drinking, bonfires, and other kinds of rebellious activities away from prying eyes. But over time, it had lost that luster, and instead became as a park and dumping ground that only locals seemed to know about. That didn't mean that it wasn't a haven for trouble, though. Starting in the mid-2000s, Seven Bridges Park had seen dozens of visits from Bremer County Sheriff's deputies who were called to respond to everything from the dumping of a roving meth lab to hooligans tearing up the park's dirt and grass with ATVs. It was usually minor stuff like that, which was more annoying than actually troubling. But close to 6 months after the disappearance of Lyric Cook and Elizabeth Collins, deputies were called out to a scene unlike anything they had previously seen at Seven Bridges. Early in the day on Wednesday, December 5th, 2012, a group of hunters had been moving through the Seven Bridges Park when they came upon 2 sets of human remains. The remains had been somewhat shrouded in an isolated part of the park where foot traffic wasn't a huge concern. In fact, investigators stated that the remains were placed in a location that someone would have had to have been almost on top of to notice. If anyone was walking a few feet away from the remains, they likely would have missed them. These 2 sets of human remains appeared to be smaller in stature and by all accounts appeared female. That's what police reported later in the day after receiving a call from the hunters at around 12:45 that afternoon. Soon, the area around Seven Bridges Park, which was primarily known for raccoon hunting, was overrun with police officers, investigators, and journalists. The remains were sent off to the state medical examiner's office in Ankeny for identification, but most believed that these were the 2 missing girls from Evansdale, Lyric and Elizabeth. The following day, Thursday, December 6, 2012, Chief Deputy Rick Abbott of the Black Hawk County Sheriff's Office held a press conference. During this conference, he announced that the officials were confident that the 2 bodies found at the Seven Bridges Wildlife Park were indeed Lyric Cook and Elizabeth Collins. Despite investigators not yet receiving test results back from the state medical examiner's office, there were no other missing persons cases from the region, at least none with 2 similar victims, and the small stature of remains hinted at them being children. This announcement seemed to provide the loved ones of the cousins an answer for what had happened to them, but it was anything but conclusive. Details of the girls' deaths have never been publicly released, such as their cause or means of death, and detectives did not release any detail that inspired confidence in justice being found anytime soon. This public announcement of the girls being found, but their case remaining as unsolved as ever, led to an ominous haze that began to settle over the region of Evansdale, a dark cloud that has yet to lift several years later. The next Monday, December 10th, 2012, the Iowa State Medical Examiner's Office publicly confirmed that the bodies found were Lyric and Elizabeth. They provided information to the local police chief, Kent Smock, who then informed the families before the press obtained the news. That evening, Heather Collins, Elizabeth's mother, posted a public message on her Facebook page, which read, quote, "We have been so blessed by the outpouring of all the prayers and support tonight with the gut-wrenching news that my beautiful daughter and my niece's bodies were found by hunters. This was not the outcome we wanted, but we now know they are up in heaven with our Savior, and our nightmare of where they are and what is happening to them has been answered," end quote. Local ceremonies were arranged for the 2 girls, with Lyric Cook's taking place on December 29th at the Heartland Vineyard Church in Cedar Falls. Elizabeth Collins' ceremony took place on December 13th, but a graveside ceremony was held months later in May of 2013, which featured more than 200 people, as well as Elizabeth's pet dog, Gus, who was able to say goodbye to his best friend, wearing a rose on his collar in honor of Elizabeth, who was finally put to rest. Both of the cousins were memorialized at the location where their bikes had been found, Myers Lake. The trail that goes around the lake was renamed the Trail of Angels, and memorials for both Lyric and Elizabeth were added throughout the park, which had been renamed Angels Park. People in the region and supporters of their family had set aside thousands of dollars to renovate the park in their honor and even arranged for a mural of the girls to face the nearby highway. In addition, July 13th would forever be known as Lyric and Elizabeth Day in Evansdale, which refused to forget the two girls whose name had become synonymous with the small town itself. Their deaths would even inspire legislation in Iowa as state legislators moved to bring back the death penalty for child murderers, and changes were proposed to the Amber Alert laws. Despite the appropriately named Cousins Act ultimately not passing, this did lead to changes in the system, which allowed more instantaneous alert to hit regions that children had gone missing, which the Cook and Collins family believe might have made a difference in their abduction. To this day, Lyric Cook and Elizabeth Collins have not been forgotten, and their unsolved murders continue to haunt those in and around Evansdale. You know, the thing that's kind of weird, though, like, without any kind of suspect being spotted, without any kind of vehicle, I mean, that doesn't mean anything. If there was an alert put out, maybe somebody would have noticed somebody, but you would think if they noticed somebody strange with two girls, like a strange-looking man or whatever, or an oddly behaving vehicle, you would think they would have reported that anyway, even if it was a day or two later, because once the news hit. So, I mean, I don't know. While those that knew and loved Lyra Cook Morrissey and Elizabeth Collins had to put the girls to rest and mourn their two lives, which had been lost far too soon, the investigation continued on. Now it was expanding from a missing persons investigation to a much more nefarious double murder, which changed things significantly. You see, the double murder of two children at the same time is a rare offense for even violent crime standards. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, commonly abbreviated as NCMEC, states that abductions of random children are already rare. Most of these offenses take place over the internet and are arranged ahead of time by the culprits. But the actual snatching of children off the streets is incredibly rare. Two children being abducted at once in the middle of the day is even more rare. It happens in a very small fraction of disappearances, with most cases involving a family member or family friend of some kind. The abduction of two children at once in broad daylight was such a rare offense that the FBI had recorded only roughly 15 similar incidents between 1974 and the date that the cousins went missing in July 2012. So, in over a quarter of a century, in all these decades, only 15 similar incidences. I mean, this is what I was saying at the beginning of the podcast. You have to keep in mind when comparing that even to Delphi. I mean, this is such a rare occurrence. To think that they're not connected, I mean, again, I'm not saying they are or they're not, but to just completely write it off completely. I don't know, it's difficult to do that. It's just so difficult. Yet it seems like this was one of these extremely rare circumstances where an opportunistic predator had managed to corner or lure both of the girls into a vehicle and had likely driven them elsewhere. Possibly to Seven Bridges Park, but details are pretty scarce when it comes to the actual police investigation. Investigators have concealed many of the intimate details of the case, details such as how the girls had been killed, where they had been killed, whether they had obtained DNA from the scene, etc. I'm assuming they haven't released any kind of time of death either, because were they dumped there months later? It's tough. These are details that they have chosen to keep private, likely in an attempt to weed out false confessions. In fact, in the immediate aftermath of the discovery of the girls' bodies in December of 2012, police would receive two separate confessions, men claiming to be the killer. In both of these cases, police were able to eliminate these men as viable suspects because they did not know these intimate details and got inherent facts incorrect. See, here's the problem with that, though. If these people are completely insane, they might get the facts incorrect. They might get the facts incorrect about what they had for breakfast that day. So, like, hopefully, when they ruled them out, they actually ruled them out based on their whereabouts being verified at particular times during the abduction or whatever to make sure that it wasn't them. Because, yeah, I mean, obviously a normal person might remember details and not get them wrong. Unless, again, also, we have to keep in mind, some of these psychotics, if they like playing games with the police, would one of these completely insane psychotics that loves playing games, would they intentionally get details wrong? So that the police would think that they were giving a false confession when they actually were the killer? Again, I mean, in all of history, that has had to have happened at least a couple times, right? I mean, there's a lot of wackos out there that just love playing these mind games. Some of them might not even care if they're arrested and killed. I mean, again, when you're dealing with completely mentally unhinged individuals, they're not going to logically assess anything. These details continue to be closely guarded more than 5 years later as the case continues to be looked at by local, county, state, and federal officials. Approximately 6 months after the bodies of Lyra Cook and Elizabeth Collins were found in Seven Bridges Parks, another troubling case began to play out in Dayton, Iowa. On May 20th, 2013, 15-year-old Kathleen Shepard was walking home from school with a 12-year-old friend of hers. While walking home, the two girls were abducted by a man that was able to lure them into his vehicle under threat of violence. After getting into the man's truck, their abductor drove them around for a bit, crisscrossing through the immediate area, which was mainly rural farmland. He then drove the two girls to a pig farm that he worked at, which was quiet and isolated. There, the abductor zip-tied the girls' hands and began separating them. He led away 15-year-old Kathleen Shepard, but left the other girl unsupervised in his truck. This girl, a 12-year-old, was left alone and managed to escape the truck just moments later. She ran off in an effort to get help, which she found minutes later. When police arrived at the scene, they discovered a troubling sight. The abductor's truck was still at the location, but his body was inside the truck. He had taken his own life in an effort to escape culpability. But 15-year-old Kathleen Shepard was nowhere to be found. Her body would later be discovered in the Des Moines River several weeks later, about 20 miles downriver from the pig farm. She had been stabbed and beaten to death, the victim of a senseless abduction and murder. The abductor was later identified as Michael Klunder, a registered sex offender from Stratford, Iowa, who had spent the better part of 2 decades in prison for kidnapping and assaulting a woman. In addition to kidnapping 2 3-year-olds, thankfully, what kidnapping 2 3-year-olds? Like, what is with this guy and kidnapping 2 victims at once? Thankfully, all of those victims survived, but Klunder would return to violent crime in 2013, abducting Kathleen and her friend, and likely planning to kill and or sexually assault both. Instead of facing any consequences for his actions, this piece of expletive had decided to take his own life at the crime scene, leaving the family of Kathleen Shepard with little in the ways of justice or resolution. This abduction came less than a year after the disappearance of Lyra Cook and Elizabeth Collins, and had unfolded about 100 miles west of Evansdale in Dayton, Iowa. From the very beginning, the similarities between the two cases intrigued investigators who began digging into the history of Michael Klunder, looking for any possibility that he had been involved in the Evansdale murders. In addition to the troubling circumstances of the abductions, with 2 girls being abducted at the same time, after being incentivized by violence, it was learned that Klunder had been released from prison in 2011, just months before Lyric and Elizabeth had gone missing. However, by 2014, it seemed like investigators had effectively ruled out Michael Klunder as a suspect in the Evansdale case. Special agents with the Iowa Department of Criminal Investigation had spent months comparing the cases and were pretty confident that Klunder was not involved in the Evansdale case, not only because of forensic differences in the crimes, but due to Klunder potentially having an alibi. See, here's the thing. Does he have an alibi or not? Like, what does potentially having an alibi mean? And if there's more than one, if there is a ring of sickos, and they do this both, I mean, yeah, it's weird. Like, serial killers, I kind of forgot what case this was. There was a case where serial killers communicated online and kind of bragged about their crimes. Are there these whack jobs that kind of do the same thing and maybe even meet up together, maybe even assist in crimes? Is it possible that Klunder possibly might have known one of these other sickos in the area, so maybe even if not directly involved, he could have had some kind of a connection? It is believed that Klunder was not near Evansdale when the 2 girls went missing, having been in or around his home in Stratford, Iowa at the time the cousins were abducted. However, despite police ruling him out as a suspect, some continue to have suspicions about Klunder. And with him no longer being here to answer for himself, many of those questions remain unanswered. Kent Smock, the Evansdale police chief, stated a short time later, quote, "I think people were kind of hoping this would be the end of it. Ruling him out, that means that the person is still out there," end quote. So what does that mean? So he was supposedly in or around his home? So do they have video surveillance from like a business and they added up the drive time to Evansdale and that's how they ruled him out? Or was it some neighbor who said they saw him, but they possibly could have been mistaken? Especially if it's maybe him and 1 or 2 other guys involved in this ring. The other thing that's kind of weird, though, so Kathleen was nowhere to be found, but he returned to his own truck, found the other girl missing, and decided to just kill himself right there in the truck. So what did he do with Kathleen, and how exactly did he dispose of her, and at what distance from the truck? I mean, there's still unanswered questions here. Is it possible there was another guy at the pig farm? Is it possible there's a ring here? Because again, the rarity of these types of events, now we have a third instance here. So in more than a quarter century, there's only been 15 cases, and now we have 3 inside several years of each other in this exact same region. Does nobody find that weird? And this guy also abducted 2 toddlers before. Now, that's a little different. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm sure there's probably more cases where like really super young children are so-called abducted. I mean, hopefully he didn't harm them or anything. I don't even know if I want to look into that case. But if it was some kind of, I mean, who knows what that was. But, yeah, this is crazy. I mean, statistically, like, you could argue there's enough sick freaks out there across the whole country or the world, but this is all happening in this little region of Iowa, Illinois, Indiana. I mean, this little tiny region here. I mean, we have 3 different dual abduction murder. I mean, this is crazy. The coincidence stack is getting a little high here. It's getting a little high. On June 24th, 2013, close to a year after the 2 girls had gone missing, Evansdale police announced that a tip had led to a new lead in the investigation. This was now inspiring some hope for resolution to the case, and investigators believe that this tip might actually lead them to their culprit. The tip revolved around a description of a large, white, full-sized, old model SUV, possibly a Chevy Suburban or a Ford Bronco, which had been spotted by multiple witnesses near the crime scene between 11:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. on July 13th, 2012. This would fit in with the established time frame, and more than one witness had even placed this vehicle in the vicinity of the abduction. 3 witnesses, in fact, had seen this vehicle on Arbutus Avenue at around the time the girls went missing, which is located just next to Lake Avenue where the girls had been last seen, as well as next to Myers Lake where their bikes were found. 2 of the witnesses had reported seeing this white SUV to police during their initial canvass, claiming to have seen it parked between the bike trail signs. However, it wasn't until the 3rd witness reported seeing the same SUV close to a year later that police went back over their notes and noticed the potential significance of this lead. Wow. I mean, this is completely bungled then. I mean, is this how law enforcement works in this area? I mean, this is just insane because, I mean, what? So 2 witnesses reported, not one, but even if it was only one, wouldn't they investigate an SUV in the area of the disappearance, especially if the SUV was never identified? They should have immediately looked at all of surveillance footage from that area, from highways, exit, I mean, everything. They might have actually been able to get the people responsible then and there. They didn't lift a finger on this until a year later when the 3rd witness and they went back over their notes. I mean, this is unconscionable. The 3rd witness, who came forward in June 2013, reported seeing the white SUV near the woods on the east side of the lake, which was incredibly close to where the girls' bikes would be found later that afternoon. Police forwarded this tip to the media and asked for anyone with information to come forward. I mean, it's a lot easier to come forward when a whole year hasn't passed. They continue to believe that this information could be vital for the investigation and think that any additional information could get the ball rolling on the case once again. If this sounds familiar to any of you, please don't be shy. Your information can make a world of difference. In 2014, Evansdale police announced they were dedicating a portion of their website to be specifically aimed at releasing news and information about the ongoing investigation, the murder of Lyra Cook and Elizabeth Collins, which had become their biggest and most infuriating unsolved case by far. This page can be found at evansdalepolice.org/latest on Lyric and Elizabeth.php and includes information about the investigation as well as a suspect profile which was made public for the first time. This profile was created with the help of the FBI's Behavioral Analyst Unit and concluded that the alleged culprit of Lyric and Elizabeth was a local that blended in with the Evansdale or Blackhawk County community who acted upon an opportunity to abduct the 2 girls. Someone who is undoubtedly familiar with the Myers Lake area as well as Seven Bridges Park, meaning that they are unlikely to have been a transient or a wanderer. Police insist that the location where the bodies were found, Seven Bridges Park, was without a doubt familiar to the killer, as it is still relatively isolated and not well known outside of those from the region, indicating that the killer is, or was, a local. Someone who would use quiet coercion to convince the girls to go with him and her, either a trick or ruse of sorts, or some kind of threat of violence. Someone who is likely facing significant stress in their life, legal issues, mental health problems, issues with a spouse, etc., who decided to lash out at two strangers instead of those close to them. Either someone who followed along closely with the investigation or someone that tried to distance themselves as much as possible. Someone that had likely attempted abductions in the past and had likely expressed interest in underage girls. And finally, there were likely someone that may have attempted to alter their own physical appearance as well as the appearance of their vehicle in the immediate aftermath, which again was in July 2012. In November of 2016, in the small town of Onawa, Iowa, a little over 200 miles to the west of Evansdale, two elementary school girls returned home in a hurry. They told their family that a man had attempted to lure them into a vehicle just moments prior. So this is 2016 now, November, months before the Delphi murders. Not that many months. Two of their older relatives and a neighbor decided to jump into a vehicle and chase after the vehicle that had attempted to lure the two girls, which was just now leaving their neighborhood. The car, a silver gray 2000 Ford Focus, was easy to catch up to, but the driver tried to distance himself from the pursuing vehicle when he realized that he had been caught. The car of young adults was able to keep pace with the man in the Ford Focus, a middle-aged white man with dark hair and a goatee who appeared a little heavyset. When the vehicles pulled alongside one another, the man behind the wheel of the Ford Focus claimed that he was an undercover police officer and threatened violence against his pursuers. Yet they stayed on him for several miles, pursuing him out of town until police were able to show up and arrest the man. The man's identity was revealed as 58-year-old Jeff Altmeyer, who lived in Ankeny, Iowa. He had served in the National Guard between 77 and 83 and was, by all accounts, a pretty regular guy. He had been married for over 30 years and now had two adult children that had moved out of his house. He had spent decades working for security companies before becoming an independent security consultant. At the time of his arrest in 2014, Altmeyer was working as a traveling auto damage field inspector, which allowed him to travel through Iowa and the Midwest pretty regularly. Jeff Altmeyer was arrested and charged with trying to entice children, a crime that he had apparently been committing all over Iowa, not only Onawa, which resides in Monona County, but also in Jasper and Grundy counties. In fact, between May and December of 2016, Altmeyer had attempted to lure dozens of underage girls into his car, at times actually succeeding. Some of these girls were let go a block or two away, but on at least two occasions, Altmeyer had sexually assaulted these victims who ranged in age from 6 to 13 years old. Man, he got off too easy by just being arrested. What the heck? Eventually, Altmeyer was sentenced to life in prison for his offenses, but investigators continue to believe that he may be responsible for other crimes. Their rationale is that criminals generally don't start at the age of 58, and that him having successfully gotten away with a crime might have emboldened him to lash out in a spree of sorts, which is what he was eventually convicted of. Yeah, but in general, though, don't most violent criminals escalate? They don't de-escalate, typically, unless this guy's the outlier. So if he's still letting his victims go several blocks later, I mean, is this a guy that could have previously committed murder? I mean, maybe, again, this guy could be an outlier, but generally that probably wouldn't be the number one statistical likelihood. Mitch Mortvedt, the head of field operations for the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, stated about Altmeyer, it's very concerning. Well, also, if he committed all these crimes previously, like, how is he out and free? Or did they not find out about it until after the arrest later? It's very concerning to us when you have an individual like that has the access that he does through his employment at the time to basically roam the state or roam the Midwest. Following his conviction for numerous abductions and abduction attempts, Jeff Altmeyer had been investigated as a potential lead in the Evansdale case. However, nothing definitive has linked him to the crimes as of yet. At least nothing that officials feel confident in releasing to the public, keeping themselves pretty tight-lipped about their ongoing investigation. Mike Rorkas, special agent with the Iowa DCI, addressed Altmaier's possible connection to the Evansdale case in no certain terms just a couple of years ago in 2017. Quote, "The most I would say is that he is one of our leads, and I will leave it at that," end quote. Belle Plaine, Iowa, is a small town roughly 40 miles south of Evansdale, which is really in the middle of nowhere. Built as a railroad town in the middle of the Civil War, the population has languished between 2,000 and 3,000 in the decade since, and the town itself hasn't changed much over the past half-century or so. On May 4th, 2018, Belle Plaine would make national headlines for perhaps the worst of reasons. That day, a Union Pacific train was heading from Chicago, Illinois to Nebraska along one of the region's dedicated coal rails, and everything was going along swimmingly until shortly before 5 a.m. That is when it was reported that an incident had occurred involving two people, a mother and a son, both of whom had lost their lives in a tragic accident along the railroad. The casualties were later identified as 35-year-old Teresa Gerlman and her 8-year-old son Henry Fields, both of whom were locals. The incident was initially reported as a tragic accident, but as soon as police began to learn more, they realized that this was no accident. Due to interviews with Teresa's friends and family, which gave them context for her deteriorated mental state, as well as footage obtained from the train, police labeled this ordeal as a murder-suicide, with Teresa having killed herself and her son by pulling him onto the tracks at the last moment, ending both of their lives in an instant. Okay, this incident led to a weeks-long investigation which aimed to understand why this woman had decided to end both her son's life as well as her own. Police were able to learn that 35-year-old Teresa Gerlman had been struggling through numerous mental health issues and had been going through counseling in addition to being put on a number of medications. During meetings with support specialists in the months prior to the incident, Teresa had reportedly told them that she felt like standing in front of a train, and had even made mention of knowledge she possessed pertaining to a high-profile double murder from the region. Wow. So this is 2018. Huh. As you can already imagine, this was the unsolved double murder from Evansdale, which was just 40 or so miles away from Belle Plaine. Teresa had spoken to her counselors about supposed evidence she held in her possession. A 6-page letter she claims had been written by the killer, or killers, of Lyric Cook and Elizabeth Collins. These were apparently men that Teresa had hung around in the months and years prior, and according to her in this letter, these men had confessed to the double murder in explicit detail. Following the death of Teresa and her son, a search warrant was executed on her home. In the search warrant, police used specific details obtained from Teresa's specialists, including a tidbit about this supposed letter from one of her counselors named Julie Croft. When asked to be more specific, Julie stated that it had to do with the two girls in the woods near Evansdale. During the subsequent search of Teresa's property, several of her belongings were taken away by investigators, including notebooks, sealed envelopes, and multiple cell phones. She had multiple cell phones? However, it seems like whatever information police were able to obtain from Teresa's belonging, including presumably this from this letter, was irrelevant or simply outdated. Police claim that they were unable to learn anything new from Teresa Gerlman's belongings, adding that her deteriorated mental state had likely made it hard for her to differentiate between what was real and what was fiction. They referred to the letter in her possession as containing old information that they had received in the past, nothing new or revelatory. I mean, that's kind of weird. So there was information about the case, and they said it was old information. So were these tips that didn't pan out or false confessions? It is unknown if the death of Teresa Gerlman or her son Henry Fields was linked in any way to the unsolved double murder in Evansdale. However, it led to a brief resurgence of interest in the case and remains a bizarre incident that many believe might share some connection, no matter how tentative. I mean, and obviously tragic in every sense of the word. I mean, this is just... wow. In the nearly 7 years since the murder of Lyric, or at the time of this writing, that this post was made, Since the murder of Lyra Cook Morrissey and Elizabeth Collins, Evansdale has yet to shake the memory of their murder. In fact, most discussions about Evansdale eventually turn to a discussion of the case itself, which continues to shock those in the region close to a decade after the fact. The current state of the investigation is open, with police having interviewed more than 1,000 people in search for answers. This includes more than 300 sex offenders from the region. Man, that's a lot of scumbags. And investigators continue to stockpile tips from the public, having obtained thousands of them in the years since Lyric and Elizabeth disappeared. This case has been linked to a number of similar cases throughout the Midwest, including some I've already mentioned in this episode. Many think that the case bears many similarities to the spree perpetrated by Jeff Outmeyer, while others continue to believe that Michael Klunder remains a bit more likely culprit. Others even point to the high-profile murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German from 2017 over in Delphi, Indiana, as possibly being related. I haven't covered that case in the podcast yet, but I will very soon, and I'll explore this connection in more detail then. However, police continue to look for more answers and are quick to state that this will never become a cold case. Evansdale Police Chief Jeff Jensen stated just a short time ago, quote, "I don't want to consider this a cold case because we are still actively working on it. Nobody has put it on the shelf and said we're done with this. We're still scratching for every little lead we can get," end quote. A reward of $170,000 for information leading to the arrest and prosecution of the person or persons responsible. This was a reward raised primarily by private interest, with more than $100,000 being contributed by an anonymous donor and $20,000 being added to the fund by the FBI. See, this is really sad. One guy put up $100K, and that's it, and the reward's only at $170K. So most of that reward is one guy. $20K is from the FBI. So only $50K is from just the pool of people. Really? That's as high as they can get that reward? I mean, come on. Like, all these scumbag millionaires and billionaires can't even contribute? Like, what? Yeah, this is just, like, they really don't care about all of this. Yeah, I mean, it's a point I go on about in many podcasts. Like, all these billionaires out there, like, a couple $100K is like $20 to them. And they just don't care. The loved ones of Lyric and Elizabeth continue to hope for some kind of resolution in this case, remaining as active as possible in the community in the hunt for their loved one's killer. In October of this year, 2019, Lyric would have been celebrating her 18th birthday. Perhaps she would be moving on to college or whatever the next chapter of her life would have been. The same goes for Elizabeth Collins, who would be turning 16, perhaps obtaining her driver's license and entering the thick of her high school career. This unknown killer has taken that away from these two cousins, in addition to a lifetime of memories that would have been shared with their loved ones. Okay, so yeah, a lot of information there. So now let's go a little deeper and look at this clip here regarding family dynamics, because this is some mind-shocking information here.
In the early days of the investigation, Heather Collins says they faced lots of questions from investigators.
DCI comes in, they question you, like, nonstop. What were you doing at this time? What were you doing there? I see that you made a call. At this time, I'm like, well, call Drew to let him know that I can't find them at wherever. And, you know, so it was a lot of those questions. And then it just goes into, like, the neighborhood, like looking at people in the neighborhood, and you know, just DCI and the cops, like, say, you know, trying to keep us updated. We've looked at this people, these people, you know, is there anybody that you can think of? You know, they get lists of all your friends that you hang out with all the time, and they're all, you know, dissected. You know, it was really hard because my sister, my younger sister, that was Lyric's mom, she was missing, MIA the whole time. Not like missing, just not around. So that just made it harder because I just, I wanted my sister to be, you know, there with me. And we're going through this, we're both going through this huge, devastating time, and she wasn't there. And they wouldn't talk to the police. They wouldn't talk to DCI. You know, we had a meeting every night at 5, and she wasn't there. Nor where was her husband. So that was really, really hard. And just them having been into drugs and stuff, it was, just like, who were they around? Do they owe anybody money? Is somebody get out of prison that they had like narked on? I just hope and pray all the time that her and her husband Dan, they're divorced now, but her and Dan didn't have anything to do with it. I'm already devastated as it is. I don't know how much more devastated I could be to know that they were involved in any way, or because of their drug use. Like, because of their drug use, they were involved.
When the girls were found, Heather and her husband Drew chose to not see their daughter's body or find out how they were killed.
We only want the killer and the people that worked on the case to know. We don't want anybody else to know. We felt that would be like the safest way. Like, it couldn't get leaked out, And then we had Elizabeth buried, her body buried. Misty, which was very, very upsetting still, as she had her body cremated. Which to me, like, Elizabeth can still, if there's some test or something like that, they can still do tests on Elizabeth. They can on Lyric. Her body's cremated. I tried talking to Misty about that, like begging her not to have that. And she didn't listen. So when she did something like that, to me is like, what are you hiding? Like, what are you hiding? Like, science keeps growing. You see it all the time in cases. Like, what are you hiding? You want her body cremated. Like, then that, like, also gives me more suspicion. Like, why would you have her body cremated? It's still the same. It baffles me.
To this day, that relationship between sisters is broken.
I met with her for the first time in years last week. We were out at the grave and spoke with her. That was the first time in probably 4 years, 4.5. I would go in like spurts, try to talk to her and that kind of stuff. I don't want to be around the chaos. I'm never done drugs. I can't be in part of that. I can't be in that lifestyle. That's not me. So then I would have to step back out. And then I would see her doing really well, so I would step back in. But it never lasted very long, so then back out. And then this last time, I'm done. I just can't do it. It's really hard on me. It's very trying. Now she has 3 little nieces, I have 3 little nieces. She has 3 daughters and younger ones, and I don't even know them.
Your relationship with Drew, because people deal with these things very differently.
So with Drew, we ended up getting a divorce. You both just deal with everything so differently. I say kind of like grow apart in ways. He grieved. His grieving was just not engaging, kind of just sleeping and being on the couch a lot. So he was there, but he wasn't. So it was hard to deal with, and then it just kind of, I don't know, it just kind of like spun out of control. It was just like, I guess it's just what it is.
How do you get updates now? Do you get updates on the case?
I don't get updates anymore. If there's an update, they give it to Drew. Because some updates can be so hopeful, and then it doesn't come through. And then they're like, let's say 2 days later, they're like, sorry. So with that, he'll kind of wait a little bit, and he's like, well, they thought that they had something, but it ended up being nothing. So he does a lot of that. And I'm sure it's just kind of protect me. He feels, one, crazy person's enough. I guess one person not ever sleeping or one person doing nothing but sleeping is enough.
Do you feel like it's been 10 years?
In some ways, yes, but some ways, no. Only yes, because you get older, but some ways, no, because it's a nightmare to me every morning. It's the same thing, I still have another day without one of my children, a piece of us is missing, a piece of our family's gone and not here. And we don't know who did it. We don't, the only thing we know is that she's in heaven with Lyric, and, they're having the time of their life, and, we're down here just trying to get by each day.
So, in that interview, Heather is stating basically that there's some suspicion in the direction of Misty. I mean, she doesn't outright state that she thinks she's directly involved. She hopes she's not. But she clearly stated in her own words that there's some suspicion there. I mean, I don't really know what to make of that because, again, grieving parents, I mean, they might see things that aren't there. But on the other hand, they also know these people a lot more than we do from the outside looking in. So, and again, just looking at raw statistics, I mean, it's raw statistics would state that whoever abducted and killed them either knew them or knew someone who knew them. It's hard to argue against that. And now, but here's the other thing, like a lot of people are involved in drugs. That doesn't mean they're automatically connected to an abductor and a killer who also may be involved in drugs. Because, again, that baseline, a certain percentage of people just, so there's that direct connection might not be there, just even if they are involved in drugs. So, some interesting responses here on the Evansdale Murders subreddit regarding this interview also. She said in a relationship with her sister Misty has been plagued by suspicion and unanswered questions in the years since the daughters were killed. Quote, I met with her for the first time in years last week when we were out at the grave. I spoke with her. That was probably the first time in probably 4 years. I would go in spurts to try to talk to her, that kind of stuff. I don't want to be around chaos, Heather said in a June interview. I've never done drugs. I can't be part of that. I can't be in that lifestyle. That's not me. So then I would have to step back out. And then when I would see her doing rel, I would step back in, but it never lasted very long, so back out. This last time, I was just like done. End quote. Heather fears Misty and Dan's involvement with drugs may have played a role in the case. You know what's weird though? It's like, it's really difficult. It's really difficult to again, brain fingerprint scan. I brought it up in the other podcast, like, if they have nothing to do with it, they would have no problem being subjected to a brain fingerprint scan. Another quote here, they can still do tests on Elizabeth, they can't on Lyric. Her body is cremated. I tried talking to Misty about that, begging her not to have that, and she didn't listen. When she did something like that, it's me like, what are you hiding? What are you hiding? Science keeps growing. You see it all the time in cases. What are you hiding? You want her body cremated? It gives me more suspicion. Why did you have her body cremated? It's still, to this day, it baffles me. Now, here's the thing. So these are sisters, too, so you would think that family practices would be the same. But let's say they weren't. Let's say maybe the Morrissey side or whatever, if they cremate all of their loved ones, then that's less suspicious. If they don't, and never did, and this was the only one, then it's a little bit more suspicious. This is very much in line with the local discussion. The local suspicion is that the Collins have suspected the Morrisseys all along. So, what do I make of this statement here on the Reddit? It's not that the locals think the Morrisseys are responsible. They're just saying that the Collinses think that. Not that the locals think. I mean, or they do or they don't, I have no idea. But in this particular comment, they're saying that from the get-go, supposedly the Collinses have suspected the Morrisseys. I would like to get the thoughts from the grandmother. I don't know if she's ever spoken publicly, but... So here's an interesting write-up on the people discussing the Morrisseys' involvement, not that they intentionally killed anybody. It may not have been drug-related, but the Morrisseys may still have some responsibility for what happened, such as exposing the girls to whoever targeted them in the first place, like unknowingly. The Morrisseys were cooking and distributing meth from their house, which with both girls in the house, so the girls were exposed to some unsavory people. They also frequently did drugs in the house and had house parties, again, while one or both of the girls were over there. Let's not forget, just going missing is enough of a message. Some people find it odd that the hunters that found the bodies worked for the family of the man that reportedly found the bikes. Okay, alright. I think, what? No, the mind-shocking stack of coincidences, I can't do that one. That's too much. That's too much. I mean, yeah, sure, this isn't New York City with millions of people, but we're still talking thousands upon thousands of people, if not tens of thousands, if not 100,000 people in that area. Okay, hold on a second. Some people find it odd that the hunters that found the bodies worked for the family of the man that reportedly found the bikes. Okay, so is that directly, or did this guy have a business that had like 100 employees? In which case, I guess that's okay. But if he didn't, and there's just a couple people, and this one group of people connected found the bikes, and they're connected to the people that found the bodies. Ooh, that's a tough one, man. That's like in the Johnny Gosch case. Supposedly the Gosch's neighbors in Des Moines, Iowa, were the ones that found the writing Johnny Gosch was here all the way in Denver, Colorado. I mean, that's kind of weird. Out of all the people that could have reported that, I mean, it's just weird. The coincidence stack here. One of the theories is that the bodies were not randomly found, but someone was pointed in the right direction to find them. That also reminds me of the Amy Mihalovic case. If you haven't checked out the Amy Mihalovic series on Mindshock, check that out. So supposedly the body was left in a particular spot where it would be seen from the road, as if someone wanted that body found at that particular time, months and months later. So, yeah. While Evansdale is a small community and there are a lot of interconnections between some people, Seven Bridges is not part of Evansdale. And it's actually fairly odd that someone from Evansdale found the bodies, let alone someone with tangential ties to the family. So wait a second. So those hunters didn't even live in that area. They're from Evansdale. And they also happen to work connect to the family. Okay, that's even weirder. Unless, of course, this particular member has like 100 employees, then that's slightly less weird. But if it's just a couple people, I don't know what to make of that. Seven Bridges does not get heavy traffic, but it does get traffic from other local communities. Some are similar size to Evansdale, but much, much closer. And some are a similar distance from the park as Evansdale, but much, much larger. I'm not saying this is conclusive, but that it doesn't rule out that the idea that the Morrisseys were involved. It also should be noted that the man that found the bikes was the best man of the police chief that was fired, suspected due to how he handled the case. Okay, alright, what? Can this case get any weird? I was not expecting this level of mind shock on this case. This is unbelievable. The guy that found the bikes is connected to the police chief who was fired, supposedly for how he's handled the case. So the guy that found the bikes, the best man of the police chief, and his family employs the guys that found the bodies, and they're all from Evansdale, whereas this Seven Bridges Park is not part of Evansdale. It's off a ways, and there's plenty of other communities in that area that get heavy traffic at the park from there. So, okay, and then also keep in mind, earlier, supposedly the bodies were so well hidden that you can walk right by them and not see them. Which also leads credence to that someone was pointed to where they were. And they were not, connecting those two things. Because again, it had been stated officially, again, I went over the news reports, The bodies were so well hidden you can walk right by them and not see them. So does that mean that someone was pointed to them to be found on purpose? And now we have another possibly corrupt police chief involved here. So if this is some kind of ring involving police, again, for all the coincidence theorists and authority worshipping cultists out there that think it's impossible, check out the Johnny Gosch series, the Franklin scandal. You have police chiefs involved. You have mayors involved. You have actual lawsuits being won against them, $1 million plus judgments going all the way to the White House corruption. Yeah, this is dark stuff. Former FBI head Ted Gunderson, of course, exposed a lot of this. This is dark, dark stuff that's been exposed. It's been published in newspapers like the New York Times. This is not some kind of just crazy, insane theory on a GeoCities website. This is legitimate information. There's court documents. A lot of them are sealed, but you can find references to them and news reports in major newspapers like the New York Times referencing the judgments of them. So with this connection to the police chief, wow, I don't know what to make of that. That's crazy. So let me just do a quick aside before returning to that Reddit post. Des Moines Register, details emerge against fired Evansdale police chief, April 28, 2015. The recently fired Evansdale police chief was accused of misconduct ranging from creating a hostile work environment to his behavior in the workplace, according to a television station report. Documents obtained Monday through an open record request by KWWL-TV outline complaints against Kent Smock, who was fired April 14th in a closed city council meeting. Much of the information in the documents which come from Smock's personnel file has been withheld. I think these redacted letters tell enough of the story without causing unnecessary harm to the reputation of someone who is peripherally involved with this, Evansdale Mayor Doug Foss said. Smock had been with the department since 2012 and was leading the investigation of the abduction and slayings of 10-year-old Lyra Cook Morrissey and 8-year-old Elizabeth Collins. Their bodies were found in December 2012 in the Seven Bridges Wildlife Area in rural northeastern Iowa. They had gone missing 5 months earlier while riding their bikes in Evansdale, about 22 miles away. The investigation has yet to turn up any suspects, persons of interest, or motives. According to the documents, 7 officers signed a complaint about Smock's behavior, saying he lacked, quote, honesty, integrity, and respect for police employees of the city of Evansdale, end quote. Officers also accused Smock of an inappropriate relationship with an unnamed person and interactions that left employees fearful of violence. What? Foss declined the television station's request to comment specifically about the allegations. Smock had spent about a month and a half on extended leave prior to the termination, beginning around the time the complaints were filed in late February. I wasn't to try and keep things quiet, Foss said. At the time, Chief Smock had over 6 weeks of vacation, and we had discussed with him, and he agreed he needed some vacation time. Okay. Sergeant Jeff Jensen, who was acting police chief during Smock's leave, has maintained that role since Smock's firing. Okay, so if there is some kind of corruption, was he trying to keep the case from being solved? Some people allege that's what's going on in Delphi. Is there a ring involved here? Again, I urge everyone to check out the Johnny Gosch series. This is not as outlandish as it seems. We're even talking the same area, Iowa. So back to the Reddit here. Kidnapping from Myers Lake could actually be easier than killing and escaping at Myers Lake, especially if the killer convinced the girls to go with willingly. And again, if this is an individual that was at these drug parties and maybe even made some small talk with them, and there was some kind of base layer of comfort, or at least some kind of familiarity, just that they had spoken to this guy before maybe? Or, let's start thinking outside the box, is it possible this was a man and a woman who kidnapped these girls? Obviously, there's a lot of sickos out there, and a female accomplice, or possibly even the female ringleader in certain cases, that could obviously make certain abductions of children perhaps easier with a female involved, for that false sense of security for luring. Even if you were stopped in the middle of trying to kidnap them, you may not even be guilty of a crime yet. That's really, really creepy to even think about. But if some of these would-be abductors and murderers are kind of smart, I mean, that is kind of true. Like, if you just kind of talk, if you just say something without actually attempting to lure them in any way, like ask them about the weather or ask for directions, technically it's not illegal to ask a minor for directions. I mean, that's supposedly how the Gosh kidnapping started as well. I mean, yeah, that's kind of weird. That's kind of scary to think about. Like, they can have a built-in escape plan. The location at Myers Lake would have been dicey at best to try to kill and escape. It's close enough to residential housing that screams would have been heard, and there are only 2 ways out of that area, both of which are long, narrow paths that have a fair amount of traffic on it. A smart criminal would have abducted the girls, then called off the killing if they thought they had been spotted. That would have still sent the message to Dan. And this is, again, assuming there is any message, because if these are just sickos that happen to see maybe one or both of the girls at some parties over the past previous months through drug connections, they might have schemed up their own plot that has absolutely nothing to do with Dan. There's no message to be sent. They're just a couple of whack job sickos. Or in this criminal circle, perhaps they know other criminal individuals. Again, if we're talking some kind of snuff film ring or, things of that nature, criminals might know other criminals who are involved with it. The girls may have been kidnapped and kept alive to put pressure on Dan to not cooperate with the police, and when he continued to cooperate, they were killed and the bodies left somewhere where the killer thought they could get away with it. I mean, that's another dark theory as well. It should also be noted that the 2 families have been at odds since this. Rather than a shared tragedy bringing them closer, they refused to be interviewed together. They did not I think there is at least one interview with the sisters together, though. They did not cooperate with each other in memorials. They did not interact with each other at public events such as parades, fundraising events, publicity events, or the dedication of a major memorial to the girls, which has all seemed very odd to the local community. Even when they show up to the same events, which is super rare, the families are notoriously distant and cold to each other, with very little intermingling. I mean, I don't know what to make of that, though, because that could be for a million other reasons. This interview is not the first sign of the families distancing themselves over this. This is just the first significant public statement that directly confirms a pattern that the community has been talking about. So here's another interesting detail that I don't know has been made public yet. I don't know if this is true or not. Again, I'm going through the Reddit here. Dan was supposed to appear in court the day after the girls were abducted. It was a warning not to reveal any details about people or events he knew about, or next they would come after him. Either that, or they knew he had already revealed names and it was punishment. Okay, this is another coincidence for the stack here. If that's true, and that he did have a day in court and he was being pressured to supply names, because obviously he's got a lot of charges here, would they think he would plead, he would cooperate and name other names to get a lighter sentence? Then, I mean, that's clearly motive there. That is clearly motive, and would they wouldn't just abduct his daughter if there was, they wouldn't want witnesses, and also they might think it would work better because then they would have the pressure of his sister-in-law's family as well to make sure that he cooperated. Another post here, don't forget that the father of one of the girls was in custody and making a plea deal when the girls went missing, which is a bit more than a drug deal that went wrong or stolen drugs. It also might not be directly related to the drugs, but rather the people that spent time around the girls or that the girls were introduced. It may be as simple as one of the parents were friends with a monster that used that friendship to get access to the girls. Wow. I mean, so he was currently in custody in the middle of a plea deal. Yeah, I mean, that's a coincidence for sure. Like, if possible coincidence, but like, it seems almost too convenient and coincidental, especially when taking into account Derek German's history in the Delphi case and the rumor that Liberty German was actually going to the police station the following day to make a statement to police as well. So if this can be corroborated, like in terms of the Delphi case with Libby making a statement, that's damning. We of course have all the Derek German connections, that's damning. Ashley Garth losing custody of her kids, supposedly over being named by Derek German, and then her boyfriend Garrett Kurtz with the connection to Ron Logan's land. Again, I've gone over all of this. I mean, is it possible that A lot of these criminals simply know each other. Maybe this is kind of just a several degrees of separation, but not direct. Maybe these cases are related, but by several degrees of separation, and not the exact same person committing both crimes. I mean, is that a possibility? Another post here. I'm not convinced it was related to him making a plea deal personally, for most of the reasons you gave. Everything I know about the case in the area, though, seems to point to the fact that one or both of the girls knew the person that took them and cooperated with the abduction, at least at the start. The location they were taken from is a terrible place to abduct someone from, unless you have a way to abort the abduction. I'd be a lot more convinced of the plea deal angle if the girls turned up alive later. As it stands, Dan didn't seem to take the fall for anything, and there is no leverage on him to keep him from flipping after the girls turned up dead. That's a good point as well. Unless the names were already named before, as mentioned. Like I said, I think it's most likely that someone that the girls met before they took them, and possibly that this person has something over Dan or the family that convinced them not to provide everything they know to the cops. Furthermore, I mean, that could be a scenario. Another scenario, Dan might not even know who the person is, because let's say it's once removed. So he's got all these druggy scumbags hanging out at his house. One of these druggy scumbags sees the girl, and he has another druggy scumbag who Dan might have not even ever met. He just, again, criminals know each other. Druggy scumbags know a lot of other druggy scumbags. So this guy might know someone else who he never met. Maybe they're involved in some kind of snuff ring, or even that guy knows yet another guy. This could be 3 or 4 degrees removed, and they could be talking huge money for some kind of snuff film, whatever. And so it's just a tip that goes to another guy for a tip and another guy. So Dan might not even know 2 to 3 to 4 people in the chain, because he might not know that the guy that he knows is connected to all these other people, and if that guy never revealed it to him. So he wouldn't even know who to roll on. Just a thought. Is that the McGuire theory in the Evansdale case? So far, I think it might be. Another post here on Unresolved Mysteries, a great subreddit. This is from the Part 2 write-up by Just Passing By Sorry. 1 year ago, what happened to Lyric Cook Morrissey and Elizabeth Collins. They referenced a lot of information that we went over already. So this vehicle, this white SUV, was there between 11:30 and 12:30 p.m., July 13th, 2012. So that's pretty much the exact time range of when they would have been abducted. While nothing has been reported on the vehicle since the initial announcement, the likelihood that it was linked to the girl's abduction is high. Although it's not impossible that there was also another vehicle, and this could be a red herring vehicle. But obviously, 3 different people, if no other vehicles were reported, I mean, yes, you have to investigate the vehicle. It's not 100%, but yeah, it's very possible. What's interesting is here they're stated that investigators believe there is only one person involved in their murder and abduction. I don't know, and again, obviously there's no clarification on that. That's just a statement, but it's weird. I mean, in articles I've gone over in the Delphi case, I mean, Leesenby had said sometimes they believe that it's one person, sometimes they believe it's multiple people. They go back and forth in the theory. Here it's stating investigators believe there's only one person involved. I don't know how they determined that, of course. Also, in this February 3rd, 2015 press conference, Smock informed the public they did not currently have a suspect or a person of interest. Possible theories. Since the discovery of the girls' bodies in Seven Bridges Wildlife Park, some theories have arisen on who could be responsible. As touched on in Part 1, there are still some people who believe Dan Morrissey's, Lyric's father, criminal past is linked with the girls' abduction. While an unpopular theory, these individuals believe they must have been taken in reparation for money owed or payback for a bad batch of meth. They believe Dan refuses to give up a name to police so he won't have to deal with public backlash. Another theory alleges that their abductor could have been known to one or both of the girls, which is why he had to take both of them to prevent being identified. This person, possibly someone who worked at one of the girls' schools or just lived near one of their friends, would have been a complete stranger to the parents and totally off the radar to the police. He could be hiding in plain sight. But the most popular theory by far is that this is the work of a serial killer that has already struck again in Delphi. After the Delphi case went viral for the infamous audio and photo of the perpetrator, allegedly the perpetrator, many in the true crime community began to see parallels between the Delphi and Evansdale murders, particularly for the fact that both crimes had 2 young female victims. The crimes happened in broad daylight around local trails, and the bodies were found in isolated areas mainly frequented by hunters. Once the media caught on to this theory, it spread like wildfire, which prompted the Indiana State Police to start looking into the similarities. A little less than a month later, March 9th, 2017, Sergeant John Perrine from the Indiana State Police would officially dispel the rumors, saying, quote, "We have spoken with Iowa authorities about that case, just like we've spoken to many agencies with their unsolved cases. We're comparing notes. At this point, we do not have a connection with that case," end quote. Despite this, some people still believe the victim type and killer's MO is too similar for the murders to not be connected. Again, just the FBI stats alone would seem to highly suggest that. It's just so unlikely. Some even go as far as to claim the secrecy around the intimate details of both cases is because they have found signatures from the same killer and are waiting for those signatures to pop up in another crime. However, at the end of the day, neither police agencies would have any reason to lie about the connection, and they have access to all the evidence that the public doesn't. Occam's razor says 2 different killers and 2 sets of opportunistic victims. No, it does not. Again, another misuse of Occam's razor. I mean, is there anything more misused in the true crime community than Occam's razor? I mean, Occam's razor specifically states that, this is an appeal to ignorance logical fallacy with the access to all the evidence, the presupposition that law enforcement is not compromised, not corrupt, etc. They're just not involved in any of these rings. You're just ignoring all of this. Occam's razor clearly states that you go with the more complex solution if it fits the evidence better. When you have too limited evidence to know whether it fits better or not, you can't apply Occam's razor because you don't have 2 equally viable scenarios that equally fit the evidence, in which Occam's razor, this remnant of medieval science, would state to use the one with the fewest assumptions. Not that Occam's razor is wrong, but it's based on there's plenty of complexities in nature that seemingly would not need to be complex, but it just happens to be the truth. The truth is whatever it is. If it's complex, it's complex. But you don't have 2 equally viable theories equally fitting the evidence available, so Occam's razor is not applicable here. And it's usually not applicable. I've never even seen a scenario where it would be applicable. Okay, continuing on here, the impact on the girls' families. The girls' families have tried to cope as best as they could given the situation, but the deaths understandably took its toll on everyone. In an interview given days after the girls' bodies were discovered, Heather Collins stated that her now ex-husband, as well as their 3 other younger children, are attending counseling. Heather also mentions that she copes through praying, stating, "That's where I get my peace, that's where I get my strength." In another interview given 2 years after the girls were found, Drew Collins expresses, "A lot of what we are trying to do is put our lives back together, me and Heather and the kids." And all of that becomes harder and harder as time goes by. Holding your marriage together, holding your family together, it's hard on marriage, it's hard on day-to-day life, all around a tough situation. Elizabeth's parents, Drew and Heather Collins, drifted apart after the stress from Elizabeth's disappearance, and eventually the couple decided a divorce would be best at the end. The 2 still remain friendly and cordial to this day, hoping and waiting for the day their daughter's killer is caught. On the other side, Lyric's parents have had a harder time dealing with the grieving process. As mentioned in part 1, Dan Morrissey was facing criminal charges at the time of Lyric's disappearance and had been temporarily released from custody to be with his family. While out of custody, he experienced 2 relapses. One on October 2nd, Lyric's birthday, and one on December 5th, the day the girls' bodies were found. Along with using meth, Dan soon began to manufacture it again. A year after his daughter's disappearance, he would face his judgment day. At the sentencing, he told the judge, "My problem at the time wasn't drugs. My problem was grief. I really still can't accept it." And again, just going back to what I guess I'm going to call the McGuire theory in the Evansdale case, he really might not know that he knows a possible link in the perpetrators of this crime, because if this was someone who was just hanging around the house and saw the girls, who knew another criminal who either himself or possibly yet a 3rd or 4th criminal down the chain knew somebody and they orchestrated this, and he might never even know. After entering a plea agreement on 3 separate drug charges, Dan was sentenced to 90 years in prison. That's more than people who harm children get. He got 90 years for drugs. with a maximum of 30 years served before being eligible for parole. Meanwhile, this other scumbag who assaults children in his car and then releases them blocks away, he was free to do that. And all of these hundreds of sex offenders who harm children, they're free to be out and about. And he gets 90 years for drug charges. I mean, this is crazy. Previously an addict, Misty Cook-Morrissey worked hard for years to change her life and Lyric's life for the better, and she did so successfully. However, after Lyric disappeared, Misty was extremely distraught. She wanted to numb the pain, to disassociate from the situation, so she began using again. This abuse would soon send her on a path downwards, which would lead her to her arrest in 2013 and being sentenced to 10 years in prison for delivery of meth. But fortunately, she was released after serving only 1 year, and she was determined to pick up the pieces again. She told KCCI News in a 2017 interview after her release that she can't even look at pictures of her daughter Lyric because the pain is too much to bear. I think about her all the time. I don't think I deal with it very well still. I mean, who could? Misty is sober now and has begun a new life in St. Lucas, Iowa, raising baby chicks with her boyfriend, Zach Frazier, and a new baby girl named Abigail. In another 2017 interview with the Des Moines Register, Misty describes the past 5 years as a kind of rebirth. After Lyric, I didn't think I would be willing to have any more kids, and God had other plans, and we were really, really blessed to have her in my life, Cook said in a phone interview. It's amazing. This post actually continues to talk about the Gerleman murder-suicide, which we went over. Another interesting tidbit here, Elizabeth Collins' father stated here, every day they tell me, every day they go through another person, it narrows the search. If they can get 2 or 3 people off the list a month, then they can also concentrate on other people that they haven't taken off the list. Wow, so they must have a really long list then. There has to be somebody that knows something that is holding information, Collins said. I don't think anyone can do this without someone knowing or talking about it. I am just waiting for that day and that phone call every time the phone rings. I am thinking it will be solved soon, he said. I get that feeling anyway. I don't know why, but I think it will be solved, and I think it will be solved even this year or next year. So I think he made that statement July 13th, 2020, in which case that would not be accurate. But perhaps it was 2021. Some posts here. Law enforcement has stated that Delphi and this case are not connected. And a response, but if you look at the stats, referring to the FBI stats, it becomes clear that they almost have to be related. Literally, what are the odds that they're not? And also, I still can't help but think about the other case where the guy abducted the 2 girls, he killed one of them, the other one escaped. It makes me think there's a ring, and these psychopaths are almost trying to brag about, can they kidnap and murder 2 people and also possibly be part of some kind of snuff film where they film it and share it with each other. Because what else could account for these kind of long odds? I mean, in over a quarter of a century, this has happened 15 times or less. And now all of a sudden there's 3 within a few years in the same general area? I mean, that's a bridge too far. To think that they're all not connected, it's weird. Now, I'm not saying directly connected with the same perpetrator, but it could explain the odds if these scumbags all talk to each other online or something of that nature, or if there's some kind of ring. Okay, so now we're going to get to some of the most mind-shocking theories to close out this episode here. This is a post by Hunting Bridge Guy. Disclaimer, every person of interest mentioned below is innocent until proven guilty by a court of law. The following points previously raised by Reddit users Neither Coyote, Ruth the Bee, and Sad Tomato 2 hint at a very sinister connection. 1. Lizzie's parents had a convicted sex offender, Buzz Anderson, lead the parade for the missing girls and then continued a relationship with him. Heather Collins posted holiday photos, including him, on her social media account for years after. He was convicted of kidnapping and sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl. His defense was that she was a hired prostitute. Then Drew Collins, father of Lizzie and husband at the time, starts a push campaign about making sure all sex offenders are registered while having a convicted one near his other children. They have since gotten divorced. Wow. And Buzz Anderson, this case was actually reported in the newspapers. I think it was in the 80s. So this is public knowledge reported in public newspapers. So that's pretty crazy. Okay, point 2 here. I think Ted Gamerdinger finding the bikes. His name is Gamerdinger? Gamerdinger? Finding the bikes and being Kent Smock's best man 20 years prior is odd. Kent Smock's, of course, the former Evansdale chief of police who was fired. I think the hunters who found the bodies being employed by Gamerdinger even more odd. So the guy finds the bikes, the guy's employees find the body, and this guy is Kent Smock's best man. I think the family asking that convicted pedophile to be the head of the parade for the missing girls the first year was sickening. I think the entire police force demanding Kent Smock be removed from the PD and lose his fire captain position spoke volumes. He is involved, and he scrambled the crime scene to protect himself. The chief lost his wife and his 20-year career right after the FBI took over this case. Wow, that would be damning if law enforcement is involved. And does he have other friends in law enforcement connected to Delphi that don't want any of these cases solved? 3. Ted Gamerdinger told the news and the police he saw the bikes and had to swerve around them at 12:30 p.m. and that according to Lyric's mother, that's where police say the firemen found them at 4 p.m. Ted Gamerdinger was police chief Kent Smock's best man in his wedding 25 years ago. Chief Smock, who led this investigation, was asked to be removed for violent tendencies from his entire police force. He has since divorced his wife and married a fellow officer from a neighbor town. That same month, a 25-year council member abruptly quit less than 30 days before he was scheduled to retire. What is that? What? Whoa, that's kind of weird. Now, what is the pension involved with that, or any kind of benefits? So did he not get them because he retired 30 days earlier, or did he get them anyway and just simply retired for other reasons? Or is there a connection to Chief Smock there? That's weird. Point 4, it should be noted that the people, called hunters, who found the bodies were a family of 3. A wife, a husband, and an adult son. The father worked at a place called Gamerdinger Heating and Air. The man who spoke to the newspaper, the WCF, who says he saw the bikes abandoned at Myers Lake at 12:30 p.m. is named Ted Gamerdinger. How coincidental. So again, how many employees does Gamerdinger Heating and Air have? Because if it's just them, that's weird. But if there's hundreds of employees, that's a little less weird. Still, the amount of connections here is just, it's weird. Also, what? Regarding the dates, they both happened on the 13th, but also, if you swap the month for the year, because Evansdale was ending in a 2, Delphi ends in a 7. If you swap the 2 and the 7, you get 7/13/2012 for Evansdale, and you get 2/13/2017 for Delphi. So that's even more bizarre, because it's not just the same day, it's the swapping of the month for the year. Is this just too much of a mind shock? This is too much mind-shocking material now. One more follow-up post here. I know we got a lot to go over, but we got to round this out here. But Ruth the Bee posted some very interesting information regarding Dan's plea here. So why did the state offer him a plea bargain of 8 years? Why did he accept it, then decline it? Why did the judge seem to have a grudge and give him 90 years without a trial? Okay, hold on a second. So is Ruth the Bee alleging here? So that Dan had the day, he was in court the day after the abduction. So they're abducted. Now he's in court. So did he agree to the plea deal before they were abducted? And then now does he not agree to the plea deal? And now the judge all of a sudden gives him 90 years without a trial when 8 years was on the table. So he goes from 8 to 90. Is that for not releasing names? And is that connected to the kidnapping at what at the time was a kidnapping, later became a murder? Without knowing when they were murdered, were they murdered immediately that day? Or was it much later, if they were being kept alive as some kind of some kind of an insurance on Dan. So that's it for now. Yeah, this is quite a baffling case that needs to be solved as well. And this is without even getting into the Flora fire, yet another tragic case with multiple young children being killed in a fire under suspicious circumstances with connections to officials in the area. I mean, this entire area has just been plagued with tragedies that seem to have these weird links to law enforcement. I mean, it's just really weird. Law enforcement and drugs, and just a lot of shady dealings across the board. So make of that what you will. Hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Help us get more mind-shocking content out there and keep up awareness in unsolved cold cases, missing persons cases, and wrongful convictions. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topological analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. You are listening to the Delphi Murders case series. This is episode 41, the Evansdale Connection Timeline. So we will be taking a look at the Evansdale timeline. And obviously in the Delphi case, the timeline is critical. In this case, I believe it is critical as well. And there are some details that I believe have just not gotten the focus they deserve, including sightings of the girls going away from the park, as well as distances and usual versus unusual behavior of the bike rides, including security footage showing the girls. So, lot to discuss, and we will of course do so in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront, unlike any other podcast out there. If you want to help support the podcast, help keep up awareness in unsolved cold cases, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Help support the channel that way. Also, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and hit that bell for notifications. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Okay, so here's a breakdown from the Evansdale Murders subreddit, quite astute breakdown here, of the general timeline of events, and then we will be getting into specifics afterwards. So this was posted by Nichols Resolution 4 years ago. July 13th, 2012, Elizabeth Collins and Lyric Cook Morrissey reported missing. Grandmother saw them riding their bikes at approximately 12:15 p.m. in downtown Evansdale. They were seen on Broven Boulevard in Evansdale and spotted again at about 1 p.m. on Gilbert Drive near Myers Lake. The family began looking for them at 2 and called the police at 2:48. Police came and hundreds of volunteers showed up to search. The bikes were found near the lake and it was partially drained. There were ground and water searches in and around lakes and trails. Phone alerts went out. Search had FBI dive teams, infrared-equipped aircraft, scent trail, and cadaver dogs. Police even followed sanitation trucks. Wow, that's a good idea. So this looks pretty thorough here. Bicycles were found at approximately 5 p.m. on a trail near the southeast corner of Myers Lake. Elizabeth's purse was found about 25 feet away on the other side of a fence. December 5th, 2012, the girls' bodies were found in a wooded area approximately 25 miles north in the Seven Bridges Wildlife Park in Bremer County. And I'm just going to add a very, very interesting detail is supposedly, and here's what's curious. I didn't go over this in the previous episode on Evansdale, the first major episode in the Evansdale case. So the people that found the bodies, so-called hunters, they were the ones employed by Ted Gamerdinger, who was the best man of Kent Smocks, the sheriff who actually was fired for shady dealings. Ted Gamerdinger is the one who found the bicycles. So Ted Gamerdinger, the best man of the sheriff, who's later fired for shady dealings, in this case, in Evansdale, his employees were the so-called hunters who found the bodies, but there's actually another detail here. Apparently, these were not hunters. So, supposedly, I don't know where this information is coming from, but supposedly this was their first time hunting ever. And where the bodies were found is in a really obscure area that nobody ever travels, and they were supposedly covered, like, it was stated that you could walk right by them and not see them. So how did they find these bodies? And this is their first time hunting ever, and they just happen to find these bodies. Like, they're that good at looking at the ground, because you could just walk by the area and not see the bodies at all anyway. And yet somehow these employees of Ted Gamerdinger, the guy that first saw the bikes of the missing children, they happen to be his employees. And this is also the best man of the former sheriff who's fired as soon as the FBI takes over this case. What does everybody make of that? Is that mind-shocking or what? And why is nobody talking about this? Isn't this kind of weird? Nobody finds this weird? I mean, like, it's kind of weird. And so Evansdale population is quite small. In 2020, it was 4,767. So somewhere around 4,700 throughout the decade per year. However, Waterloo, which is right there, has a population of approximately 68,000. And Cedar Falls, also right there, 41,000. So we're talking over 100,000 people in the general vicinity. And the people that found the bodies are employees of the Evansdale police chief's best man. Okay, let's continue on here before people's brains explode. June 24th, 2013, 3 witnesses tell law enforcement they saw an older model, large, clunky white SUV, possibly an old Ford Bronco or Chevy Suburban. 2 witnesses said they saw it between 2 bike trail signs, while the other said they saw it near the woods just a few hundred feet away from where the bodies were found. Okay, so there's more detail here. We went over the SUV in the previous episode, supposedly an overlooked tip. Or was this whole thing botched from the get-go? And if the police chief is involved or is covering for someone, did he kind of manipulate this whole ruse and possibly contaminate not just wherever the abduction occurred, but also where the bodies were found, and instructed these people to find them? I mean, statistically, what are the chances first-time hunters go that far off the beaten path? I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, and they're connected to the sheriff. I mean, it's all kind of weird. I mean, I really don't know what to make of it. These are mind-shocking coincidences. I mean, the coincidence theorists must be having a field day here. So with this further information that there's 3, not 2 witnesses on the SUV, and one of them actually saw it just a few hundred feet from where the bodies were found? Wait a second. Saw it where? It's not stated here. From or the bike, did they miss? Is that a typo? From where, is that from the bikes were found? Yeah, it must be from the bikes, because all 3 were consistent with the time being between 11:30 and 12:30. Okay, so that's a typo. So a few hundred feet from where the bikes were found. The FBI BAU unit stated the following. The offender is familiar with both Myers Lake and Seven Bridges Wildlife Area in Bremer County. The offender selected Seven Bridges because he was familiar with how secluded the area is. The offender blends in with and may be part of the Evansdale, Bremer, and surrounding communities. The perpetrator most likely used quiet coercion to gain compliance, such as a ruse or threats of violence to get the girls to leave with him. During July of 2012, the perpetrator may have been experiencing stress due to spousal problems, financial difficulties, legal trouble, employment difficulties, or mental health issues. Well, I mean, how could they not be experiencing mental health issues if they were going to do something like that? The offender may avoid discussing the case or may show interest in following media developments. That really narrows it down. The offender may have abducted or attempted to abduct other children or adults in the past, and we went over a lot of potential individuals in the area who have committed crimes and attempted this. Following the disappearance, the suspect may have changed their appearance, hairstyle, or facial hair. The vehicle may have been hidden or suddenly sold, altered with a new paint job, or the interior reupholstered. Okay. So, yeah, a lot of issues with the timeline here. Now, also, Neither Coyote commented here. So, Captain Abbin stated the mother comes home at about 2 o'clock. Heather says in the video with Tanya, I got home around noon, and also says hopped in the car at 1:20. Wilma states in the video at 12:30 Heather came home. Okay. And Wilma Cook is the maternal grandmother. And this is from the Nancy Grace transcript. Quote, and so it was at 11:30. They asked me if they could go for a short bike ride, and I said yes. And they've done this millions of times, and they've never went that far. I could go outside and yell their names, and they would eventually hear me. Okay, that actually makes sense and sounds reasonably safe if they're within earshot of the grandmother's home the entire time. Or is she just saying this to kind of cover for herself? Or maybe not. Maybe she has no clue how far they really went. She just assumed that. Continuing the quote here, and this day they just didn't come back. And so Kelly, Elizabeth's brother, he's 12. I hopped in my car because the dad came home and I went searching Elk Run. We were down by Myers Lake. We drove all over every little park in Evansdale, Elk Run, every mentionable place, downtown area, and we couldn't find nobody. I hopped in my car because the dad came home. What does, and now this is the post here on Reddit, what does she mean by we couldn't find nobody? Wouldn't she say them, the girls, something, but nobody? Who is nobody? Is that like anybody? Was she looking for them or somebody else? I mean, again, we don't really know that. This, we don't know how she talks normally, if she just, that's a figure of speech that she uses. The bikes were found at close to 3:30. Heather made the counter call at the police department at 2:47. So Tammy Brousseau is the aunt of 10-year-old Lyric Cook Morrissey. And I'm going to go over an interesting piece here on radioiowa.com in a moment. But first, let's go over this transcript from Brousseau regarding these events. Okay, so then we watched the investigators put the crime scene tape up. They were there for a very long time. I would say approximately 3 hours, maybe more, doing their investigation. And we went back around to the southeast side of the lake where you can actually, there's an old, sewer building. There's an old garage that sits on this chunk of land that you can actually very easily go down a few blocks and access the back of the lake area from. From that point you can. And so, my immediate gut feelings, because in just this 10-mile radius, there's 200 pedophiles that live in this 10-mile radius. And since the Johnny Gosh case has happened, I have a 24-year-old daughter, that is every parent's worst nightmare. And of course, if you haven't checked out the Johnny Gosh series on Mindshock, make sure you check that out. To me, it has always haunted me to see it happen to other families, to watch your show. My heart bleeds for these people. You never think you're going to be in this position. This is, again, from the Nancy Grace this transcript of the Nancy Grace show. But what I'm saying is, so after the tape came down, I went back in that area and started doing my own investigation and looking around and seeing what I could see. And I could so feel that somebody had come down here, had been watching the girls for quite some time. Whether it even started as they left Heather and Mom's place, they've been following them and watching them, seen them come down here. They know the area very well. Watched the girls go around the lake. He knew how to access the back because he had seen them heading down there. Maybe they were down there, standing on those rocks, tossing them in the water as kids do. Anyway, and it was a very hot, lazy Friday, there wasn't many people out. I kind of looked around to see, because after where the bikes were dropped on the bike trail, there's about 400 yards of forest, and then that grassy area where I'm telling you, somebody could easily access the bike trail from, park their car along that grassy forest, and got out and had a knife or whatever it was and said to the girls, get in this vehicle right now or it's over with for you. And I could see that happening because, where are the girls, Okay, so these are some very interesting details being presented here by Tammy Brousseau, the aunt of 10-year-old Lyric Cook Morrissey. Wow. Okay, so if her intuition is true here, if her intuition is accurate, that means this would have to be somebody who's very familiar with the area, with the details of how to access this area near the lake. Now, as a quick aside here, I'm going to read this article by O.K. Henderson, posted on Radio Iowa, July 20th, 2012. Parents of missing Evansdale girls advised to stop talking. The aunt of two missing Northeast Iowa girls says an attorney had advised the parents of the older girl to stop talking with police and the media about the case. So not to even talk to the police. Is this strange? Tammy Brousseau, the aunt of 10-year-old Lyra Cook Morrissey, told KCRG Television the girl's parents had retreated to a hotel Wednesday night to get some rest when an investigator approached. The FBI showed up at the door, beating on the door, and wanted to interrogate them. Again, saying, quote, "How can you sleep right now?" End quote. Brousseau said. According to the aunt of the missing girls, an attorney also told Misty and Dan Morrissey not to take any more polygraph tests. Misty Morrissey was released from a federal prison in May after serving time for drug-related offenses. Dan Morrissey has burglary and drug possession convictions in his past. The couple has separated and there's been a restraining order in place that had prevented the two from coming into contact with each other. We didn't go over that detail in the previous episode. Misty Morrissey's sister told reporters on Thursday that investigators had confronted Dan Morrissey Wednesday evening, telling him they had proof he was responsible. Let me read that part again. I mean, this is right on radioiowa.com. This is not Reddit. This is not some random blog. This is radioiowa.com. Misty Morrissey's sister told reporters on Thursday that investigators had confronted Dan Morrissey Wednesday evening, telling him they had proof he was responsible. Now, again, even if that is true, that could be because they thought he was responsible, and then they use these kind of tactics where they lie to people to try to get them to confess, even if they're not sure he's guilty or innocent. So they might have said that even if they didn't know if he was innocent or guilty, without actually having any real proof. But it is interesting that his sentence, he was supposedly had some kind of plea deal going on, and then all of a sudden, there's no plea deal and he's getting astronomical sentences. I went over that in the previous episode, and this is all right around the time of the kidnapping. So was his daughter kidnapped in order to keep him from talking and naming names, and is that what happened, and he didn't name any names? But then, for whatever reason, they kill her anyway. I mean, there's a lot that doesn't make sense about all of this, of course. Unless their whole plan was to keep them hostage for X period of time. But they said, "We have evidence," Morrissey said. Well, we all know that if that was the truth, they'd already have Dan locked up. Lyric Cook Morrissey and her 8-year-old cousin Elizabeth Collins disappeared from Evansdale July 13th. A chief deputy in the Black Hawk County Sheriff's Office told reporters late Thursday that law enforcement agencies did background checks on the families on Friday, shortly after the girls disappeared, and so cops knew immediately about the criminal history of Lyric's parents. The deputy said it was a distraction to have the couple choose not to cooperate 100% with investigators. And their attorney, so the aunt says, so we don't have direct evidence from the attorney here. So Tammy Brousseau stated that Lyric Cook Morrissey's parents were advised to stop talking to both the police and the media. Now, if the attorney is kind of wise to the tactics of police, and they believe that the police are going to try to pin it on him no matter what, I mean, is that why they gave that advice? I don't know. But continuing on here with the timeline here, Heather Collins, mother of Elizabeth Collins, gave an interview at a local church. And this was on YouTube, but is no longer available. But this is the transcript here, Heather Collins stated. So on July 13th, 2012, was a fairly normal morning. Drew left for work pretty early that morning, and Elizabeth decided to hop in bed. Her and I sat there for quite a while and talked. Her birthday was the July 31st, so we were talking about what we still had left for her birthday, and that we would do it that day. When I got back home from getting my blood taken and doing a couple errands because Grandma, had come over to babysit. And we talked about she had a softball party to go to on Saturday. We had another birthday party to go to that Friday. So we had a pretty busy weekend. So she was extremely excited. And when she has that stuff going on, she never wants to go that far away from me because she knows that, I am going to be home and we got stuff to do. So my mom showed up and I gave all a kiss. I asked my mom if she wanted me to take any of the kids with them. She said, no, I got it. I said, okay, and I went and did my errands and I called my mom and said, I'm going to be home in 10 minutes. She said, okay. The girls just left for a bike ride and I said, okay, well, try to get them rounded back up. And she said, they just went down the street. They'll be back. And I said, okay, we'll just try to get them round back up because I'll be home. And I knew my mom wanted to leave, so I got home and the girls still weren't home. So we had my son, who's 14, go and look for the girls, and he couldn't find them. And so then Drew had stopped at home for some reason. He just usually doesn't, but he did. So I said, well, I'm going to go look for them some more, so I did. And I was out 20 minutes or so. I went to her school, her softball places, and stuff like that. I could not find her and Lyric, our niece. And I went straight to the police department, and he was like, no, you don't want to bother them for something little. And I said, I don't care if they find him in 10 seconds, I don't care. I just don't feel good about it. Elizabeth doesn't we have too much going on in the day for her to be gone. More than 15 minutes. She'd check back in because she wanted to make sure if I was home or not because, she was a little busy person. She had things she wanted to do. So I went to the police department and they came straight at the house. And what they always do is check the house because you know how kids fall asleep and parents don't know why. They checked the house. They could not find either girls. And then Drew and him went on a ride. And then when I got the text was a picture of a purse. And the text said, is this Elizabeth's purse? And I went, yes. And I saw that it had been thrown up over a gate. And he said, well, their bikes are here at the lake. And I went, are their shoes there? Because Elizabeth knowing Elizabeth and Lyric, especially Elizabeth, she would not have taken her shoes off. She would, not have taken her shoes off, just left them there, and she would have taken them off to go in the water. Because otherwise, she would have come home with wet shoes. She would have been in trouble. Because, you don't go in water without adults. That had been a pretty big thing with us. We had been around water just a couple weeks ago in Detroit, and she wore a life jacket the entire time, even though she wasn't in deep water. But that's how we are. So I was just devastated because I was like, where are they? I know they aren't in that water, but they didn't take their shoes off. They are not in that water. Someone took them, and I looked, he came home. I just said they are gone. I just know it. And from then on, we met with the chief of police, Kent Smock. And then, the search started right then, looking for them. And then it started the next Saturday all day. I did not go out. He did not go out. We stayed to answer questions. My sister and her husband went out looking, but we knew they needed us to be there to answer questions. And plus, my health wasn't good at the time anyway. They didn't really want me out. So it was just a waiting game. We were there for a long time, many days in a row. And then we met with them almost every night for 3 months, 4 months. And then we said, gonna cut back a little bit because there wasn't any new information for us. Then December 5th, we were there for a really long time. Okay, on December 5th, we got a call for us to come down to City Hall, which we were always told that if they had been found, whether dead or alive, that we would be called to City Hall. And if they were alive, we would be sent to Cedar Rapids for testing of the girls, and it just didn't sound good. When we got the call, it was just, you need to come right now. Calls were made, family members came, and we just waited for Kent Smock to come, and who else was there? She looks at Drew out of the frame, a couple other... Dan Trontka, chief of Waterloo, and they said that they had found 2 bodies that were found at 7 bridges and that they were not alive any longer. Our other children were at home, so we sent a police officer over to get them, and that was probably one of the hardest things for Drew and I have to do. Drew did it. We kind of knelt down and just told him, your sister and your niece are up in heaven with Jesus. They have been found, but at least we know where they are, because literally for 5 months, that's all we did. Every single day, and we did not get much sleep because that's all we did was look for him. I would sit up on my bed and just look out my window. My windows were always open, and I would just look out because I was praying that someone would just push them out of a car and let them go. I pray that every single night and that we would just get some kind of, just something. And since that happened, we both knew that how Elizabeth was, she would not want us to sit back and not do anything about it. She would want us to be as active as we could in anything. So I just started talking to Noreen Gosh and really anybody that we could about missing children. We went to a lot of conferences on missing and exploiting children and the Amber Alert, and we have worked really hard to get the Amber Alert changed, because that was one of the most upsetting things, I think, for both of us, is just a child missing. A child is missing. You shouldn't have to have the car to have the person taking them. So that was just one of the main, that was passed on her birthday, which was just so exciting. Just like, we are up there working, we just tried to go out and speak as much as we can and just let people know. Honestly, we could have happened just in front of our house from where the tape was and stuff. That was just in front of our house. So someone could have just taken him just up the street from us. And our children did check in like every 15 minutes and stuff like that when I was home. I was usually sat out there with them or was out looking because they didn't go very far. Their older brother went with them, but he didn't go with them this time. He wanted to play Nintendo. So we have always, talked to our kids about not going with somebody. Don't go with anybody. If they say mama is sick because I have health issues, if they say mama is sick, don't go with them. I said we aren't going to send somebody who they have no idea who they are. It will always be like, grandma or, a grandparent or something that will come get you. Don't ever leave with somebody else because they say mommy is sick. We have always said that we have always tried to, what we thought, to do our best to protect them, acknowledge them, let them know that people can harm them, and let them know that if you are grabbed, you need to do your best to fight, because once you are grabbed, you probably won't be let go. So we are now just trying to do the best we can with just getting the word out and going to more conferences, learning about what needs to be changed. And so one of them was the Amber Alert, which was a huge thing. So there's a lot more that needs to get changed just about sex offenders, pedophiles being let out, and just that kind of stuff. So this interview was December 20th, 2013, just days after the bodies were recovered. Very heartbreaking interview. So from the CNN interview, there was a mention that someone saw him. They have his names. He saw two little girls going west on the bike trail at Myers Lake. So a comment here from Neither Coyote. Tammy says Wilma, the grandma, called Misty at work to tell her they couldn't be found. This was before 2 p.m. Tammy says Misty stopped by after work. She works a few miles from home and was off at 2 p.m. And that's when Wilma says to Misty, the girls have been gone a while, you should go find your kids. That's a weird thing to say. It can't be both. Why is Aunt Tammy lying about how Misty was told? Go find your kids is a red flag for me, especially if it's the untruth of how Misty was initially told her child was missing. Go find your kid? Yeah, that is kind of a weird thing to say. Tammy says at 2:20 or 2:30, Heather heads to the police from the front yard family meeting. If Wilma was searching for an hour and was there when Misty got home, estimating 2:10, that means Wilma left the house between 1 and 12:30. And that's the time Heather came home, 1:20, when Heather jumped in the car per Wilma. Drew came home suddenly between 12:30 and 1 p.m. And again, is that weird? Because if he doesn't usually come home, why would he come home that day? Was he told something? And the girls were seen by Wilma at 12:15 p.m., if she's not lying about that. And the bikes were seen by Gamerdinger at 12:27 p.m. based on his call logs to his daughter immediately after swerving to miss the bikes in the middle of the path. He called his daughter from the bathrooms, he said, for something unrelated. How closely is Gamerdinger, the best man of Smock, the sheriff fired after the FBI took over this case, how close was he examined and his employees happened to find the bodies? Now, it is kind of weird, because if he really was involved, why would he call attention to the bikes? Unless, if we're going to play some 4D chess here, would he call attention to the bikes at Myers Lake if he knows they weren't taken from Myers Lake and they were taken from somewhere else, and he does want the search to be concentrated at Myers Lake? Oh, man. Wilma leaves the Collinses, drives to her own house to pick up Aunt Tammy, and looked 12:45 to 2 p.m. Heather leaves the Collins residence to go look at 1:20 p.m. Wilma and Tammy are at the Collinses at 2:10 to meet Misty, and at 2:30, Heather jumps in her car to go to the police station. The girls were outside riding bikes at 12:15 across the street. Heather came home at 12:30. Drew came home unexpectedly at 12:30-ish, and Wilma leaves at 1 p.m. to look for them. Lyric knows she was to be back by 1:30. Why are they so worried before 1 p.m.? That's an interesting question. Tammy references a conversation between Misty and Wilma. When does the conversation occur between Misty and her mother? Mom, go on home. I will look for the kids. Why did Heather drive to the police station instead of calling 911? Placing a counter call implies there were no officers at the station, and she used the office phone, which calls the county dispatch. I mean, these are all great questions here. These are all great questions. Because there's a lot of problems with the timeline here. And some of these comments made between these people, I mean, they are certainly, I don't want to say outright alarming, but they are curious. Just the phrasing, if true, again, we have no way of knowing whether these were actually said, but what was reported to have been said. Wow. I can't help but notice these women never say what Drew is doing. Is he just sitting at home at the kitchen table waiting while this chaos goes on? Another great question. So if Lyric knows she has to be back by 1:30, why is everybody freaking out even before 1, let alone 1:30? Do we trust Wilma and her reports of everything that went down as it went down? Let's continue on here. About 4 p.m., the youngsters' bikes and Collins' purse were found on the south side of Myers Lake. Ted Gamerdinger of Waterloo, a bicyclist who said he often rides the Evansdale Nature Trail, has previously told the Courier he saw the two kids' bikes on the trail at about 12:20 p.m., but no sign of the children. The bikes were found in the trail by the gate leading to a rock jetty and water outlet on the lake. The gate wasn't locked at the time, Abin said. There's a chain-link fence on both sides of the trail. The purse was on the lake side of the fence, about 10 feet to the east of the bikes and about 2 feet from the fence, officials said. Neither Coyote also states here, this timeline that we just went over doesn't match what the family has stated in public interviews. They did two on a show called The Steele Report, which have since been removed from the internet. I took notes and even have transcripts of one. The family involved in hunting for them the day they went missing, and the witness who reported seeing the bikes in the middle of the bike path at 12:30 p.m. have narrowed the timeline down greatly, and it is very different than this one posted. Someone took two little girls at noon on a perfect summer Friday and murdered them in a town that has one murder in its entirety. And 3 or 4 women who were responsible for them that day all have different stories about the 4 hours they were actually missing. I cannot get this case out of my head. I can't provide a timeline like yours unless we do one individually for Tammy Brousseau, Wilma Cook, Heather Cook, and Misty Morrissey. There is a family meeting in Heather's front yard at 2:30 p.m. where Heather announces she is driving to the police station. Misty is the only member of the family to include this in her timeline. I wonder what made everyone go to Myers Lake. They all said the girls never rode that far. Unless they did and they knew they did and they just said that because they didn't want to, look as bad letting their kids ride that far, but Another post by Neither Coyote here. I have a ton of details and inconsistencies and don't know how to lay them out in a cohesive manner here. The day the girls went missing, specifically between 10 a.m. when Heather leaves the house to get her blood drawn, and 4 p.m. where the official record of finding the bikes is so messy and has so many inconsistencies it can't possibly be the truth. First, Wilma said they left at 11:30, and then that was supposedly reported wrong as it was noon, and then it evolved into 12:15. Then they were seen on the CCTV footage across the street. Heather came home at 1. In parentheses here, 3 hours for a blood draw? Then 12:30. No one has ever explained why Drew was home at noon on a Friday afternoon unexpectedly. And add to that Tammy's verbatim description of what her and Wilma did from 12:45 to 4 p.m. is absolutely resembling a chicken with their head cut off. I start a timeline, then it gets all flustered out because no one timeline matches the other. And it's really only a 3 to 4 hour segment of the day. More comments here. The snip from the July 17th Nancy Grace interview, 4 days missing. Lake is still being drained. Then 2 days later, Nancy interviewed her again. This snippet is from the 17th, I smell a liar. I have such a minor motive on why Aunt Tammy would be involved, but she has such a large blinking arrow on her. So from the transcript here, Nancy says, I want to find out tonight if our investigation is correct. Then at the time the girls go missing, and we've got a window, a very narrow window of time, Miss Brousseau, because the grandmother says, okay, go ride your bikes, girls. It's 11:30 a.m. lunchtime. By 2 o'clock, they're already looking for the girls. That's a very narrow window. Our investigation shows Daniel, the father of one of these girls, is at his mother's house with his teenage son in tow. Tell me if that's correct or not. Tammy Brousseau, the aunt of the missing girl, says, that is correct. I know Dan and I know Dylan very well. Dan does not have a job right now. He is staying with his mother, Vicky, in Waterloo. He doesn't even have a car. He knew absolutely nothing about this. What? I had met Mom at her house because we had some plans. She had originally left. When Misty showed up to pick up Lyric and Mom said, the girls have been off and it's been a little too long, and you guys need to go find your kids, Tammy, and I have some other things that we're doing, and Tammy's at the house. So Mom came and got me. We got a phone call back from Drew, Elizabeth's father, saying, you guys need to get back here and help. So me and Mom jumped in the car, and right away we came back. We picked up Kelly, the 12-year-old son, and we started going to all these places that they'd already checked. I said immediately to my mom, take me to Myers Lake, take me to Myers Lake. This is approximately 1:45 when I asked, or 2:45 when I asked Mom to take me to Myers Lake. So she doesn't know if it was 1:45 or 2:45. Okay. We pulled into Myers Lake right about where Jim and I are standing, and I got up and just jumped out and started asking random people, have you seen 2 little girls? One on a mountain bike, gave the complete descriptions of them, and a man, they have his name, I don't know who he is. He said to me, yes, I seen 2 little girls going west on the bike trail. And as you can see, it's a small lake. It's not a huge lake. So the bike trail wraps around and then comes back east, and that's where the bikes were, in fact, found. So when they'd found the bikes and they called us and told us Misty was standing here with us, Misty immediately called Dan, and Dan called his mother. She was at work. She took off work, and she hurried up and picked Dan and Dylan up and came down here and met us to start the search and all of that for the kids, yes. Okay, Nancy Grace states, all right, Tammy Brousseau, you are bringing up a horrible dream. I've got this horrible dream where I'm running and the street, and I can't find my 4-year-old twins, and I'm just stopping everybody. I'm shaking them, and I'm going, have you seen? And I'm trying to get the words out. Describe John, David, and Lucy as fast as I can. I'm trying to describe them both at the same time, and nobody's seen anything. Nobody's heard anything. And as soon as I start running and I see the next person, I grab them and I'm grabbing them by the shirt and the shoulder saying, have you seen them? Where are they? And the dream just goes on and on. Nobody's seen anything. And to hear you tell it, it's just like that. You get out of the car and you just start running up to people and grabbing them and saying, have you seen these girls? Then what happened? Take it from there. Brousseau states, okay, so then we watched the investigators put the crime scene tape up. They were down there for a very long time, I would say approximately 3 hours, maybe more, doing their investigation. And then we went back to the southeast side of the lake. And this is what I went over before. She starts talking about the specific area of the lake, the Johnny Gosh case, and then her intuition about what happened. So Dan and Misty Morrissey went on Jane Velez TV show. And this is their timeline from this TV show. Neither were there to notice they were missing, and only Misty participated in the search from 2 to 3. Dan wasn't even called and told his kid was missing, and wasn't told his kid was missing until 4, and then his mother drove him and Dylan to the lake in approximately 45 minutes. And Velez Mitchell states, I want to understand the position of the bikes because I think that is absolutely crucial. The girls' bikes were discovered at about 4 p.m., just an hour after they were reported missing. An 8-year-old Elizabeth's purse and her cell phone were also found about 20 feet away from the bikes, and they say they didn't find any clues with the bikes. Now, I want to ask you, and maybe your husband Daniel knows, did the bikes look like they were placed there deliberately by the girls? For example, were they on the kickstands, or were they scattered on the dirt road as if they had been dumped there, Daniel? Daniel Morrissey, father of Lyric. He states this, when I got there, it was around 5 p.m., and they had already roped off the whole area, and they weren't allowing anybody back there. I have no idea what the bike's positions were. I believe the direction they said was going west on the trail, so like they were going to probably continue in the same direction. They just stopped, it seemed like. I don't know, I didn't know that the purse was 20 feet away or anything like that. Okay, so he doesn't even know all these details? Honestly, we haven't received hardly any information about any of this, or any updates to any degree. We've just been sitting, waiting, walking, looking, talking to people. It's just been a nightmare, it's just been a challenge to continue to hold everything together and continue just believing and praying and trusting God that he's got this. And either way, the way anything goes, he's big enough to sustain us in this time, and we're just going to trust in him. So Morrissey also states, I can tell you what I know. I know it's a little disturbing and it's kind of frustrating for us as a family as well because you don't notice sometimes what did your kid throw on that morning and what did they take off in. I left for work at 8:30 that morning, and so Lyric was in her pajamas. She was in a bright green shirt. Sometimes she tends to wear that same pajama outfit, with my mother over my sister Heather's. I know for sure she had her purple flip-flops, and that's the only shoe that is missing from the home, so we know that for sure they are about. Velez Mitchell states, well, tell me that. What was that? What? My understanding. Yes, tell me that. Spell it out. Describe what was missing. Morrissey stated, what was missing is her purple flip-flops. They're just maybe a Walmart brand. They're flats. They're purple. They're about a size 9. We believe that they have the diamonds across the top that go over the foot. They are a size 9. It's the only shoe that's missing for Lyric right now. As far as clothing, I woke up and seen her bright green shirt after she left. I'm not sure what she wore. Elizabeth, my understanding, has on her white t-shirt, her black high tops with pink on them. So that's kind of the description we have right now. Again, Heather and I both, kind of left for the morning to go about some business that we need to take care of, and the girls tend to be a little bit more independent, so if they got ready on their own and maybe mom was cleaning or taking care of the dog, she may not have seen that they changed or what they changed into, so I know it's frustrating probably for a lot of people out searching as it is for us to not have it. Velez Mitchell states, have you taken your own dogs out? I don't know if this is scientific, but I know my dogs know where I am, like practically when I'm 2 blocks away. Have you taken your own dogs out to see if maybe they react to anything? Morrissey said, we don't have any animals of our own for Lyric. Okay, we have 2 dogs. Well, we actually have 4 dogs at Heather's house. 2 small dogs, 2 large dogs, and to my knowledge, we haven't taken any of them out. I'm not sure if we need permission to do that, but we haven't, and I don't think that's been a suggestion yet. I know they have canine units out. They have some other dogs out. They've taken plenty of property to use for smell, clothing, shoes, and trained professional dogs, so I really trust that, that they're using the appropriate measures in that respect. Okay, so, yeah, it's kind of weird. A lot of conflicting stories here from all these people. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Alright, I'm going to go over some really, really mind-shocking posts by Ruth the Bee, a Redditor who I went over on the previous episode. So, apparently Ruth the Bee has done quite a bit of research here. There are too many coincidences with the kidnapping and the bodies and those men's relationships. I'm used to people losing interest once they realize it's a case with so many nuances. Probably the reason a 60-minute crime show won't touch it, and why so much footage and broadcasts have since disappeared. The Collinses did 2 interviews with Ron Steele and Smock. Can't locate the footage. GMA had the women, Tammy, Misty, Heather, and Wilma on for 3 segments live from Myers Lake. No longer exists. KWWL had subpoenaed for all the footage of their interviews, including the raw footage, and it had been erased by the time the warrant for it went through. There's no... What? But even still, I mean, there's got to be an archive. I mean, this is not like, the 80s or the 70s, in which case you could still find some news footage from back then. I mean, it's kind of crazy to think that this maybe the raw footage... I mean, do they not have an archive? But even if not, I mean, there's got to be a copy, some kind of digital recording of the broadcast, even if from other independent parties. The WCF local paper was so biased and eradicated many of the articles it wrote up about these families. There was even a photograph of Gamer Dinger meeting with the police at the lake at the precise time he confronts them about seeing the bikes at the lake laying down in his path, so he had to swerve to miss them before 12:31 p.m. What? His sighting shortens the timeline of them going missing to 8 minutes. 8 minutes, no more than 12 minutes, for 2 girls who were doing circles in the street to make a beeline at top speed 1 mile to Myers Lake to lay the bikes down, toss the purse over a fence that was open at either end, and vanish. So if they're seen going the opposite direction of Myers Lake, and then there's only 8 to 12 minutes unaccounted for, how fast would they have to get there? I mean, this really opens the door to the theory that they did not bike to Myers Lake, but then who saw them biking at Myers Lake? And can that person be trusted? Ruth the Bee also posted this. Why did Chief Smock get fired? Why did Councilman Wyant quit right before his scheduled retirement? Did that councilman own a property that butted up to Myers Lake? What did people think about the rumored affair between the mother and the police chief? What? Okay, so admittingly, this is just a rumor, and there's no mention of which mother, but wow. I mean, if that's true, I mean, that's pretty crazy. Another post here. I really think the perp had some connection to Dan Morrissey. You don't get 90 years in prison for a dime bag of weed. And when you're that involved that extensively in narcotics, there's all kinds of unsavory characters around. It may not have been to settle a vendetta over a drug deal. It could have been a pedophile who was also a drug buyer who happened to notice kids were available to grab while he was making a buy. Bad things that happen randomly are so rare compared to bad things that happen related to narcotics. That's a fair point there. Ruth the Bee responds here, why did the state offer him a plea bargain of 8 years then? Why did he accept it, then decline it? Why did the judge seem to have a grudge and give him 90 years without a trial? So if this is all going on right around the day of the disappearance, he accepts, then something causes him to decline after he had accepted. What was that something? And then now, why is he getting 90 years without a trial? How is that legal? What? So you got 90 years without a trial? What? So here's another post by Ruth the Bee. It's very weird. I'm sorry it's so weird. No one cares, and clearly I am too interested. I really do want to discuss this case ad nauseum because it is so weird, and no one seems to really care, and I am terrified that the FBI gave up. At this stage, I couldn't even tell you who was holding this case. It was passed around like a hot potato because of that location. Smock and Evansdale headed the investigation for the first 24 hours. Then the county Blackhawk stepped in, and they called the FBI, not Smock. So that's interesting. Because what was Smock into that he didn't want investigated? Then Iowa State got involved. FBI ran the search, The draining of the lake was a cluster expletive too. I remember the county or SMOC demanding they weren't in there. And the FBI saying they were going to drain it after the dragging and the sonar. It took days. Like they were positive something was in there. Huh. Then FBI had Black Hawk County run the investigation after the bodies were found. Like the FBI stepped back. The bodies must have said something. The FBI wasn't leading anymore. At one point, years later, Dan Trelka said the state was processing evidence, and then radio silence, and then news outlets reported the state was running the show. Smock saying he goes to the lake to sit and think about the girls. Why there? Why not where they were found? Another post by Ruth the Bee with some disturbing details. Why is Misty still fine 8 years later? She didn't move or leave the area. She didn't change her name. They just call it Even Steven. This is in response to a post. Would these Evansdale drug dealers be criminal enough to kill 2 innocent little girls? Okay. So this is from a poster who's from a major city, and when I think big-time dealers, I'm thinking gangs and cartel, real hardened criminals. I don't mean to sound condescending anyway. Would these Evansdale drug dealers be criminal enough to kill 2 innocent little girls? So if that's true, they just call it Even Steven. That makes no sense to me. Why would they hide the bodies way out at 7 Bridges? Why did the FBI want the lake drained? They didn't even call it a kidnapping until 2 weeks after they disappeared. Smock and the FBI and the parents called it a kidnapping over and over again, but the FBI specifically never referenced it as a kidnapping, or it wasn't listed as a kidnapping until weeks after they'd been missing. That was another weird flag that wasn't usual. Drug debt doesn't fly with me at all, again, especially if you look at the timeline minute by minute. Wilma is on record saying the last time she had eyes on them, the camera from the parking lot caught them riding aimlessly. Timestamp is off by 8 minutes per owner. And then Gamerdinger sees the bikes on the path after 12:25 but before 12:31. There was a Craigslist ad asking to buy hay. He posted, he says, while getting a drink of water at Myers Lake by the restrooms. That is said backs up his timeline. We're all on record. Doesn't coincide with drug debt retaliation. So he's there. What? There was a Craigslist ad to buy hay? Okay. Huh. This is weird. So let's move to the Web Sleuths forum for some very interesting discussion. Someone actually dug up that Weichman Pig, a pig slaughterhouse livestock wholesaler, has a location in Delhi, Iowa. Not Delphi, missing the P, but Delhi, Iowa, 1 hour from the 7 Bridges County Park, which is curious. Okay. So the CCTV footage is from around 12:15, possible 8-minute delay. So between 12 and 3, Mr. Carpenter, who was watering his grass on Lake Avenue, said he saw the girls riding by, but he can't remember exactly when, between 12 and 3, so that's not that helpful. So here's a map of the area and the possible bike path based on security footage and the sighting of the guy mowing his lawn, or watering his lawn, rather. I mean, something else that's kind of weird, though. This guy watering his lawn that said he saw the girls, I mean, if they want to go to the lake, would they go that far out of the way? I mean, to get on this nature trail bike path, wouldn't they want to get right on it? Like, why would they go all the way around to the other side? Now, here's a curiosity, though. Apparently, one of Misty's possible boyfriends' parents had a residence right on the lake. We're talking a few hundred feet from where the bikes were discovered, and also along this path that this witness saw the girls while watering his lawn, as opposed to the other side of the lake. And also, apparently there were unusual tire tracks in this back area here. So, yeah, I mean, really weird stuff. So, I'm going to go over another article. This was one that is no longer available on FoxNewsInsider.com, but thankfully everything is archived. So, this was July 22nd, 2012. FBI believes missing Iowa girls may be alive. Family of Lyric Cook Morrissey and Elizabeth Collins plead for their return. So, it's curious, what did the FBI know immediately, early on, that has never been revealed? And are there clues here? The FBI has told the family of missing Iowa girls Lyric Cook Morrissey and Elizabeth Collins that they believe the girls may be alive. The mother of Lyric Cook Morrissey and the aunt of and grandmother of the girls spoke to Shannon Bream about the latest developments in their disappearance. Their grandmother, Wilma Cook, was the last known person to have seen the girls. She said that authorities told the family that they feel the girls are alive, and they have suspects. Let me read that again. Wilma Cook said that authorities told the family that they feel the girls are alive, and they have suspects. Tammy Brousseau, an aunt of Lyric and Elizabeth, said that the last Monday night, search dogs positively identified the girls' scents in a wooded area east of where their bikes were found. Lyric's mother, Misty Morrissey, said everybody's done their polygraphs, everybody's given up their phones, their vehicles, so there's been full cooperation. She added that no one in the family has been told what the evidence is or why they believe the girls are alive. I mean, what is going on with this case? So Lyric's mother is saying here that she hasn't even been told why the FBI, who believes the girls are alive, or who these suspects are, or anything at all. This is weird. Brousseau pleaded, Lyric, Elizabeth, if you can see us, if you can hear us, we love you. Whoever has them, we forgive you. Please just let our children come home. Please, we're begging you at this point. They miss their mommy and daddy. Please just let them come back home. I mean, obviously it's tragic in a whole different kind of way, reading it, knowing what the outcome was, unfortunately. But the details, the time of, I mean, what did the FBI actually have at this time? And again, we don't really even have a time of death, so there was a scent. So the dog's scent here is interesting, because the scent continues in the same direction as the bike, if we can trust this, what has been said. Again, I don't know. But if it's continuing around, looping, it's kind of weird, though, because if they went all the way around the lake first, why would the bikes, they turned around? Also curious is that in this map, they lay out also a damaged fence here, which is curious. Obviously, I don't know if, obviously, we don't really know when that fence was damaged. So, but it's weird. So, the scent here supposedly tracks to this road and where these weird tire tracks were seen. And also happens to be, literally one house away, 1 to 2 houses away, is the residence of Misty's boyfriend's parents. Now, that could be coincidental, of course. So, now, let's continue on with the timeline here. So, Ted Gamerdinger of Waterloo said that he rides the trail often. So, he's very familiar with this trail. So, again, with this footage here, the CCTV footage is from Cornbelt Auctions, which has since been closed. So, the article here, this was on Nancy Grace, what I referenced earlier. So, the girls were seen riding their bikes behind the auction house on Broven Boulevard. So, this is less than a block from their grandmother's house, and riding away from Myers Lake. Another bicyclist couldn't believe they had biked 1.5 miles to Myers Lake in 8 minutes. Therefore, maybe only their bikes were left at Myers Lake. Maybe they were almost home when abducted. Does sound kind of hard to throw bikes and girls in a vehicle, I know, but they were seen almost home. But the thing that's weird, though, is, again, we have this dog scent that supposedly places them not just with the bikes. Obviously, the bikes would have their scent on them. But not just with the bikes, but also going back to where a vehicle could have been parked. Yeah, problematic indeed. So supposedly the CCTV footage is 8 minutes slow, but either way, I mean, it's tough. So is that... Okay, I don't know about this coincidence. So according to Google Maps, it takes exactly 8 minutes to bike the 1.8 miles to Myers Lake, or whatever, maybe 1.5 to the exact spot with the bikes, who knows. 8 minutes from the CCTV, and the CCTV footage happens to be exactly 8 minutes slow? Is that just too much of a coincidence? So there's infinite time combinations of how much it can be slow, because it's not just 1/60th, because it could be 2 hours slow, it could be 5 hours slow, it could be 10 days off. Again, I mentioned this in the Moore Murray case, that CCTV security footage technicians, they stated that in the early 2000s at least, about half or more of all security systems, including banks and supposedly high-end institutions, were not accurate. Now, not accurate is anything from, obviously, could be minutes off, could be hours off, it could be a year off. It's just CCTV footage notoriously does not have correct timestamps. I guess that could be because anytime the power goes out or a system is reset, you'd have to reset the time, and the people are lazy and they don't do that. So I guess that could be a reason. But regardless of the reason why, is it curious that it's exactly 8 minutes off? I don't know. That's just weird. Huh. Carbuff posted this. The video footage is the main reason I have always thought the bikes were staged. If the kidnapper had a pickup or van, throwing the bikes and girls in would not take very long, only a few seconds. Yeah, I mean, the dog scent's a problem, though. Unless they... Yeah, I mean, everything from the timeline... Everything about this case doesn't make sense, including the timeline of when everybody was getting back to the house and allegedly panicking when supposedly they had more time to get back. I mean, I don't know. This is all very, very weird. Here's another bizarre post from on Web Sleuths from user Considering regarding the lawn watering guy who said that he saw the girls. And apparently this guy watched on the news. His name was Robert Carpenter. He reported that he saw the girls riding their bikes on the afternoon that they disappeared. I don't know if law enforcement included his time in the timeline or not. As I recall, he did not report a specific time that he saw them, but it was a wide time range, like between noon and 3 p.m., which really wouldn't have helped much. On the other hand, when he was speaking with a reporter at the lake, he seemed to be going to tell a reporter a more specific time, but it appeared to people watching the video that his wife stopped him from being more specific. Okay, so maybe this user himself did not see this, but he's reporting it. That's really weird. That's really weird. Also, looking at the image here of the bike trail, so there's a fence on both sides of this trail. So, I mean, this is actually kind of scary because... I mean, if there's only one person involved, yeah, they could turn around and go the other way. But if there's two people involved, one in front, one behind, there's almost nowhere to run here. Why was the purse tossed over the fence? I mean, there's just so many things that don't make sense here. I mean, but to ignore them, I mean, these could be critical details. Like, how do you rectify this situation and how exactly it happened? Also, from this CCTV footage, which is really not much, some people believe there's actually a man or another person following the girls on their bikes. Which is weird, and I actually just thought of another scenario. Did the grandma... I don't know if this has been discussed before. Did grandma actually go with them when they were riding their bikes? And then she said she didn't for some other reason? Again, this is Mindshock. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue. It's just, again, this video is so poor. I mean, it's impossible to say anything. But what people are digging up is quite curious. Apparently, in the KWWL subpoena, warrant and information Iowa code websites result include code 804, an arrest warrant, and code 808, a search warrant. So, are people alleging here that there was an arrest warrant and a search warrant involved in this case? That's weird. And the children were going west, so there's the First Security State Bank ATM as well. And has this video never been released as well? Like, are there other videos too? Another interesting curiosity here is from the testimony of the aunt, which is regarding the guy who saw them going east on the bike trail at 2:30. Now, what's curious is that law enforcement stated the last time the girls were seen was behind the big and tall from the CCTV footage. So does that mean they do not consider this guy credible, or they were never able to locate him either? That's weird. Or did Tammy make that up, the girl's aunt? Did she make that up as well? Some people are saying she's not credible. So the girls were riding west on Brovon, heading towards River Forest Road. The closest ATM going in that direction, which would mean they turned north on River Forest Road to go past this ATM. The ATM located at Pronto Market, 3452 Lafayette Road, Evansdale, Iowa. We have another Lafayette connection here. I mean, these names. So here's another summary of the earlier story. The story was that Misty came home at 1:30 p.m. after she got off work and told Grandma to leave and go do her thing with Tammy, and that she would wait for the girls to come home and bring Lyric home with her. And then when Heather got home at 2 p.m., the girls still weren't home. And that's when she decided to go to the police station. And then Drew called the grandma to tell her to come back, so she came back with Tammy. Okay, so is that suspicious? So so the girls are out riding bikes. Would the grandma and Tammy get sent away before the girls came? Yeah, none of this really makes any sense. And then that story got changed, of course. So another find here from KWWL.com. Family of missing girls gets attorney. This was July 19th, 2012. Father under supervision. On Friday morning, Misty Morrissey contacted KWWL saying she wanted to set the record straight. We were woke up in the middle of the night after we'd fallen asleep after the 6/9 by the DCI. We were put into rooms and we were for 3 hours accused of taking our children. Told that we did it, that we need to tell them where the children are at. It was a pretty intense coercion, Misty Morrissey said. So at that point, just being regular people off the street, we thought we might need just some legal representation or advice. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What does everybody make of that? I mean, there's a lot of problems here, too, because Tammy said, go to Myers Lake. Why? So that means someone called... Does that mean someone called somebody and told them they saw the girls riding at the lake? Okay, because according to, again, the CNN transcript, Nancy Grace, missing girls family frustrated by police lake search, which aired July 19th, 2012. In this transcript here, when they found... Tammy stated, so the bike trail wraps around and then comes back east, and that's where the bikes were in fact found. So when they'd found the bikes and called us and told us, Misty was standing here with us. Misty immediately called Dan, and Dan called his mother. She was at work. She took off work, and she hurried up and picked Dan and Dylan up, came down here and met us at the start of the search and all of that for the kids. Yes. When they found the bikes and they called us, Misty was standing here with us. Okay, what does everyone make of this? So they were at the lake at 2:45, according to Tammy, talking about the man who saw the girls. The man, who is this guy? She said law enforcement have his name, but law enforcement never said that the girls were last seen at riding their bikes at Myers Lake. Officially, they were last seen at the CCTV footage. So who is this guy, and why does law enforcement not find him credible? But anyway, Tammy is there, and then the bikes are found at 3:58. So, and someone called to tell them, someone called from the other side of the lake, question mark, going here. What is going on here? What is going on here? So, another post here by Jewel71. Where was Misty between 2 p.m. when she was called and told to go to Heather's, and sometime after 3:58 when they were called to say the bikes had been found? If you go... Okay. We heard that Grandma looked from 3 to 4, then called law enforcement at 4. That was one of the many stories we have now. The missing posters were printed saying they were last seen riding their bikes at the lake around 2. Huh! That's curious. So, from here, this I'm guessing this was the first, or one of the first, missing posters. Elizabeth Collins and Lyric Cook were last seen July 13, 2012. They were last seen riding their bikes at a nearby lake at about 2 p.m. The bikes were found abandoned near the banks of the lake. One of the girls' purses was found not too far away. Lyric has chin-length hair, tan skin. She has a mole in the back of her neck the size of a dime. Anyone having more information on the whereabouts of these two missing girls, or having seen these two girls after 12:15 p.m. Friday, is asked to call the Evansdale Police Department. Now, the further posters coming out later simply states Elizabeth and Lyric were last seen riding their bicycles on July 13th, 2012. Their bikes were later found at Myers Lake in Evansdale. So that's curious. So the family had some kind of insider information that they were at Myers Lake. So how did they get this information? When did they get this information? And why did law enforcement not find this information credible regarding that this is really weird. So back to Jewel71's post here. Every time I try to figure out who did what and when, 2 o'clock always comes back to me. Something went down at 2. I wish I had a computer program to plug all this data into and tell me where all the conflicts and inconsistencies are. That's what we're attempting to figure out. So you know what's weird, though, is that... Yeah, see, Tammy's story doesn't make sense here. Tammy and Misty's conflicting... because... Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Because Gamer Dinger stated that he saw the bikes in the trail at 12:20, and that's the official story. So who's this guy that saw them riding the bikes at 2? This case is really getting crazy because it's impossible to keep all this. There's nothing that makes sense or adds up here. So supposedly Misty works close by. She left work at 1:30, but she didn't arrive at the house until 2. But of course, there's all these different stories and different arrival times, so... Also, keep in mind, all of this discussion is from July 2012 on Web Sleuths. An interesting quote from Rick Aben here on Des Moines Register, July 17th, 2012. Aben also declined to elaborate any clues found with the girls' bicycles, saying only that they had been processed. Aben said that while the bikes were found on the recreational trail by the lake, that doesn't tell me the girls have been there, just their bikes. Curious. Now, Dan Morrissey said the area they found it's fenced in on both sides. Dan Morrissey said it was right where the maintenance gate was. So that is a spot to me that looks like a trap, for an abduction to happen. For someone to just come along right there and follow them down or whatever, it would probably be the worst spot for them to be, that little area right there, he said. Okay, so we have this guy. So we have the father here. We have Tammy, the aunt, also giving her intuition that somebody could park there and abduct them there. We have this other individual that law enforcement apparently has not been able to verify saw the girls with the bikes at 2, and yet Gamer Dinger saw them at 12. Saw the bikes already there at 12:20. What does that mean? So it does. Are people insinuating, especially with law enforcement, really believe, or at least the FBI believe, or DOJ, or the law enforcement believing that the families might be involved in the disappearance? Does it seem to people like they're just injecting all of this information to make it look like they were abducted at the lake when they really weren't? I don't know, but then how did nobody see anything? I mean, that's the other thing that doesn't make any sense. There's this white SUV, but, I mean, all of this is really weird. But I could see why some would allege the parents might be involved just from the way this is all lining up. And the countless inconsistencies. Obviously, that doesn't mean they actually are. Others are speculating here regarding the CCTV footage in that area where they were biking with this, the way the area looks here. This pic scares me. The kids might have just been biking to the end and back. Notice the trucks at the end of the street. If a trucker took them, it would make sense to take the bikes to a different location, because if the bikes were found right there, you would suspect the trucker. I mean, that's a good point. If they were abducted right near the area of the CCTV footage, if they have some kind of connection to the area, they might want to dump the bikes elsewhere. I mean, that's still risky to do, to dump bikes, but if you're just dumping bikes, but then how do we explain the dog scent? I mean, unless it was just really following the scent that was still with the bikes and the purse, maybe? Because if it was staged and the purse was just tossed, I mean, why toss the purse over the fence, though? That's kind of weird, too. Wow, here's another mind-shocking post by iSleuth. Okay, I am sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the 2 bikes were spotted by a regular, a runner or a cyclist, in the middle of the path. Gamer Dink. But when the girls were missing and the search for them began, the 2 bikes were then discovered leaning up against the fence. I don't know which direction or how far apart. Okay, wow. Okay, if this is true, or even if they were found in the exact same spot, or close to the same spot, can both things be true? If the girls stopped and did whatever, then came back to the bikes, and then moved slightly, because who said that the spot was absolutely exact from the first sighting of the bikes to the second sighting of the bikes? Is it possible they were still operating under their own free will between the first sighting of the bikes and after they were missing? I mean, yeah, this is really tough. This is really, really tough. So, an interesting post from Athena12 here. It's strange that several family members were at Myers Lake at 2:45, were supposedly told by a man that he had seen the girls there, but not a single one of them went around the trail to look for them? Did they just wait around in the parking area until law enforcement found the bikes at 3:58? Seems like they were going out of their way to make sure the bikes were found by someone else. Unless, I mean, maybe they did search. I mean, how do we know whether they did or they didn't? They couldn't find them, whatever, but, Okay, so here's the final clarification here on Grandma's story. So apparently they first left for the bike ride at 11:30. At 12:15, she saw them riding their bikes by the Big and Tall clothing store that is right by the house. Not clear if she looked out a window and saw them or if she actually went outside and looked for them. But she thought after seeing them at 12:15 that they would be coming in soon. They didn't. And eventually she looked for them and couldn't find them. So if this is accurate, I mean, that does shed some light on this, because they're supposed to be coming in soon, supposedly. Or, I mean, I don't know here. How long do kids that, or at least how long do they usually ride their bikes? They're going at 11:30, So after they'd been riding for approximately 45 minutes in the vicinity, and then they're supposed to be coming in soon, or did she yell at them and tell them to come in soon, whatever, and then they're not coming in, so now she gets more alarmed at 12:15. Again, all depends on which timeline we're operating under. Okay, so let's get to the final mind shock here. I mean, just when your heart can't break anymore, it's tough. So from the Des Moines Register, July 18th, 2012, Wilma Cook on Wednesday confirmed that Lyric had tried to run away from home several days before the cousins were reported missing. She said Lyric packed a bag after her father got mad at her for not completing her chores. She headed for the door and I grabbed her, Cook said. She dropped the backpack and I hugged and kissed her and I said it'll be okay. So you have this poor kid trying to run away a few days before this happened. Huh. Also, supposedly around this time a week prior, the girls were not riding their bikes, they were walking, but they were also really late from when they were supposed to be at the other family's house. So not this house, but the other one, which is not that close. So that's kind of weird. So major problems with the timeline here, and if these problems can be resolved, I mean, a much clearer picture could be formed here in exactly what happened and how, because right now, I mean, it's so tough. So, as always, all the Mindshock listeners out there, feel free to give your own thoughts, theories, suggestions, rebuttals, or debunkings of any kind in the comment section. Hope everybody found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to Mindshock True Crime. This is the Delphi Case Series, episode 42. The latest updates, the latest developments, the latest evidence. We'll be going over all of that and a few new theories, new searches, etc. Obviously, the last two episodes have been focused on Evansdale, which may or may not be connected to the Delphi case, although statistically the odds of them not being connected are quite stratospheric. But again, someone's got to win the lottery. There was even some guy who won it twice. So it's not impossible that they're not connected. It's just, according to all known statistics, criminal statistics, it just seems highly improbable that they're not connected in some way. That doesn't mean the same perpetrator killed everybody. That just means that some of the same people might have known the same people as part of the same operations, drug-related or otherwise. And we'll be dissecting everything in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to help support awareness, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, and co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. So, quite a few new things regarding renewed searches. So, something we haven't really talked about extensively was, of course, some people have a canoe or kayak theory where the perpetrator and or perpetrators could possibly have made a getaway down Deer Creek, running underneath the High Bridge in that area, the Monon High Bridge. That runs all the way down into Wabash and the Erie Canal. And on the trails map here, you can see that, and where it goes to the, where it connects with the Wabash River. Now, that opens up a lot more cans of worms regarding, like, even without the kayak or canoe theory, if evidence was dropped, let's say a handgun or weapon of any kind, if it was dropped in the creek, where would it have emptied up with the current? And we haven't really discussed that aspect of the case yet. So let's look at this article from approximately a month ago, August 25th, 2022. Court filings, river search, indicate potential movement in Delphi probe. This is Fox59.com. Indianapolis area crime by Russ McQuaid. A pair of court filings and a search of the Wabash River in Peru may indicate movement in the probe of the murders of two girls in Delphi in the winter of 2017, according to a retired veteran police investigator. All those things happening at the same time certainly is an indication that there's further investigation going on, and obviously they're looking for something, said former IPD Deputy Chief Robert Turner, currently an attorney in private practice. A police officer just can't go to a suspect or defendant that's in jail without getting the clearance of the defense attorney. Court documents first revealed by the podcast The Murder Sheet indicated that Indiana state troopers petitioned Miami Circuit Court August 19th to permit detectives to temporarily take custody of Keegan Klein, a Peru man facing 30 counts of child pornography whose name has been linked to the investigation of the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams beneath the Monon High Bridge along Deer Creek east of Delphi on February 13th, 2017. I was a narcotics investigator for many years, and I was taken on a lot of road trips, said Turner, as he recalled the defendants who sought to leave jail for a few hours to trade information with detectives or lead them to evidence. It may be that person has something that he can show you, but may not be able to tell you where it is or how you can locate it, or he may have to explain to you what it is once he tells you where it is. There's obviously information that he has that he cannot import to you in jail, that you need him out and he's going to assist you somehow to locate something that identifies something or explains something. This guy says the word something a lot. On Tuesday of this week, Murder Sheet podcasters Annie Kane and Kevin Greenlee snapped photos of police divers searching the Wabash River not far from the house where Klein was living with his father on February 26, 2017, when Delphi investigators served a search warrant. We saw that a search was being conducted involving Indiana State Police officials of the Wabash River in Peru, said Kane. Our understanding from anonymous sources is that search is connected to something involving Keegan Klein. Turner said a search so soon after investigators take custody of a defendant could indicate that information crucial to the case was exchanged. It has to be an important case for the detective to take those extraordinary steps to work with someone like that, and obviously there has to be something that the detective is offering to that person who is cooperating, said Turner. In most of the cases, the person is sincere and there's something that that person is trying to earn or some benefit that person wants from you. On Monday, Klein's attorney filed a motion to continue a scheduled pretrial conference set for September 1st, citing that the parties are currently engaged in negotiations. Klein's name first surfaced when, according to court documents, investigators allege he was communicating via social media with Libby the night before the girls disappeared and made plans to meet the 14-year-old on the bridge during an off day from school. What currently seems to be the focus are the Kleins, said Kane, and we think that seems fair given that you have an online predator communicating with one of the girls in the lead up to her murder, in that she, by all accounts, wanted to meet with him. Klein has denied any connection with the Delphi murders and faces no charges for the killings. The FBI and ISP refused to comment on these latest case developments. So when you have a critical evidence question or element question that's going to make the case work, that's what's going to be the measurement of what is or what is not important, said Turner. The podcasters said their investigation indicated that state police commanders have recently viewed a multi-hour PowerPoint presentation updating progress and best evidence in the Delphi case weeks before renewed ISP interest in Klein and any information he may have been willing to share. This was obviously a pretty major operation undertaken by the Indiana State Police, said Greenlee. So, this is some mind-shocking info. So apparently Keegan Klein was taken out of custody to help with something. Now, this search, there's a lot going on with these searches. These are several weeks of searches now, 5th, 6th week of searching. What are they searching for? And they seem to be pretty adamant. This is a multi-week extensive search. So how sure are they that something is there? So again, Peru is not that close to the Monon Bridge in Delphi. We're looking at quite an extensive journey here. It's over 30 miles or so. And if you look to see, if we look here on the map, going from the Monon Bridge, Deer Creek goes to the Wabash River. The Wabash River does connect to Peru, but here's the thing. It's a southward flow. The Wabash River is a southward flowing tributary. So, so that doesn't directly connect the two sites. So it more, I guess people are saying some evidence was discarded there not far from the Klein home, which is also curious. So what was dumped in the river, exactly where, and how extensive are these searches? So here's another article by Deanna Watson, Lafayette Journal and Courier. The Murder Sheet podcast, could water search be linked to Delphi murder investigation? September 23rd, 2022. A podcast devoted to murder mysteries pondered this week whether a recent visit to Peru, Indiana by the superintendent of the Indiana State Police had anything to do with the unsolved murders of 2 Delphi teenagers. The murders of Abby Williams, 13, and Libby German, 14, in February 2017 continue to captivate investigators, true crime enthusiasts, and international media as the case remains unsolved. Speculation, said co-host Kevin Greenlee of the September 22nd, 2002 podcast. It's supposed to be, I guess it's a typo, 2022 podcast, The Murder Sheet. The hosts of the true crime podcast, Amy Kane and Kevin Greenlee, reportedly took photographs of ISP investigators in and near the Wabash River near Peru, Indiana, about 40 miles from where the teenagers were found killed 5 years ago. On Monday, September 19th, a helicopter belonging to the Indiana State Police made the journey from the airport in Greenwood, Indiana, to a location near Peru, where, as we all know, a search is going on, Greenlee said. The helicopter journey included a significant passenger, co-host Kane said. We have been able to confirm through our reporting, Kane said in the podcast, through multiple sources that the passenger on the helicopter was Superintendent Doug Carter. Greenlee added that Carter's presence in Peru could be for any number of reasons. One thing to remember, Greenlee said, is that the superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter, has responsibilities for many, many cases other than Delphi. In fact, it is easy to find other cases going on that may take him to Peru. The ISP was in fact searching the Wabash River near Peru, according to Sergeant Jeremy Piers, Public Information Officer for ISP Post 14 in Lafayette, but he would not say why. The Indiana State Police had a dive team in the area, but I cannot confirm if it is related to the Delphi investigation, Piers wrote to the Journal and Courier. The superintendent's September 19th trip to Peru was tracked by Murder Sheet, according to the podcast. So the flight originated in Greenwood, as Kevin said, but then touched down in Indianapolis right next door, Kane said. So it takes off from there 1:04 p.m. Eastern Time, lands in Peru 1:27 p.m. Then there's a gap, then the helicopter departs from Peru 3:31 p.m., lands back in Indianapolis 2:56 p.m. So that gives us about an hour and a half time in Peru, factoring in a little bit of time of travel to and from the airport, I guess. Are they kind of trying to say that evidence was recovered and taken by helicopter? A resident of Peru, Danny Gill, captured video of investigators in and around the Wabash River. I mean, yeah, this looks like, quite a few investigators. Quote, looks pretty extensive. In an earlier podcast of the Murder Sheet, Kane and Greenlee reported that a man who maintained a fake social media account, Anthony Schatz, Keegan Klein, had been released from jail and into ISP custody for a period of time during the same time investigators were in Peru. Klein, 27, faces 30 counts of child solicitation, child exploitation, possession of child pornography. While Indiana State Police asked the public for any information regarding interactions with Anthony Schatz, Klein has not been charged in any crimes related to the teens' murders. On the afternoon of February 13, 2017, Liberty German and Abigail Williams were hiking on the Delphi Historic Trail near the Monon High Bridge in Carroll County, Indiana. One of the teens captured on her cell phone a man crossing the bridge toward them, and he could be heard saying, "Guys, down the hill," as the 43-second video ends. The friends were reported missing, and volunteers discovered their bodies in the woods east of Delphi. A probable cause affidavit for Klein's 30 charges in Miami County indicated police first interviewed Klein February 25th, 2017, less than 2 weeks after their bodies were found. The Indiana State Police indicated Klein's social media profile, Anthony Schatz, was of interest in the case. According to police, someone accessing the Anthony Schatz account was one of the last to message Libby German before the teens were killed. The Murder Sheet doesn't come at its latest podcast casually. Kane and Greenlee have steadfastly pursued leads in the case and regularly report the latest findings. In fact, the co-hosts published an affidavit for a search warrant related to a man named Ron Logan, who died in 2020. Some 15 tipsters reportedly said Logan, according to the affidavit, was the man captured in Libby's social media video from the bridge. So yeah, quite a few developments. So apparently there was a coinciding of the Keegan's release and the search for the river. So that does appear to be connected. Let's also look at this piece of evidence. This is from thesun.com. Crucial clue, lost surveillance that could crack the Delphi murder mystery leaves victim's mom disgusted. over FBI failures by Luke Kenton, September 2nd, 2022. A mother of one of the girls killed in the still unsolved Delphi murders said she is disgusted with the FBI following reports the Bureau bungled potentially crucial evidence in the case. Carrie German told the U.S. Sun that she is shocked and frustrated, but not all that surprised by the claims having been repeatedly let down by law enforcement in the 5 years since her daughter Libby was killed. I'm slightly surprised that because I'd expect the police department to fumble the ball like that, but I wouldn't have thought the FBI would, said an anguished Carrie. So not too high opinions of the local police. It's extremely frustrating that these people are meant to be protecting and serving, yet apparently they can't even retrieve evidence properly. These are the people who are saying, oh, we'll catch him, don't worry. But how? Honestly, it just disgusts me. Carrie's remarks stem from the new information shared by the Murder Sheet podcast, which claimed the FBI failed to obtain surveillance footage from a gas station in Delphi during the early stages of the investigation into the February 2017 killings. According to podcasters Annie Kane and Kevin Greenlee, the footage may have helped to place a potential suspect at the time. Keegan Klein, an accused pedophile who was communicating with Libby through a catfish social media account, reportedly Googled the Marathon gas station in Delphi on February 13th, 2017. The same day Libby, 14, and Abigail Williams, 13, were murdered near a bridge. Klein of Peru, Indiana, has repeatedly denied any involvement in the case and has not been publicly named as a suspect. He has also denied being in Delphi on the day of the murders were committed. Sources close to the investigation told Murder Sheet that FBI agents were instructed by the Indiana State Police to go to the Marathon gas station to obtain surveillance footage and to see if Klein ever went there. A gas station worker told police he remembered agents coming in to collect the footage and that they cooperated fully. The FBI, as per the podcast sources, reportedly tried to download the video to a thumb drive but suffered a technical issue. The FBI, as per the podcast sources, reportedly tried to download the video to a thumb drive, but suffered a technical issue. When the issue persisted, the gas station worker handed over a hard drive containing the footage, which agents then took away with them. However, there were either additional technical issues or, quote, some kind of task management mishap, end quote, and the FBI later returned the hard drive without having viewed or downloaded the footage. Wow. Does anybody believe this? I mean, the FBI is too incompetent to not only use a thumb drive to download from a hard drive, but they can't even get anything off the hard drive. They have no technical experts, and if they don't, why not send the drive to DC or some area where they actually do have competent people? Because apparently this is not some kind of encrypted top secret hard drive. It's just a regular hard drive from a gas station. If it is glitchy, I mean, yeah, obviously you send it to your experts in DC or whatever. I mean, this is crazy. When contacted for comment about the claims by the U.S. Sun, the Indianapolis division of the FBI declined to discuss any aspect of the case, citing an ongoing investigation. Carrie German, meanwhile, believes the FBI may have missed a crucial opportunity to make headway in the case in the immediate aftermath of Libby's death. But now, 5.5 years on, with only questions and very few answers, Carrie says she has lost all faith in law enforcement to bring her daughter's killer to justice. Who can we turn to at this point, she asked. If you can't trust the police to do their jobs, and you can't trust the FBI, then what hope do we have? It's just crazy to me. I mean, yeah, I've often advocated for the formation of a non-governmental private citizen agency with top-level clearances, because they can go around and solve all of these unsolved murders and missing persons cases, possibly. At least they'd be independent of all this red tape and statist issue, because obviously, you know, the government obviously does everything slower, more incompetently, and more expensively than any kind of private company would. Catfish Link, despite little movement over the past few years, a potential breakthrough may have unfolded in the case in the last few weeks. Members of the ISP have spent over 2 weeks searching through a section of the Wabash River in Peru, combing through the shallow waters with metal detectors and scuba gear. The river is roughly 40 miles from where Abby and Libby were killed and around 2 miles from Keegan Klime's family home, which was raided by police 12 days after the murders. Police have not confirmed what it is they're searching for. In a statement to the U.S. Sun, a spokesperson for ISP said the Indiana State Police does have a dive team in the area, but I cannot confirm that they are conducting a search or if it is related to the Delphi investigation. Sources have indicated to Murder Sheet that the search is connected to the Delphi murders, Kane told ABC7 on Thursday. Much of that belief stems from a court document unsealed earlier this month that revealed Kline had been temporarily moved from the custody of his local authorities and into the hands of the ISP, the lead investigators in the murders of Abby and Libby. The brief exchange happened around the same time as the search in the Wabash River began. Kline was arrested 2 years ago on an unrelated child pornography charges. His trial for that case has been repeatedly pushed back by officials for reasons unknown. I mean, we can guess here, though. The 28-year-old has not been charged in connection to the deaths of Libby and Abby and has never been publicly named as a suspect. Kline's name first emerged in the case late last year when investigators announced they are looking into a social media user called Anthony Schatz, who had been in communication with Libby prior to her death. The account, it would later emerge, was being run by Kline, who allegedly used images of a male model to solicit nude images and videos from underage girls. In a transcript of an interview with police from August 2020, Kline admitted to interacting with Libby on the account, but denied any wrongdoing. I literally have no clue how that girl died, Kline told investigators. I don't know anything to do with it. Yeah, that is a weird-ass coincidence, and I happened to talk to her like, I get that, he added. He also claimed, without naming names, that he wasn't the only person with access to the bogus social media account. Managing expectations. As investigators continue to mysteriously search the Wabash River, Carrie German insists she isn't getting her hopes up that a breakthrough could be near or already unfolding. She said she hasn't been contacted by police about the search, as she has been for other significant developments, and everything she knows about it she learned on Facebook. It certainly seems like it could be significant, but as to what it pertains to, I don't have a clue, said Carrie. It could potentially have nothing to do with the girls at all, and that's the sickening thing about it, that it gets all this talk, but it may have nothing to do with them, and then I get myself all upset over nothing. I don't want to put too much stock into it until I hear something from law enforcement, she added. I don't know what they're looking for. It could be a weapon. It could be a laptop. It could be something as small as a trophy from the murders. It could be anything. It's obviously significant in some way. I can only just hope that it is for the girls, but we don't know. If it is related, whatever they're looking for, I hope it comes sooner rather than later. It would be great to finally get some justice for the girls. So a couple of points here. So regarding the gas station footage, I mean, that's just unbelievable. That's why people think this whole case might be a psyop. Again, not in terms of a psyop that nobody died, but some kind of psychological operation in measuring public response and in intentional obfuscation of evidence, etc. Some people believe that the video is faked as well. That's supposedly recovered from Libby's phone. Intentionally grainy, whatever. It might have also been recovered from a trail cam. If you haven't checked out all the previous episodes, make sure you check that out. So what does everybody make of the FBI allegedly not being able to copy the information from the hard drive at the gas station? Now, even if the fix was in, unless they did look at the footage, they know exactly who was at that gas station, and for whatever reason, they don't want that to be known. If it is some kind of government official or connected to some kind of government ring or some kind of satanic operation. If you haven't checked out the Johnny Gosh series, make sure to check that out. A lot of coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists, they just pretend and hallucinate this could never happen or this could never be connected to any kind of government officials in any way for whatever reason. Obviously, they're too mentally weak to even consider the possibility. So they have to soothe their dissonance pretending everybody's crazy and insane who would ever think that a government official could ever be involved in any kind of crime. It's weird. Or that if he was, he would have to act alone and he couldn't be connected to other criminals. Just coincidence theorists are a weird bunch. Can't figure it out. Anyway, So if the footage, if they have the footage, I mean, who believes they don't actually have the footage and they couldn't really copy it? I mean, this is kind of weird. I mean, they might have told that to the lower agents, so the lower agents might have been telling the truth, but obviously the people at the top, I mean, they would know exactly what was on that footage. So there's a little bit more info on WDRB.com regarding the search. ISP searching Wabash River in connection with Delphi murders. It does state here that an anonymous source did tell the murder sheet not only was the dive search connected to Delphi, but it was, quote, is connected to something involving Klein, end quote. Doesn't say which Klein. Does that mean Tony Klein? But, you know, you have yeah, we'll go over the different theories where is it possible one of the Kleins is responsible and one is not. So one final article here on wishtv.com regarding the search. This is a little bit more recent, September 21st, 2022, by Richard Essex. Indiana State Police search of Wabash River enters week 5. Keegan Klein was taken out of jail a few weeks ago. He is facing 30 child porn-related charges for using the fake social media account Anthony Shots to get sexual images from underage girls. Police have said that the account may be linked to the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German in Delphi, Indiana, February 2017. Danny Gill says he is on a Peru, Indiana bridge over the Wabash River a couple times a week. He is documenting the search of the river on his YouTube channel called Famously Unfamous. Gill says over the past 5 weeks, a team of 10 to 15 people from Indiana State Police have meticulously searched the river. The search started on the west side of the Nickel Plate Bridge and progressed about 400 yards in the past month. The searchers have placed poles topped with red flags as they moved along the river. And right where you are standing, they set up a tripod, like a surveyor's tripod, and had a guy standing out with a surveyor's stick, and they marked out every little area. They surveyed it and took some pictures for crime scene, probably, Gill said. This happened September 2nd, and later that same day, he captured video of state police using a drone over the river. Then, earlier this week, more eyes appeared in the sky. Gill said that a state police helicopter did fly over. I don't know if it was a figure 8 or 2 circles, and then it headed straight south. I did look it up on Flight Tracker, and it is registered to Indiana State Police. Over the past couple of weeks, the searchers have raked the ground on both sides of the river. On the north bank of the river, under the bridge, sits a pile of metal and other objects collected during the search. Every day, weather permitting, the team from the state police gather in a parking lot near the river, change into wetsuits, and get into the river. A few people with metal detectors have worked in various parts of the river, but most of the searching has been done on their hands and knees. Gill said, I have not seen them bring anything out as far as evidence, but they carry buckets and things like that with them. I'm sure it is not something that you just grab and go running to the bank with. The searchers began around August 19th. That's the same time that court records show Klein was released from to the custody of state police in a court order originally sealed from public view. The court order did not specify the exact reason for the search, and state police have not commented on why to I-Team 8. 2 court filings in August by Klein's attorneys say he was exploring other legal options and in negotiations with the prosecutor. But the Murder Sheet podcast reports Klein was present for a search of the river. Wow. I-Team 8 to the home of Klein's father, which is not far from the bridge, hoping he might share some info on the search. No one answered the door. I-Team also have reached out to Klein's lawyer, who did not respond. Okay, so supposedly he was also present at least one of the searches, and he's the reason for the search as the timing perfectly coincides. Huh. Alright, so let's examine some theories here stemming from all of this potentially mind-shocking information with mind-shocking implications. From the Delphi Murders subreddit, Alana posted this. Are they searching the river for the murder weapon? They've been searching the river for 3 weeks now, right? This was posted over 2 weeks ago. They're using metal detectors. What could a metal detector find? Knives and guns. What else? So Keegan Klein appears to be the source leading to the river, right? And if he knows where the murder weapon was tossed, then he knows who murdered the girls, right? Question mark. Here's the thing, though. Is Keegan Kline just jerking law enforcement around, pretending to know stuff he doesn't? I mean, because how many criminals do that? A lot of criminals do that. You know, they want to delay this, delay that, especially if they don't like being in jail, which Keegan Kline is complaining about being in jail, etc. So, is he just leading police on a wild goose chase? Because how long, if someone did toss something, I mean, how far would it be swept by the river? I mean, would it still be there after all these years? I mean, that's an important question. Some responses here. My thoughts are someone has told something significant to law enforcement regarding multiple items tossed in the river. The initial search yielded proof that the person's info was credible. Based on that, law enforcement is continuing the search for the other items they were told would be there. To establish credibility for the search in the river to even begin, assuming it's related to Delphi, the informant, whether Keegan or someone else, must have been able to provide law enforcement with information that lines up with the crime scene or the murder scene that only the killer, someone he has told, or law enforcement would know. I would postulate this, not necessarily. If law enforcement is grasping at straws, I mean, who knows what kind of wild goose chases Kline could lead them on. Other responses here. I agree with you. I think whoever shared info knew things that only the killer or someone the killer told would know. They aren't going to spend 3 weeks, over 5 weeks now, searching the Wabash River if they aren't confident that what they are looking for is in there. Perhaps whoever provided this information said that there was a knife and a phone, and they found one of those, so they are searching for the other. That's interesting, because if they did find an item early on and it was definitely connected, and the information was that there was more than one, that would definitely be enough reason for them to continue searching. Yeah, if that's what happened, that does seem to make kind of make sense there. Alright, so let's move on to another major mind shock. So apparently Keegan Kline's cousin, Travis Trexler, who has a history of run-ins with the law going back several years now, apparently he was arrested for a warrant in 2021. And he was arrested at the same house that Keegan Kline's phone pinged. So let's go into this rabbit hole, because the Trexler rabbit hole is quite bizarre, and the timeline as well, because apparently he was not in custody for a certain period of time, then he was apprehended, and this was all in the last few months. So all of these developments might possibly have stemmed from Trexler, Kline's cousin. So let's look at more comments here. The Mysterious North posted this. Apparently the arrest of Trexler lines up with the midpoint of the search. So this is plausible to me. Maybe Keegan gave information leading to Trexler. They found enough to charge, now they want to ensure a conviction. Alternatively, perhaps both Trexler and Tony Kline were involved, and they still need to definitively tie Tony Kline to the crime. Another post here. Does it look like Trexler was mentioned in the interrogation transcript? Hard to tell, obviously, with names being redacted, but there were a few lines where Keegan gets probed on why he omitted a certain person of interest from a list of friends or associates. Okay, so Catch Me Trolls posted this. Yes, Keegan's phone was connected to his cousin Trexler's Wi-Fi on February 13th, 2017. Hence, Keegan's phone served as an alibi. Wonder where Keegan's phone was connected when he searched for the gas station in Delphi on February 13th, 2017. Why is he searching for the gas station, though? This is kind of weird, though. Like, whether he was there or not, what possible reason could there be to search for the gas station that allegedly the FBI was not able to retrieve the security footage from, allegedly? Remember, Kline only had Wi-Fi access, so the phone was possibly at Trexler's house. Making things more odd is Kline lied to law enforcement, stating he didn't go nowhere, even though, stated he didn't know where Country Club Road was, even though his phone was connected to that house's Wi-Fi. Too many lies to count. To be fair, a response here by Geek on the Moon. To be fair, in my opinion, Keegan Kline comes off as really dumb. I find it hard to discern when he is just literally that dumb or when he's lying or omitting info. Like the country club road thing. I think he's just so dumb that he goes to his cousin's house, but he doesn't know what road he lives on. Especially when you don't drive, you don't pay much attention to road signs. I mean, that's an interesting point, too. I mean, there's a lot of cases where people don't even know their own grandfather's last name. I mean, we've seen that in a number of cases. I mean, yeah, that's kind of weird, but some people also believe that Keegan Kline is devious and intelligent in a certain way. Like, his intelligence level is low, but he has some capability in using that to his advantage by playing dumber than he actually is. So he is dumb, but he has enough mental capacity and wherewithal to play even dumber than he actually leaves. So there's a certain threshold of margin for error where he's underestimated. Again, I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying that's one possibility. Another poster stated this: definitely makes me wonder if Keegan was Trexler's alibi and vice versa. Keegan changed his mind and finally told the truth. Speculative theory. Keegan planned to meet Libby, but decided not to go. Bragged to Trexler about it, who decided to go with or without Keegan Kline's knowledge. Wow, that's definitely an interesting theory proposed here by Nex74. Because something like this, like I've stated since the beginning, I mean, there's so many missing variables, it's really impossible to declare anything true or untrue, because there's too many missing variables. But if something like this happened, that could possibly explain some of the variables. Not all of them, but some of them. So that way, Keegan could have suspected that Trexler might have done something, but not till after the fact. And then we also don't know the extent of Tony Kline's involvement. The Mysterious North responded here: it seems like this person lived in the house where Keegan said he didn't know that law enforcement indicated he connected to the Wi-Fi and accessed child abuse media. Law enforcement asked why Keegan never mentioned him, and Keegan was evasive. Keegan alleged to be at his grandparents' house, but was at Trexler's house instead. As you noted, it's all very hard to follow, but that's my understanding of the relevance. Another response here, and yeah, I remember reading that about his grandparents' house, but not his grandparents' house. Thanks. Country Park Road or something, that makes sense. I didn't realize at first that it could be the other Anthony Shots people. So this is Country Club Road, and the cousin is Trexler. Woody Compliant posted that Trexler has been released. Scotty Boy responded, "Are you sure? If so, that's awfully fishy. They arrest him in public, so everyone sees, then they go somewhere else and he talks, snitches, and then they release right after. By doing that, people will think he was really arrested and not snitching. Law enforcement do this with informants sometimes to keep them safe." Huh. Someone else responded, "There's a thing called bail. You can get out on bail for most criminal charges." Okay. A lot of unanswered questions for sure. Other people postulating that flash drives or computer equipment is what they're looking for with the metal detectors, but could they really recover data from computer equipment in the mud under a river? I mean, I don't know. This is 2022 now. I mean, I think in the past they were not able to do that. I don't know what they can do now. Because, like, what would be the extent of the water damage? I mean, hard drives are not waterproof. Another poster posted this: if it's not connected to Keegan Kline, then I don't see how anyone can make anything other than a wild guess. If it is from info Keegan provided, then it must be of a nature that goes way beyond anything he is currently charged with. And it must also implicate somebody else. The first, because otherwise why would they bother to look? And the second, because why else would he cooperate? So yes, if this comes from Keegan's cooperation, then they're probably looking for something connected to the murders, presumably the murder weapon. It's a big if, of course, but then why are they being so tight-lipped about it? I mean, I would postulate that they don't trust Keegan. So they know it might be a wild goose chase and all for nothing, so they just don't want to mention it because then that makes them look even stupider, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. More posts here. I have questions. Assuming that the search was initiated by some interaction between law enforcement and Keegan while he was in ISP custody recently, how long would law enforcement keep up a search like this based solely on Keegan's word? For example, if Keegan said a weapon was dumped in the river here, how long would they search for it before calling off the search? Do they just take Keegan's word for it? I ask because the resources put into this search seem to be enormous, and I wonder what would prompt law enforcement to dedicate such significant resources. Is it because they are confident or because they are desperate? It's a very, very well-phrased post there. Response here, I'm guessing they're looking for multiple items and that they've found a few that correlate with what he told them. They're probably looking for the rest of those items now. I mean, that really is the only explanation on why a search would continue for this many weeks. Because if they literally found 0, why would they continue? Another post there, Finder of Truths, posted this. With the amount of shifty expletive going down in this county, law enforcement will be pulling all sorts of stuff from that river. This could take a while. I mean, that's messed up. Another post by the Mysterious North here with a good point. I think one interesting possibility is that law enforcement is searching for the bridge guy outfit or a bag containing other evidence that wasn't released to the public. And that's a good point there, because if it's something that the public doesn't know existed, they can't confirm that they're searching for it because they never released that info in the first place. And we've gone over all the duffel bag issues and backpacks in previous episodes, so check that out if you have not already. Continuing Mysterious North's post here, as a complete hypothetical, suppose law enforcement know from the recordings of the autopsy that bridge guy flashed a badge or used handcuffs to subdue the girls. A tip then tells that bridge guy pretended to be law enforcement, used those materials, and then tossed them off the bridge on their way out of town. This is not suggesting at all that's what happened, just to encourage everybody to be open to the idea that it's not just a weapon that corroborates any tip. If it comports with information they have rightfully kept from the general public, it may give enough probable cause to make an arrest. And again, we actually went over the law enforcement impersonation theory as well. So, here's another mind-shocking post connecting to Trexler. Just Doing Me posted this. Someone has undoubtedly started talking. Keegan Anthony Klein. I say Keegan because of the timeline of what we now know mixed with a couple of other pieces of info we've known for a while now. I.e., Trexler, the cousin's house, where Keegan says he was the day of the murders. With the search starting the 3rd week of August, almost simultaneously, Keegan is taken into ISP custody for 5 days, and simultaneously, Trexler is arrested and probation violated for charges that stem from September 2021. Not to mention, the records were sealed temporarily to try to hide Keegan's transfer. Keegan's trial date reset for a later date simultaneously, and the river being searched 2 miles from the Klein residence. So this all happened simultaneously. So that ropes Trexler into all of this. Is it a coincidence that Klein's cousin is involved? All of these things are not multiple coincidences simultaneously, so it's obvious, in my opinion, that Keegan has started talking. I will go one step further to say something else I believe that has happened, which is the prime reason law enforcement is spending so much time and resources combing this river this long. I believe Keegan has started talking days or possibly weeks prior to the ISP taking him into custody and the search beginning. I believe ISP gave him a lie detector test at their facility regarding this piece of info specifically. The fact that he told them where to find something metal. So before spending so much time and resources, they first gave him a polygraph test to see if he showed deception with the tip or being honest. Keegan is returned to jail, and then the search begins with law enforcement confident he's being honest. They will not stop until they find what's been told and proven via polygraph. Obviously, this last part is pure speculation. I pray they find what he said was there, because that will give him the credibility needed to indict and convict Tony Klein as the state's star witness. So this is the opinion of Just Doing Me, posted on the Delphi Murders subreddit. Interesting indeed. Another post here. We don't know yet if Keegan was the source or if the search is related to this case. But yeah, if Klein led them to the evidence in the river, there's a pretty decent chance he knows what happened to some extent. Another post here by Just Doing Me. Yes, I have thought that Keegan has turned state witness for a deal, and he has told what he knows. Which means they are most likely searching for their murder weapon since there are metal detectors, but this would also mean he has told them who killed the girls, since that's the only way you would know the murder weapon was thrown into this river. I mean, unless there was some other kind of accomplice or somebody was enlisted to get rid of certain things that they didn't know that were the murder weapon until way after the fact. I believe law enforcement will not stop searching until it's going because it is that final piece needed to be able to indict and convict. The logic says if Keegan knew where the murder weapon was thrown and we found it where he said he would be, that when he testifies, his info becomes factual since he knew the murder weapon. This also means he has told law enforcement who, and it is only a matter of time before the murder weapon is found and Tony Klein is arrested. I have one fear, however, that if Tony wanted to know if he could trust Keegan, so he told him he threw it in the river just to see the fallout, the search thereafter or not. If a search begins, then he knows Keegan is talking. If a search does not begin, then he knows he can trust Keegan. This last part is obviously me just sharing a thought I've had. Okay, there's a lot of 5D chess being played here. I mean, what is going on here? I mean, that's an interesting test of Tony to Keegan. I mean, that's almost too much right out of a movie, but who knows? A really, really dark thought here from Beneficial Cash. Hope it's not a snuff video on a thumb drive. I hope just a weapon. Lolly Dolly posted this. I suggested snuff at the beginning of the search, if it's not the actual murder weapon, and got made fun of. I just figured they have enough child abuse media already, unless they're trying to identify some serious child abusers due to the gruesome details of the disgust found on Keegan's devices, and fry each and every one. The only thing I can think of is that they would go to extent is child abuse media specifically related to the murder victims. I'm glad someone else validated my thoughts. I felt kind of dumb for suggesting that. I mean, they would indeed allocate a lot of resources to find, if there was a video of the murders, that obviously that's something that they would want to get, because it would obviously have a lot of clues on it and possibly even reveal the identity of the killers. So that is another, even if they found nothing yet, I mean, that could make them continue searching. Other people speculate it's a phone. Keegan Klein mentioned that he lost a phone before. So PI, this is a post, Justice for Libby and Abby, stating that private investigator Jason Jensen joined a Facebook group I'm in. The admin asked if she could tag him and ask him questions from the group. He said yes. He believes it's Ron Logan. He said the second sketch was only released to generate leads and it was a fail. He said Libby was exploited by Keegan and a victim of murder, but they are not related. So this is a particular PI who believes that the two are not related. Theoretically, that's a possibility. Another post here. The bridge dump in Peru has me guessing Keegan used Trexler as his alibi. Or Trexler maybe confirmed Keegan left and returned that day. Trexler's warrant was leveraged or used to apply pressure maybe. No way that search is for show to scare either of the two. Alright, let's go over some more potentially mind-shocking information. On the new Murder Sheet podcast, according to Crackerjacker, also on the Delphi Murder subreddit, only real info is a source told the Murder Sheet podcast that Keegan is claiming to have waited in a red vehicle while the murder was performed. This is obviously a big deal if true, though obviously by this point he probably realizes he has incentive to throw his dad under the bus regardless of the truth. And an interesting point, I went over this a few episodes ago also, that a red car was reported early in the investigation. And of course all the coincidence theorists maintain that that was just a rumor, nonsense, whatever, somehow pretending to know for sure either way. I mean, that's what coincidence theorists do. They hallucinate and pretend they know something isn't true. It's weird, but yeah, if this is true on this new rumor, or this new source. Now, the Murder Sheet is a pretty good track record. I don't know if anybody's actually calculated every single tip they reported, what percentage is true or untrue, but they seem to be relatively legit with a certain percentage of legit tips and sources that have provided information. So there's a very real possibility that this is true. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I mean, this is Mindshock. I don't pretend to know anything for sure. The motto here is the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Okay? If you weren't there, you don't know. So pretending and hallucinating to know like a clueless goof, that's not going to get anywhere. So if it's true, that's curious that all this information and all these so-called rumors that came out early in the investigation could possibly actually be true. And that is the case in many cases. Early information disregarded as rumor turns out to be true. Obviously not all the information, obviously not all cases, but a certain percentage of the time it is true. So let's look at some responses here. If he did it, he'll say his dad did it. If his dad did it, then Tony's lawyers will rip him apart in cross. He's not credible, a known liar, and has massive ulterior motives. If they press a case against Tony, the defense will be that Keegan was actually the murderer, and all of the presentable evidence is attached to Keegan's phones. Even if they find a murder weapon in the diver search, it was Keegan who told them where to look. Clearly, if they had physical evidence, they would have already filed charges. So it's Keegan's word against his dad's. Note, I think there's a good chance that Tony is the one who did it. A response here, I've seen prosecutors use meth addicts as witnesses to convict. If there is evidence, even circumstantial, I think it could line up as he is charged as a violent and predatory. I don't think cross-examination of Keegan is enough to discount the state's case against someone unless it is a bad case and it is a fraction of the prosecution and they may not even need him to testify. More responses here. I think you are certainly right about Keegan being a nightmare on cross. Another response, I think there is a very good chance that the investigators are convinced Tony did it, and they are desperately in need of some form of independent corroboration. I think they are hoping Keegan can lead them to a piece of physical evidence to place Tony at the scene, like DNA or prints on a knife or a gun, bloody clothes of Tony, something Keegan could give them to back the story. I mean, Keegan is clearly a creep and a liar, but the sheer violence, pitilessness, and impulsivity of the crime seem to point to someone who would have a much more documented history of violence than Keegan. Plus, also, we don't really know Keegan's history. Maybe he does have a history of violence. Documented does not necessarily mean it's not there if it wasn't documented. Plus, that crime was committed in daylight, on a well-trodden walking path. The killer would most certainly have seen potential witnesses coming to and from the crime scene. To have seen that, he'd have to control two victims out in the open. That takes an extremely bold person and/or extremely angry, impulsive person. You never know what people are capable of, but I get the impression that Keegan isn't that type of creep. He's a creep, manipulator, a disgusting catfishing pedophile, but a murderous monster, ? Response here by Mr. Mojo Risson. Thinking out loud here, Keegan is a scum of person, not in touch with reality, and a narcissist. But a person like that in a position where he might be exposed and face 40 years in jail, a murder becomes trivial. The responses here, or someone who owned the property the victims were killed on. Victims found 1,400 feet from Ron Logan's front door. Responses, Ron Logan has no involvement in this. Killing and posing two young girls on your property is insane because it puts a suspicion on you instantly. I could see Ron Logan burying them on his property, but they weren't. They were posed like some sadistic person. Keegan was catfishing the girls, knew where they were going, was into child exploitation media. Hell would freeze over before he was not involved in this. Keegan set these girls up either with the Dropbox person or with his own family. Other posts, I don't rule Ron Logan out, but he was what, 70-something? Abby and Libby were both active young kids. They both played soccer, volleyball, swimming, softball. You'd think that it's a bit ambitious of a 70-year-old man to think he could control them if they tried to run. Honestly, I lead toward the viewpoint of the murder sheet. I think he was an old drunk dude who constantly violated the terms of his DUI convictions. I think he was just lying to cover himself for being out driving when he shouldn't have been. People do that all the time, and he wouldn't have gotten caught if the murders hadn't happened on his property. Another response here by Damned Princess. I don't think Ron Logan was involved with the murders. I do think Ron Logan knew something. Ron Logan saw or heard something that day, or he found the scene at night. Ron Logan took valuable information to his grave, in my opinion. That's an interesting theory we actually hadn't discussed before. If Ron Logan did discover the scene at night, What would what would he do? Would he go and randomly call the police? Not randomly, but call the police and say he randomly stumbled upon these bodies that happened to be on his property. I mean, he would definitely be suspect number one at that point. But on the other hand, if he did see the scene, said nothing, pretended he didn't see it, does that make it more likely that it's a frame up than if he calls himself? I suppose so. But I guess, I mean, we'll come back to him. Another post here regarding Keegan and Tony. They both lied to establish that they were in Vegas on February 13th. This is what allowed them to be cleared early on. If Keegan says anything acknowledging involvement, especially with respect to Tony, just charge them both. The prisoner's dilemma no longer applies if Keegan admits involvement in any capacity. Another post here, they might have evidence that two different people were using the Catfish account, and that, for example, someone was using the account from a certain location to talk to Libby while Keegan was elsewhere at the time. If they can use forensic computer and cell data to connect Tony to the conversations with Libby, that would help corroborate Keegan's testimony. They might also have witnesses who observed Tony behaving strangely after the murders, which juries often find compelling, even if it's something small. Additionally, for all we know, they could have a witness who saw someone fitting Keegan's description waiting in a car nearby the crime scene around the time of the crime. And there was that early report of some guy waiting for his father, and it's kind of unclear whether it was by the cemetery or elsewhere, because obviously things got jumbled up since then. Someone asked, I wonder if the Jeep was waiting at the Marathon gas station. That would make so much sense. Would be nice to have that footage. Or the CPS building. And someone else posted this. Wasn't there a rumor circulating years ago that there was a red sports car seen at the CPS building? I don't remember the details as I dismissed it as rumor at the time. Couldn't find a source for that info. No further information available on that either. So here's an interesting theory regarding the Marathon gas station and why it could have been searched for from Keegan's phone by Silver Produce. I could be wrong, but I thought the girls asked to go to the bridge earlier in the day and then asked again for Kelsey German to drive them. So could he or they, regarding the Kleins, have driven to the Marathon earlier, waiting to hear from Libby that the girls were going to the trails? A response, very possible. That's what I'm thinking. They were waiting for confirmation. I think they knew they were going to the bridge. They were waiting, I think, for the girls to get permission and a ride there. Wow. And if that's all caught on the security of the Marathon gas station, which the FBI for some reason can't get, or said they didn't get even if they did, I mean, this is really weird. I mean, even if it's not the Kleins, I mean, this is an interesting theory that the perp or perps were at that gas station, which Keegan supposedly searched for, just so happened to have searched for. So that clearly puts him possibly in the mix. But if the perpetrators were there, if they didn't live right next to the bridge, and they have a 30, 40 mile drive, whatever, and exact hours weren't determined, so they're trying to get to the bridge earlier, but they couldn't, I mean, would the bridge, I'm assuming the bridge would be less active early in the morning, or maybe not. I mean, obviously super early, it could be more active for the people that go before work, but I mean, who knows? Is it Keegan and Trexler and not Tony, even though Tony is involved in other crimes and possibly some of this online stuff? Tony Klein had a red Jeep Wrangler on one of his Facebook pages. Someone posted he had the color changed. It's now dark gray, dark olive green, possibly. Huh. Or a different Jeep. But someone posted here from Tony Klein's Facebook March 22nd, 2015, when he still had the red one. Supposedly it was sold June 2017. Another response here, I could not believe how calm the source was about relaying this info. I rewound about 8 times to make sure I was hearing this correctly. or the Murder Sheet podcast was calm. Even if he is lying, that's the first time Keegan has acknowledged being there. This is a huge deal. Other responses, I'm so curious what else they know. They admitted they have more information, but they have to be careful about what they release, share, and when. Another response here by Mr. Mojo Risson regarding the Murder Sheet podcast. The damage these people are doing is not good. Think about the possibilities that can come out of this if the person who committed this crime is listening. A response here by Ziberval. You are assuming that feeding the Murder Sheet information is not part of law enforcement's plan. I think they are absolutely feeding Murder Sheet info to make Tony Klein edgy. Paranoia could force him to make mistakes. Another response by Unwanted Syllables. Exactly, if you follow the Kristen Smart case, this is exactly what law enforcement did for the podcast Your Own Backyard, which actually helped reignite the investigation. Another response by Ziberval. Yes, it's very common. Police use the same strategy here in Australia with the murder of the two campers, Russell Hill and Carol Clay. After a year or so of no progress, they suddenly released a blurry image of a Nissan Patrol and asked the public for help identifying the driver. Turns out they already knew exactly who their guy was when they released that info. They had him under surveillance, and when he took off to a remote campsite, they flew in with choppers and arrested him. And of course, no response by Mr. Rojo Rison to all of this information. We're going to go down some major rabbit holes next. I mean, these are going to be some of the most mind-shocking rabbit holes thus far in the case, so hopefully everybody's sitting down for this. I mean, these are going to come one after another to round out this podcast. So, also posted the Delphi Murders subreddit. This is a post here by Press. Actually, it doesn't. It's a clipped, copy-pasted post from Reddit, so no source here. I posted this on August 31st, but the mod deleted it. Here's what I have been told. Keegan is the man on the bridge. It was already known by law enforcement, but he has now confessed. Keegan claims he took the girls to Tony, who was waiting at the kill site. There is more audio, but it hasn't been released because prosecution believes it will taint the jury and is not admissible because of editing. Law enforcement circled back to Keegan in 2021 with new eyes on the case after previously dismissing his involvement twice. Law enforcement believed Keegan was the murderer, but now believe Tony was responsible. Keegan says he went to the car and waited at the CPS building. Keegan says Tony discarded the knife out the car window into the Wabash on the way home and burned his clothes in a barrel in their backyard. Keegan says he does not know what happened to the gun he used to control the girls because it was Tony's. Keegan's attorney is using cooperation to try to negotiate a lighter sentence for the child exploitation imagery and will not face charges for the murders if he is telling the truth. The search of the river is not complete, and they will be back out Monday, if not earlier. I think, if anything else, I'll add it later. So this is a removed post from Reddit. What's interesting is they also posted here a picture of Keegan Klein in 2017. And apparently Keegan worked at a pig farm. And in this picture here, he does look a lot thinner and much more similar to the guy on the bridge from this low-quality 2017 image taken from Facebook. 2017. Weird. Another mind-shocking post here regarding the Murder Sheet podcast. Does anyone know whether or not Keegan has ties to Texas or Kansas? The reason why I ask is that the Murder Sheet episode indicated Keegan was at Grissom Air Force Base in Peru. This morning I drove from South Bend to Indianapolis, which takes me right by Grissom. 2 sheriff cars passed me in Peru and exited towards Grissom. The sheriff cars had Kansas and Texas plates. Could be a coincidence, but figured I'd ask the question. Some post here. If it's connected, my guess would be that he sold or received the child abuse imagery to people in those states, and the cops are gathering info to pick up the people who purchased or sold those to Keegan. Responses. Good thinking. There were allegedly multiple agencies present when Keegan was there. Grissom would be a decent place to bring other police departments who have cases connected so that they could question him. Interesting. Few more posts here. Chance that Keegan is not involved by Tic Tac Eye. I think there's a slight possibility that the police do not think Keegan was involved, namely because his phone did not ping near the bridge at the time of the crimes. Their suspicion might have been a tactic to get him to confess to the child porn charges, because a reasonable explanation for a lot of his sketchy behavior was in fact all of this other stuff. And it worked. He sang like a canary about multiple felonies related to the child abuse imagery once the cops started pressing him about the murders. I do not think it was Keegan due to the fact that his phone didn't ping near the bridge. I mean, he could have just left his phone with someone else. I mean, this is weird. I do think he might have told someone where the girls were, either with knowledge that the person would assault them or without that knowledge. I think there's a chance he honestly doesn't remember telling someone about it due to his substance abuse issues. I'm guessing there was DNA found at the crime scene due to the cops asking people for samples. If that's the case, then surely they could rule out Keegan and Tony. Maybe they think Keegan told Tony and Tony told someone else. Let's keep in mind that the police are allowed to lie about almost anything in interrogations, including evidence they have. I'm curious about how much of the damning evidence they told Keegan was made up in an effort to get him to confess or implicate someone else. Or, like I said, the whole thing was a tactic to get him to confess to a lesser crime, which he did, and they do not truly suspect him of being involved. A post by Dartucky in response here. I think it is very possible that Keegan is not involved with the kidnapping and murder of the girls. I do think he was actively catfishing the girls, and I think that his father, or possibly someone else, was able to use the Anthony Shots account to begin their own dialogue with the girls that led them to attempt to meet up with Libby and Abby in order to rape one of them, and things went very badly. Keegan may not have known what was happening that day, but he knows what did happen and who did it. I was not of this persuasion until I read the transcripts of law enforcement's interrogation of Keegan. A very spot-on response here. I honestly have no opinion as to whether or not the Kleins were involved, but anyone who has watched a crime show in the past 20 years should know better than to bring their cell phone to a premeditated crime. I wouldn't consider the non-pinging to be a definitive reason to believe he wasn't involved. Another response here. I think he may have sold Libby's contact info or gave access to the Shots account to someone who wanted a thrill kill so they could contact Libby. So he knew that a murder was being planned. In the interrogation, they are trying to get Keegan to tell on someone else. I think law enforcement knows that he has info about the murders. He is covering for someone. It would be interesting to look at his account and see who has put money on his books. Alright, let's circle back to Ron Logan. This is a theory posted a few weeks ago by jurist Dr. Pepper, also on the Delphi Murder subreddit. I have always wondered how the suspect left the trails unnoticed. Ron Logan's property provides the perfect way out of the trails without being noticed. Oddly enough, Ron Logan's fake alibi did not cover the time the crime occurred entirely. An interesting note is that Ron Logan's alibi would have allowed him to drive Bridge Guy somewhere, say maybe Peru, then allow him to make it to the aquarium store by 5:21. There are a lot of gaps in this theory, but kind of plausible. Why did Ron Logan need so much time to cover a 40-minute drive round trip, and it needed a 2-hour alibi? Based on the recent receipt timestamp, he would not have gotten home until 5:41 p.m. approximately. This is just a thought. Mysterious North with another interesting post here. Do you suppose there is any chance that Bridge Guy was able to get the girls to the CPS building, missed the first search, then dumped the girls' bodies on Ron Logan's property afterwards? It would comport with the idea of staging, explain the shack cobwebs, and explain why the girls weren't found the first night. Definitely an improbable scenario, and Bridge Guy ending the encounter before the search ever began and the girls were just missed in the evening makes more sense. Well, it depends how much stock you put into the thermal imaging drone. But I sometimes wonder if the CPS building and its subsequent demolition have more meaning than they're given credit for in this case. Everything needs to be investigated because, again, there's too many unknown variables here. Tribal Elder posted this. So Ron Logan doesn't kill anybody, he just lets his old pal Bridge Guy do it on his property, lets his old pal Bridge Guy leave the bodies on his property to make sure he's the suspect number one, and gives his old pal Bridge Guy a ride home after the killings despite his no driving probation restriction, then drives to Lafayette to cover up the drive to Peru and back. Sorry, since the vast majority of known evidence fails to implicate Ron Logan, I'm going to need a lot more before I buy into this theory. For what it's worth, I have always believed Bridge Guy left by walking uphill through the ravine to the back of the cemetery, turning left, walking the tree line back towards the CPS building, jumping back onto the trail when he sees it's clear, and walking the trail back to his car. This is easier, quicker, and quieter than stomping through the woods along the bluff by the creek and making leaf noise, and allows him to walk the trail for a much shorter distance than jumping on the trail right where the bridge starts. By 4, when the family shows up, he is long gone. If he lives in Peru, he's back there by supper time. Yeah, I don't know if we ever looked at that possibility of a path either. Also, again, we don't know the relationship. If Ron Logan is complicit in some way, we don't know the exact nature of the relationship with the other bridge guy. If he's afraid of him or whatever, I mean, there might not be... He might have felt he didn't have a choice, or some of it was done without his knowledge, etc. Another solid post here by Range OK. I think everyone has this misunderstanding of the multiple properties at the end of the bridge. When you reach the end of the bridge, it's private property and it's someone's barn and house. When you go down the hill and follow the trail on the opposite side of the Shin Deep Creek, it's Ron Logan's house and property leading to the cemetery. But if you stay on the trail to the right, there are multiple buildings and properties and a private road. The killer could have parked on their car on the private road, which would have been a much shorter distance to leave versus the 4 football field length property of Ron Logan. Ron Logan had 4 DUIs and lied about driving. He was banned from operating a vehicle, hence his lie. He was never named a suspect, and if he was, they would have named him. Additionally, he had a killer that knew and worked his property, Garrett Kurtz. Whatever route they took, they clearly knew the area and were not nervous enough to commit the act in public and in daylight. And the Kurtz conundrum, we've gone over the coincidences there regarding Kurtz. I mean, there's just so many coincidences in this case. Okay, final point, final mind shock here. We're going to the Kokomo Tribune. Loaded handgun found along the Wabash River during cleanup event. 380 cal weapon found on the riverbank near Peru Civic Center, May 2nd, 2019, by Carson Gerber. Police say volunteers found a loaded handgun Saturday near the bank of the Wabash River during an event to clean up the waterway. Peru Police Chief Mike Meeks said the 380 caliber gun was found on the 200 block of East Riverside Drive near the Peru Civic Center during the city's annual De-Trash the Wabash event. He said the volunteer who found the gun first called Peru Utilities, which oversees the cleanup, and the utility company then called the police. Credit to them and credit to Peru Utilities for calling us first so we could process the scene, Meeks said. Officers discovered the gun was loaded and had another bullet in the chamber. However, the firearm appeared weathered and worn, indicating it had been laying there for some time, Meeks said. He said the gun so far hasn't been linked to any local crimes or investigations, but the department will hold on to it for up to 6 months in case another law enforcement agency can link it to an investigation or the weapon is reported lost or stolen. Some people won't know their gun was stolen for years, Meeks said. He said it's not uncommon for volunteers to find drug paraphernalia or the remnants of meth labs discarded along the river, but this is the first time anyone has found a handgun. We're just glad the volunteers did the right thing and called us first, and no one was hurt, Meeks said. Okay, so this opens up quite a lot of questions. So the Peru Civic Center is actually up a ways, about 2 miles upriver from the Nickel Plate Bridge area where they're searching. So it's not right next to it, but it's curious that they found a gun there. Now, what's weird is they're only going to keep it for 6 months. Like, that's kind of weird. I mean, it doesn't take up that much space. But here's what's kind of crazy, though. How much other evidence has been found that maybe wasn't linked before, but they're now re-examining it? Because if there are regular cleanup events, what is found in those events? I mean, this is really crazy. So if law enforcement does have, let's say for the sake of argument, that this weapon is found. Now, if it wasn't actually used in the crime in terms of fired, that doesn't mean it wasn't held. Because if it was held, to keep these girls at gunpoint. I mean, who knows? But either way, this opens the door. Even if this particular gun is not connected to Delphi, do they have much more evidence than they've said that they can connect? I mean, that's just a big question mark there. So this is just a major, major curiosity, of course, that they found a loaded gun 2 miles from where they're searching on the Wabash River. I mean, it's just kind of weird. It's kind of weird. But it does open speculation to what kind of other evidence they might have had since close to the time of the murders, or uncovered in the previous year or two, but now we have this new search sparked. And what does everybody make of this? Does this make the Kleins more or less likely to be involved, or at least Keegan? Because some people just really believe he's a red herring. And it's kind of tough, because the coincidence stack is there, but then you have Kurtz and all these other individuals. Traxler now making waves. I mean, how many others are connected? Plenty more to go over, of course, on the Mindshock podcast in this series, which we will continue to do so until this case is solved. Hope everybody found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Delphi Case series. This is episode 43, Mark Redwine. Some people believe there is a possible Redwine connection in the Delphi case. We will be examining such possibilities and the various theories that may intertwine with Mark Redwine. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast, or requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So before we get into the details of Mark Redwine, make sure you've listened to the previous podcast, because I've gone over quite a few different scenarios. Some people believe it was one individual acting alone that committed these crimes. Other people believe there's more than one individual involved, and these theories can stem into different options. Either more than one person was physically responsible for the murders, either one or both of them, or there was simply an accomplice who didn't directly physically kill anybody, but they were with the true perpetrator and possibly either assisted in some fashion or at the very least knew about it and were present either previous to the crimes or in the aftermath or possibly even during the crimes, but they didn't physically commit them. So a lot of different options here. Some people believe there's still something more to Ron Logan. Not necessarily that he was the guilty party, but perhaps there was some kind of pig roast on his property. Perhaps there were a slew of criminal-minded individuals who were connected to Ron Logan in some fashion, including that mysterious roommate that no one seems to know anything about. But let's dive in to Mark Redwine. So this is Denver Post, October 8, 2021, by Sam Tabachnik. Mark Redwine sentenced to 48 years in prison for killing his son Dylan. A jury this summer convicted Mark Redwine of second-degree murder and child abuse. A La Plata County judge on Friday sentenced Mark Redwine to 48 years in prison for killing his 13-year-old son Dylan 9 years ago in a fit of rage inside his Durango home and then hiding the boy's body in the woods for animals to scavenge. I have had trouble remembering a criminal defendant who has shown such an utter lack of remorse, Judge Jeffrey Wilson said during the sentencing hearing Friday morning. This leads me to believe that you need significant punishment and you need to be removed from society for a long period of time. Friday's sentencing culminates 9 years of agony for the boy's family, the initial searches in the woods for Dylan's body, the indictment and arrest of his father, numerous court hearings, and an emotional 5-week trial in June and July, at the end of which a jury convicted Mark Redwine of second-degree murder and child abuse. Dylan was 13 years old when he took his life. Elaine Hall, Dylan's mother and Mark Redwine's ex-wife, told the judge Friday during sentencing he had his whole life ahead of him. He would have done it, and he would have done it well. You robbed him of his youth, robbed him of what he would have been. It frustrated her that Redwine never took responsibility for his actions, Hall said, that he never opened his mouth when search and rescue teams endlessly combed the mountains and lakes nearby. All along, Redwine knew where Dylan's body lay. When I think about what happened that night, Dylan looking up at his dad, "What were you thinking when you saw his big blue eyes?" Hall said. "I don't think it even fazed you. I think you need the maximum sentence. You have a lot of soul searching to do." Dylan's brother, Corey Redwine, said the past 9 years have been nothing short of misery. Over the years, he said, he thought about what he could have done to protect Dylan from his own father. "I can't bring Dylan back," Corey Redwine told the judge. "I can't talk to Dylan, so I pray to him. I dream of him. Dylan is my hero and became more of a man in 13 years than Mark became in 60. Prosecutors asked the judge to give Redwine the maximum 48-year sentences as they ticked off his cover-up the day he killed Dylan, his deception of investigators, as they searched the area for the boy's body in the days after his disappearance, and the terror and anguish he caused the family and the community. "Dylan's father is the one who is supposed to be there for him," said Christian Champagne, Durango's DA and one of the prosecutors on the case. "He was the one who was supposed to love and nurture him and protect him and keep him safe. Instead, He took his life. He stole it from him. Redwine, whose attorneys Friday indicated will appeal the verdict, spoke only when the judge asked him if he wanted to say anything. "No, Your Honor, I do not," he said, clad in orange prison garb. During the 5-week trial, prosecutors alleged that Redwine, 59, killed his son while the boy was on a court-ordered Thanksgiving 2012 visit to his father's house. Redwine killed Dylan, prosecutors said, during a fit of rage after the boy confronted him about photos showing Redwine eating feces out of a diaper. Redwine's defense attorney argued during the trial that that was circumstantial, that it was more likely Dylan ran away and was killed by a wild animal. The case drew international attention, sparking a massive search and rescue operation after Dylan went missing. His remains weren't found until 2013, when bones were located roughly 8 miles from Redwine's house. The investigators found the boy's skull 2 years after that, more than a mile from the rest of his body. So, at first glance, there doesn't seem to be anything specifically linking him to any other murders. But a post here roughly 8 months ago by Kamael on the Libyan Abbey subreddit did post some interesting thoughts to ponder. Theory, speculation, only possible connection. This is my first post here. This is only speculation, and the person I am talking about is already in jail for child murder. His initials are MR, and he is currently serving time for the murder of his son in Colorado. The details of his case are sordid and awful, and don't need to be shared here. He was convicted in the summer of 2021 for the murder. If you don't know that case, this person appeared on Dr. Phil, an episode prior to 2013, due to his son's disappearance prior to his conviction. He's kind of a public figure because he did put himself out there. I don't want to name him other than to use his initials. If you figure it out, fine, but don't name him because it violates the sub-rules. 1, MR has not been named a suspect or a person of interest in this case. 2, I'm not the first person to acknowledge this possible connection. 3, some details possibly fit together, but this is only speculation on my part. Here's why I am making the connection. 1, possible resemblance to the wanted photo of the Delphi killer. 2, possible motivation for the killings. 3, means to commit the murders due to previous occupation due to being a long-haul trucker. 4, resemblance of one of the Delphi victims to MR's ex-wife, who I won't name. If you make the connection to the person I'm naming, please tactfully let me know your thoughts. So, okay, obviously long-haul trucker, this is somebody, a lot of people suspect some kind of trucker. This theory has been out since the beginning. There's a hog plant. I mean, there's been a lot of speculation in that direction. Now, I don't know if anybody can definitively prove that Redwine was in that exact area around the time of the murders. If they can, that might open the door to more of a possibility, but still, just based on everything else, it doesn't quite seem like there's anything concrete here. Now, from a distance, does he possibly look like the guy in the bridge who may or may not be the killer? Yeah, but here's the thing. So do a lot of people. That's the problem. Kamael posted here, it is thin, it's only speculation, and only an investigator would be able to do that. This person was a long-haul driver based out of Colorado prior to his conviction for child killing. There was a prominent profiler who worked on his conviction who stated he was a narcissist and psychopath and may have multiple witnesses, multiple victims. I don't know how tall he is. I wish I could post a picture, but he, at least to me, possibly resembles the man in the video that Libby took on the bridge. This man fits the psychological profile for sure. So supposedly there have been numerous researchers who have stated that he was in Delphi at the time of the murders. Again, I don't know how they verified that information. So John Kelly did a video where he stated he believed that Libby was the main target and that Abby was ancillary. He mentioned that Libby could have been the killer's type physically. She's a pretty blonde. MR's ex-wife is blonde, and so was his ex-wife before her. Blonde is his type. He has outdoor knowledge and capabilities and was fit for his age. He didn't look like he was almost 60. Prior to being a long-haul trucker where he was employed during the time of the Delphi murders, he was a supervisor at a company in Texas, possibly at an oil rig. He may possibly be tech-savvy. He fits the psychological profile as he is currently serving time for a child killing. I'm not saying for sure that it's him. I'm just saying that he's a possibility for consideration. This man could have murdered those girls due to being angry at women in general and saw them as an easy target. I believe he probably has multiple victims that haven't been discovered yet or linked to them. Again, this is Kamael's thoughts here. I mean, it is curious because if there's a connection between him and other POIs, then perhaps he might have been involved. See, again, if we're dealing with a circle of criminals and possibly even a snuff film of some kind, I mean, if this guy likes eating feces out of diapers, I mean, and if he's killing children, this might be the type of guy in a criminal ring circle interested in snuff film production or purchasing. I'm just going out on a limb here to say that he might possibly be the kind of sick bastard that this criminal ring might involve itself with. Another curiosity is another guy who happens to look like the sketch, nose, eyeline, everything, is of course Daniel Nations. And we went over this guy. This guy apparently was trying to kill people with an axe on trails. Also from Colorado, curiously. Another interesting post here by Bloop Bloop Kaching. I have thought in the past that this red wine photo was just too eerily close to the old guy's sketch. And given that a panel to decide if red wine should be arrested convenes the very same day old guy's sketch is released, July 17th, 2017, might be more than a coincidence. It was a Monday. They decide to greenlight the arrest that Thursday, I believe. Old guy sketch comes out the day before Daniel Nations' Bolo goes out. Some have speculated Redwine has a sister near Lafayette, Indiana. There is someone there that shares his surname. I don't see a connection. I could only find direct relatives in the Carolinas and Virginia. There may be some connection with Michigan, summer vacations if I recall. Long-haul trucker means Redwine could have gone anywhere really. Even if Redwine is not the Delphi killer, he may be involved in other murders. How many other conscienceless narcissists are out there? Unfortunately, probably more than a few. Yeah, if he does have family in the area, possibly connected with drugs or whatever, again, there's a lot of drug connections that are speculated in the Delphi murders case. We have Garrett Kurtz, the whole Kokomo crew theories, a lot of individuals, a lot of criminals, a lot of drug crime connections. Is this just another connection? And if Redwine has nothing to do with it, does that mean, that still doesn't necessarily exclude possible knowledge? Because again, if he's involved in this circle of criminals, possibly involving a snuff film, possibly not, he might have heard some rumblings. He might know something. Doesn't mean he'll talk, but a lot of curiosities. A lot of curiosities, no doubt. I mean, unless there's more information, and even with definitive evidence that he was in Delphi, that still doesn't necessarily prove anything. So there were a number of people who requested an episode on Redwine. I mean, that's pretty much all I could dig up. There's really not that much more. So unless there's some definitive connections made between Redwine and other people in the area who are connected to established POIs, there's really not much more to go on here. I will be examining some other aspects and other POIs and possible suspects in the next episode that haven't been extensively gone over. And they actually might include Redwine as well, because again, when we're dealing with criminal circles, when we're dealing with criminals, bottom-of-the-barrel criminals, possible snuff film involvement, I mean, that opens the door to a lot of individuals knowing about this crime, even if they didn't commit it themselves. And obviously, any kind of investigative lead is a lead, because you break one guy, he might name some names, and then this whole thing can be solved. So it could possibly definitely be fruitful to examine these circles of criminals, because it might lead to a break in the case, if indeed it is not the Kleins. Or even if it is the Kleins, again, their involvement, I mean, there's a wide range of speculation as to their possible involvement. Was it direct involvement? Was it not direct involvement? Was Keegan Klein giving someone else access to his accounts? And they were the ones that perpetrated the crime. So he could possibly be involved in some capacity without actually being directly responsible for murder. We've gone over all those theories in the previous episodes. I hope everyone found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting in the Delphi case series. If you want to help support the podcast, help us get more mind-shocking content out there and keep up awareness in unsolved cold cases, missing persons cases, and various other topics, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also be a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is the Delphi case series. Episode 44. Is it finally over? Has the true culprit been caught? Question mark, question mark, question mark. It has been reported today, October 28th, 2022, that arrest has been made in connection with the Delphi murders. That doesn't necessarily mean it is the killer, and even if it is, it does not mean this killer acted alone. A lot of question marks here. A lot of people are just jumping on this. Oh, yep, case over, case closed. Well, there's something called a trial. There's something called evidence. And even if a guilty party is arrested, tried, and convicted, that doesn't mean they were the only guilty party. So those concerned with real truth and justice don't just slam the book as soon as an arrest has been made and run away to another case. I mean, victims deserve, of course, true justice. Friends and family deserve true closure. And that is, of course, if this is not a whole setup where they're just using a patsy, even if a real criminal. There's so many unanswered questions in this case, one has to be very careful before jumping to assumptions in an illogical and fallacious fashion. And not doing so is, of course, what Mindshock is all about. Examining all available evidence and theory with logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you find the Mindshock podcast interesting and informative, help keep awareness up in unsolved cases and theoretically solved cases that might not actually be solved in the pursuit of real truth and justice. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So a couple of different articles here. We'll go over all of them to see if there's any nuance or little tidbits here. Jennifer Smith, chief reporter for Daily Mail, posted this today, October 28th. Man, 50, is arrested in connection with the Delphi murders. Indiana cops make breakthrough in 2017 cold case that has gripped the nation. Notice how it doesn't say anything about murderer arrested. Richard Allen, 50, has been arrested in connection with the 2017 murders. It is the first time his name has ever appeared in relation to the killings. Libby German and Abigail Williams, 14, were both murdered in September 2017. Their bodies were found near a walking trail. The girls had snapped a video of a man walking towards them and recorded him saying down the hill. A 50-year-old man has been arrested in connection with the Delphi murders of Libby German and Abigail Williams. Richard Allen, 50, was taken into custody in Indiana on Friday. It remains unclear what exactly he has been charged with. The girls were murdered in 2017 after arranging to meet a man on abandoned train tracks in the town of Delphi. Allegedly, of course. Their murders remain unsolved for 5 years. Allen's arrest is the first time his name has been publicly associated with the case. Allen's connection to the girls remains unclear, and police say they will not hold any kind of press conference until Monday, which coincidentally happens to be Halloween. Now, people who believe that the police, law enforcement, or government officials are involved in some kind of conspiracy or cover-up with some kind of occult angle, a la Ted Gunderson, McMartin Preschool shades, the Franklin scandal shades, of course, connected to the Johnny Gosch case. Connected to all of this occult activity, documented occult activity within upper echelons of government agencies. Now, does that mean that this isn't a coincidence? I mean, every case is entitled to what? One coincidence? Maybe two? But when you have a stack that's so stratospheric, one who's not completely brain dead, like a authority-worshipping cultist and coincidence theorist bootlicker, might possibly raise an eyebrow. But continuing on with the article here, he was initially booked into the county jail, but was moved to a state facility shortly afterwards out of fears for his own safety. In December, there was a flurry of excitement over the case after cops tied a fake Instagram profile of Anthony Schatz to the investigation to the murders. The person behind the account was Keegan Kline, who was 22 at the time of the murders and was arrested a month after them on suspicion of child porn possession. He lived not far from where the girls were killed, and many drew similarities between him and the man the girls photographed on the bridge. Kline, however, insisted that he was innocent. The only other man to have been connected to the case beforehand was James Chadwell, who was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping another young girl in the same area. Delphi police have always been tight-lipped on crucial components of the investigation, including how the girls died, or what kind of condition their bodies were in when they were found. They have not yet revealed what kind of evidence they have against Allen. The families of the two girls have not yet publicly reacted to the news of Allen's arrest. Journal and Courier has an article also. Today is the day. Update to Delphi murders of Libby and Abby announced by ISP. But again, if this is not the killer and someone just associated with the killer, is today really the day? This is why jumping to conclusions can be very selling. Indiana State Police plan a Monday morning news conference to update the investigation of the Delphi murders and who might have killed Libby German and Abby Williams on February 13, 2017. A news release published 12:35 p.m. Friday did not indicate what the update might be. The news conference is scheduled for 10 a.m. Monday at the Delphi United Methodist Church. At another point, some people actually believe that church and another church might be connected to all of this. The Journal and Courier will cover the news conference and publish the information shortly after the meeting at jconline.com. Fox 59 in Indianapolis is reporting that a man named Richard Allen, 50, was arrested and booked into the Carroll County Jail on suspicion of murder in connection to the girls' killings. The Fox 59 reported that the man was moved to a state facility for his safety. The Indianapolis news outlet attributed the information to sources, in quotations. The Journal and Courier called the Carroll County Jail. No one answered. Journal and Courier called County Sheriff Toby Leesenby several times and left voicemails. He did not respond. Indiana State Police Sergeant Jeremy Pierce said he cannot confirm if an arrest was made in the case. Indiana laws require police to release the identity of anyone arrested as well as anyone incarcerated at a jail or prison within 24 hours of the arrest. The name, age, and address of the person arrested as well as the crimes he's suspected of committing is required by law to be released. Pierce still refused to release information, saying any update will be released Monday. That's kind of curious. The Journal and Courier filed a request Friday afternoon to inspect public information with Indiana State Police and Leesenby. They are required to respond within 24 hours of the request. Kelsey German, Libby's older sister, tweeted Friday morning, quote, "Just know how grateful I am for all of you. No comments for now. Any questions, please refer to the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office. There is tentatively a press conference Monday at 10 a.m. We will say more then. Today is the day," end quote, she wrote. The news conference comes almost 6 years after the killings. There was no school Monday, February 13, 2017, which was an unusually warm day with spring-like temperatures. Abby spent Sunday night at Libby's house. On Monday afternoon, the two went hiking on the trails east of Delphi around Monon High Bridge, which spans Deer Creek. Libby's family became concerned when the girls did not show up at the rendezvous site for their ride home. Family members started a search that night, which was joined by many in the Delphi community. The next morning, the search resumed with search parties fanning out along the trails and creek. A search party found Libby and Abby's bodies along the Deer Creek about a quarter of a mile east of the Monon High Bridge. The land where the girls were killed was owned by Ron Logan. And then, of course, there's plenty of speculations on whether or not they were found in the water and then dragged onto land by searchers. A lot of conflicting information. Again, this is Mindshock. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, but there are conflicting reports and radio chatter on exactly how they were found, where they were found, by whom they were found, and if and when they were moved. Police suspected Logan for a while because his alibi of his location on the afternoon of February 13, 2017 was a lie, according to search warrant probable causes confirmed in May to be authentic. Logan was later arrested for violating his probation and sent to prison to serve a suspended sentence. He has since died. Police also interviewed Keegan Kline, a man awaiting trial in Miami County for child exploitation and child pornography charges. A transcript of the detective's interview with Klein indicated that Libby had contact with Klein's catfish social media account titled Anthony_Shots. Klein indicated in an interview with Headline News that police said the person on the Anthony Shots account was the last person to communicate with Libby. A check of online court records indicate that Klein has not been charged with anything connected to the girls' killing. However, police can ethically make false statements to manipulate a suspect to reveal information useful to investigation, and police have not confirmed that the person on Klein's account actually communicated with Libby via the catfish account, which Klein admitted to owning. On the account, Klein used a male model's photo and he pretended to be that person. Days after the killings, police released photos of a sketch of a possible suspect, but 2 years later, police released the second sketch of a possible suspect. The two sketches were strikingly different. Police explained the second sketch was based on additional information and more refined than the initial sketch. Police have been tight-lipped about the investigation, so Monday's news conference can be considered unusual. And here's, of course, the Fox 59 article by Matt Adams here. Man booked into Carroll County Jail in connection with the Delphi murders. Multiple sources indicate that a man named Richard Allen was booked into the county jail Friday in connection with the Delphi murder investigation. Allen, 50, has been moved to a state facility for his safety, sources said. Earlier, law enforcement sources told Fox 59 that a major development was in the works in 2017 murders of Libby German and Abby Williams, with a news conference scheduled for Monday with additional details. So it looks like the sources keep being correct here. The teens disappeared on the Monon High Bridge February 13, 2017. They were reported missing and their bodies were found around noon, February 14, 2017. The high-profile murder case has gone unsolved for more than 5 years, generating mountains of online speculation about the identity of the killer. Police released 2 different sketches of potential suspects. Key evidence included audio and photos from Libby German's phone, with police releasing an audio clip of a man saying, "Down the hill." Court documents unearthed by the Murder Sheet podcast over the summer showed an FBI agent believed that there was probable cause to search the property of Ron Logan, who owned the land on which the girls' bodies were found. Authorities searched the property March 17th, 2017. I mean, that's quite a few weeks afterwards. The search warrant revealed additional details about the investigation, including that there was a recording in which Down the Hill audio originally lasted 43 seconds, only a fraction of which has been released to the public. Additionally, investigators found a large amount of blood at the scene, leading them to believe the perpetrator would have gotten blood on their hands or clothing. The individual may have taken a souvenir from the crime scene, according to court documents, and may have also moved and staged the teens' bodies. According to the warrant, I just had another thought, actually. I don't know if this has been discussed. If somebody has a second pair of clothing, instead of taking off that bloody clothing and disposing of it, is it possible the perpetrator and or perpetrators, they put on their second pair of clothes on top of the bloody clothes? Therefore, anybody who have seen them would not actually see the bloody clothes. Just a thought. I don't know if I've revisited that theory before. So the individual may have taken a souvenir from the crime scene, according to court documents, and may have also moved and staged the teens' bodies. According to the warrant, the investigating agent believed Logan's physical build matched that of the man who appeared in the video from Libby's phone. His voice was not inconsistent with the recording released to the public. Logan also lied about his alibi, according to investigators. He was never named as a suspect or charged in connection with the Delphi case. He has since died. The case, which has gained national attention, has picked up momentum recently, with authorities revealing a social media profile called Anthony Shots had interacted with Libby. Police traced the profile to an individual named Keegan Klein, who was being investigated in connection with a child exploitation case. He has never been charged or named as a suspect in connection with the Delphi murders. In recent months, Indiana state troopers have been searching the Wabash River in Peru, potentially looking for evidence tied to the case. And we can only speculate as to whether or not they actually found anything and if what they found facilitated the arrest of this Allen character. I'm going to go over one more article here from WPTA21.com. Police to announce arrest in Delphi murders Monday. Suspect identified. Police sources say they will announce the arrest of Richard Allen during a Monday news conference updating the case. Indiana State Police will give a news conference announcing an arrest in the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German next week, police told WPTA affiliate WTHR. Police sources confirm to WTHR that a man named Richard Allen is in custody. Police would not release any additional details on Allen, saying more information will be available during Monday's 10 a.m. news conference. Kelsey German, Libby's older sister, also mentioned the news conference and ended the tweet saying, "Today is the day." The news conference will be at the Delphi United Methodist Church. Libby and Abby disappeared during a hike February 13, 2017, near the Monon High Bridge Trail in Delphi. Their bodies were discovered in the woods near the trail a day later. It's been more than 5 years since their murders, and no one has been brought to justice. ISP Superintendent Doug Carter spoke with 13 News about the investigation in February 2022. He told 13 News he still had a great deal of confidence that the case would be wrapping up soon. Quote, "Eventually I'll be able to tell the world what we know, and the rest of the group will be able to tell the world what we know. Unfortunately, I can't right now," end quote, Carter said. The girls' families, in the meantime, are still figuring out how to move forward. Kelsey German, Libby's older sister, said she remains patient, believing at some point the man who killed the girls will be found and charged. "When I'm feeling frustrated, when I feel like no answers are coming and I'm feeling dejected, I say today's the day, it's been coming and it'll get here. We're gonna have answers," and just reaffirm myself and say, it's hard, it's frustrating, it's been 5 years, but we're gonna have some answers eventually, it's coming. Since the girls' murders, investigators have released pieces of information at different times, including audio and video Libby captured on her cell phone the day she and Abby were killed. Investigators also released 2 sketches, the second coming out 2 years after the first. The second sketch appeared to show a man much younger than in the first sketch. In recent years, investigators questioned Keegan Kline about the murders, but he has never been named as a suspect in the case. Kline admitted to creating a fake online profile with the name of Anthony Schatz to meet underage girls and receive explicit photos. He is scheduled to go to trial for those crimes in January 2023. Okay, so that's basically all available information thus far, from official sources anyway. So here's an interesting post from the Libby and Abby subreddit regarding Allen, who has been arrested. Plastic Maximum responded here. "Holy cow, this guy has checked out my purchases at CVS many times. If this is truly him and he actually did this, crap. I'll just put it this way. Never in 1,000 years would you suspect this guy of anything serious, let alone a double murder. No way. Not with how he interacts with people at CVS. If he's the guy, that's flat out chilling." So I don't know how this is phrased. Checked out my purchases. So does that mean he works at CVS? Or does that mean he shops at CVS? Either way, this person is claiming that this is seemingly a very normal looking guy with normal actions, which is actually really weird because you have this area in the Delphi area in Indiana where there's no shortage of scumbags, child abusers, murderers, drug addicts, criminals associated with drugs, and the most normal seeming guy, if he is the true perpetrator and he's not connected to anybody else and any of these other scumbags, I mean, that's actually really curious. That's very, very surprising. Other people are speculating, hiding in plain sight, flew under the radar. Plastic Maxim also made this post. "My wife and daughter reacted the same way I did. It's unbelievable. The thought also occurred to us that given the fact that he is seen at CVS a lot, and it's the only pharmacy in Delphi, or Carroll County for that matter, there's a high probability that he interacted with members of the girls' family. If he is actually guilty of this, that's a devastating thought." I think they're referring to after the fact. which is weird. I mean, this is really weird if this is really the guy. Other people are speculating that the witness reports, why the witness reports would be off about this guy in terms of different looks, etc., if he really did act alone. Other people are also stating that the guy was involved in the search. And apparently others are stating that he, in fact, did work at Delphi at the CVS. So he worked in Delphi before, during, and after, and supposedly he lives about 5 minutes away from the bridge. Now, is it shocking that he wouldn't have moved away after all of this? Huh. Because suppose at least one witness said that Bridge Guy did not have blue eyes. And this guy does have blue eyes. Another interesting post here by Whitney. If this is the guy, kind of interesting that his wife's Facebook went completely silent from December 2016 through June 2017. Edit, not speculating that she had any idea or knew, as there are many other reasons that could cause someone to take a step back from social media. A few other posts here. My Brain Hurts posted this. In the wife's photos, there is a photo of what I assume is his daughter sitting on the bridge. There is a later photo of her getting married with him and the wife kissing her cheek. It looks like he has a younger daughter as well. Another poster said this. If this is the guy, that photo of his daughter on the Monon High Bridge is going to be one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. And those eyes of his are dead as a doornail, chilling. Other people said his voice is very consistent with the audio. I mean, I don't know how much I would put stock in that, because a lot of people, I mean, Doug Carter kind of sounds like the audio. Chadwell sort of sounds like the audio. Ron Logan sort of sounds like the audio. And the audio has been messed with. It's not raw audio that's identical to how the person would actually sound. So I don't know if it means that much. I think it's more useful in eliminating people who sound nothing like it, whereas quite a few people do sound a lot like it. I mean, I don't want to just keep going back to the sketches, but so one sketch, goatee. Other sketch, no goatee. I mean, was he or was he not clean-shaven that day? And why does Bridge Guy look different than Young Guy sketch? I mean, there's just, there's so much that doesn't make sense here. I think his eyebrows look quite different than the Young Guy sketch, but a lot of people seem to be convinced that the sketch is a dead ringer. I don't know. Not that the sketch really means anything. And then, of course, other questions are, is this guy connected to the Kleins in any way? Or are there other scumbags in their ring? And is this not an isolated incident? Is there a snuff film? Like, what other kind of criminals might be linked to this guy? We also have the Marathon gas station being in quite close proximity to the CVS. Now, the other curiosity, of course, is the FBI supposedly lost the security footage from Marathon Gas, which was searched on Keegan Klein's phone. Supposedly, obviously, I'm not going to post any of this, but supposedly, he has a daughter that looks similar to Libby. And supposedly, she had a similar tie-dye shirt that Libby had. And a purple coat. Which is very, very weird. Very weird, to say the least. A few other local posters stated that he was the friendliest worker out of all the workers at CVS. Huh. I mean, this is definitely weird, and other people know him from specifically CVS and also local bars. And that him and his wife are both avid pool players. So they're thoroughly involved in the community. I mean, this is not some recluse There were a lot of POIs earlier that they were recluses. Nobody ever never saw them. I mean, this is a guy smack dab in the middle of the Delphi community. Not only works at CVS and keeps to himself, but works at CVS and is the most outgoing, friendliest worker at CVS. This is pretty weird. Definitely pretty weird. Again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. Again, if he's arrested in connection with and is not actually the killer, I mean, what does that mean? Also, an interesting post here on the Delphi murder subreddit by Leveraged Sellout, apparently stating that the Kokomo in the Know group on Facebook stated that Alan's yard was dug up by the feds last week. Again, this is just an allegation on the Facebook group. But is that what facilitated the arrest? I mean, what's the timeline here? Was something found in the river that somehow got this guy on the radar? Then they got a warrant, dug up the guy's yard, and then found something damning in the yard. And then that's what facilitated the arrest. I'm just asking questions here. Again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. This is the Mindshock podcast, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. Another possibility is that Keegan Kline finally talked, and he named this guy. But who knows? We will see on Monday what new information is released. All we can do is go over available information and not fall for logical fallacies and assumptions. But if he's involved in any way, that's still quite mind-shocking that this supposedly friendly worker at CVS is somehow involved in any way in any of this. Mind-shocking indeed. Plenty more to come in the Delphi series. If you find the series interesting and informative, want to help support Mindshock, keep up awareness, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is the Delphi Case Series, episode 45, The Rumor Mill. So, trigger warning for the coincidence theorists and the authority-worshipping cultists who only take what is officially released by law enforcement as gospel. This episode is clearly not for you. So it's always funny how so many goofs just come out of the woodwork to post comments as if the law enforcement only makes 100% truthful statements and has never made any errors in any case ever. Quite silly, of course. Mindshock is, of course, about logical analysis of any and all true crime cases without falling for logical fallacies like appeal to authority or any of these other silly fallacies that some people just cling desperately to for some reason. So we'll be going through the rumor mill regarding Richard Allen and some other possible ties to law enforcement. As always, if you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, find it interesting and informative, and want to help support awareness in many different true crime cases, solved, unsolved, missing persons, etc., you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You can also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, first order of business. Some are reporting that Richard Allen was former law enforcement. Now that's quite curious. Again, this is the rumor mill episode. I am not claiming anything is true or untrue. I mean, I don't know how many times that needs to be explicitly stated to curtail the Dunning-Kruger crowd endlessly posting comments about, that's not verified, this is not verified. Nobody's claiming anything is verified, okay? So let's get that out of the way first. And now for all of the actual Mindshock listeners who are logical enough to understand that, to understand what theorizing is, what can and can't be proven, what different variables are, we can continue. So if he was a former law enforcement officer, what does that mean? Does that mean there's possibly other law enforcement officers involved in this crime or in this ring? Possibly also involving the Kleins? Does that mean he wasn't exactly impersonating a police officer? Some believe that bridge guy or accomplice, whoever, they controlled the girls by pretending to be a police officer. Now, if this is a former police officer, it wouldn't exactly be pretending, because he would have in the past identified himself as a police officer many times, and it would come naturally even if he wasn't currently an active police officer. Just another wrinkle in the case. Now, let's go into Mindshock territory. Does anybody find it weird that the day after there's a lawsuit filed against Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby, an arrest is magically made? Now, the neighbors of Richard Allen actually said his yard was dug up either October 15th or even before the 15th, somewhere around that week, so more than 2 weeks ago. What does that mean? Whatever they found, they didn't arrest him right away? Now there's a lawsuit filed, and the next day, there's a lawsuit filed against Leesenby. The next day, there's an arrest in the Delphi case with a press conference scheduled for Halloween? Okay, I mean, I don't know what the coincidence theorists are going to make of this, but let's go to WLFI.com. Deputy Sheriff, former candidate, files lawsuit against Carroll County Sheriff by Perry Apostolakos, October 26, 2022. A deputy sheriff in Carroll County has filed a lawsuit against the Carroll County Sheriff's Department and Sheriff Toby Leesenby. He claims his constitutional rights were violated through his employment because of his political affiliation. Quote, "The Constitution is very important. There's a reason why it's there," Thomas said, "for people's rights and stuff." And I think it's very important that people stand up for that, end quote. Very professional department here. Michael Thomas ran in the Republican primary for Carroll County Sheriff this year. He claims the current administration disapproved of his run for office because of his stance regarding the Delphi child homicides. Thomas said his recommendations for experts to be brought in to help with the homicide investigations were ignored. See, that's a curiosity, because does this smell of a cover-up? He is no longer involved with the case. Detective Tony Liggett won the Republican nomination for sheriff in the primary. Thomas claims 3 days later he was demoted from his position as chief deputy, and Liggett was promoted to replace him. Thomas is still employed at the department, but he has not yet been at work since the lawsuit was filed. Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby has not responded to News 18's request for comment as of the publication of this article. Thomas's attorney, Nick Snow, says they will not comment at this point on Thomas's specific demands or any type of remedy that he seeks through the filing of this lawsuit. What we're saying here is that, Michael didn't have the same opportunities that other officers had once it was determined that he was not going to support this candidate, and the sheriff wanted to see supported and, in fact, was going to run against him, Snow said. Things changed for him. He wasn't treated equally with other people in similar positions within his office. Now, let's put aside the political nonsense for a moment. So this guy wants experts brought in regarding this case, and then he's demoted? Why is there such pushback as having independent experts being brought in to assist on this case? Does anybody find that curious? I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Other rumors are that Toby Leesenby is actually one of Richard Allen's actual neighbors. I don't know where that rumor came from. Again, just in the rumor mill. Supposedly, the neighbor reported something stolen, and that's why the police searched the Allens. The yard, they dug up the yard, possibly found something in the yard or in the home that was possibly taken as a trophy from the crime scene. Others are speculating that he actually had some kind of painting in his house of himself, or some kind of drawing or something, a picture up in his house of the young guy sketch and his own photo. Now, if that's true, again, I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. This is Mindshock. If that's true, though, is it possible this guy just has a really sick sense of humor? A really sick sense of humor. Because he thinks he looks like the sketch. And why would he have that if that's out in the open in his living room and not in his bedroom, or even in his bedroom? I don't know. But if that's just out in the open where anybody in the house can stroll in. Furthermore, others are speculating that an ex-girlfriend of his actually turned him in recently. Others still speculated that Keegan Klein, was the one who pointed in his direction, although others still are speculating he only did that as a distraction. So supposedly 3 people had access to the Anthony Shots account. Keegan Klein, his father, Tony Klein, and a third party. Is Richard Allen the third party, and did Keegan Klein blow the whistle on him? Or is this all another side distraction? And if the evidence was found 2 weeks ago, why did the arrest not happen then? Why the day after a lawsuit against Sheriff Toby Leesenby by a guy who wanted experts brought into the case, and then all of a sudden gets demoted and is now not even on the case? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Now, another point, supposedly the CVS pharmacy where Richard Allen works is right across the street from the sheriff's office. Anybody find that weird? Toby Leesenby himself said that he's heard that voice before. So did he know this whole time? I mean, what's with all these mixed statements? He said that years ago. Years ago. And then, of course, the statement at the press conference that the killer might be in the very room, Richard Allen supposedly involved with the searches. I don't know if it's been confirmed that he was in the room when that statement was being made. Possibly, possibly not. I don't know if anybody's tracked that down. I mean, what can everybody make of this? Another connection, again, just purely through the rumor mill, supposedly his daughter, Richard Allen's daughter, might know somebody connected to Klein, and the tip could have come from that angle. So there's quite a few different angles. But supposedly the reason the police searched his home in the first place, some kind of reported theft from a neighbor. Now, why would they dig up the yard because of a theft? They would just search the house. So I don't know if that adds up either. Perhaps they searched the house because of that, found something in the house, and then dug up the yard because of whatever they found in the house. But if whatever they found was that damning, why wait this long for an arrest? I mean, they just leave him out there for weeks? I mean, it's weird. Unless they do have him under 24/7 surveillance, then theoretically he wouldn't be able to hurt somebody else as they're, trying to find more information about this out. I mean, this is all very, very mind-shocking stuff. So, another curiosity is supposedly this guy has been on the radar for quite some time. On 4chan, somebody was discussing him and name-dropped him, specifically Richard. Here's a post by Anonymous, Sunday, February 23rd, 2020, so this is over 2 years ago. Richard definitely did it, you retard. Just because he's mentally disabled means nothing. Why else was he hanging out there? The cops know, but have not been able to build enough evidence on him. So did the cops know that he was hanging out by the bridge? So supposedly he lives within walking distance. I mean, what is going on here? Other people are speculating that he was the lookout. So if this is all connected to some ring, he is involved and he's the lookout. So apparently he was on the radar in one form or another. Others are speculating the police knew exactly who he was the entire time. More local gossip, screenshots, origins unknown. Supposedly this is a local. So local information shared here regarding his wife turned him in. This is what allegedly locals are saying. She caught him looking at some weird stuff, so she checked it out. Then she notified locals and they checked it out. Mind you, he's been in trouble for domestic violence at least 8 times. That's just when it's so bad that somebody notifies the police. It doesn't tell you how many other times it happens behind closed doors. Seems to me that it's the mindset in this area, not just saying Delphi. I'm not a feminist, but I think the men in this area have a terrible mindset regarding women. This case is far from over, however. I wish the close-knit family members and many others in the community luck in dealing with all of this. I hope that others give RA's wife and kids time to heal. This is obviously a devastating situation to be in. So yeah, I don't know how this is connected to the theft in the neighbors, or if that's completely unrelated but also true. Another rumor is the wife found something, did not go to the police. She told a friend of hers, and the friend tipped this in. Again, full disclosure, this is all rumor mill. None of this is confirmed. I don't know how many times I got to put out this trigger warning, but I suspect that there'll be plenty of clueless goofs who still don't understand that. But another poster posted that apparently he threatened to kill his wife in the parking lot after he did badly at the pool hall one weekend. And also apparently a history of DUIs. Now let's look at a haunting post posted on the Mindshock episode, the previous Mindshock episode. Home Truth Homie posted this. I think he was either tipped in by his wife or daughter. I've been looking at the wife's videos, and there is some on there with him letting off fireworks at the end of 2016. The jeans, shoes, build, and walk looks the same. Carter said focus on the walk for this very reason, as to give a cry to help to his wife or daughter. I think this is why he said someone knew. And that might explain why there is no photos on his wife's Facebook for that year in question, 2017. Maybe her conscience got the better of her and led to her removing the false alibi, which is also quite interesting. In one of the first videos I ever watched on this case, mentioned fireworks, and it was divulged by a psychic. Lo and behold, the videos for the end of 2016 show this Richard Allen letting off fireworks. Uncanny coincidence. Other people also reporting that he's Keegan Kline's cousin or some kind of a relative, however far removed. Again, I don't know where they got that information from. Another post here by Home Truth Homie. If he was super paranoid and required counseling after the murders, this does not fit with someone who is a cold-blooded killer, so it's quite possible he was an accessory to the murders and not the actual murderer. At that press conference, Carter made out he was a control freak who got off on power, but he comes across as someone who must be unsettled by what happened, as if it's true he needed counseling, then this would be an oddity for serial killers. Could it be that he did not realize what he was part of before it was too late, witnessed the murders, and having a daughter himself had this deep impact on him, hence the counseling? Then I guess he would have had to learn to live with it, and maybe he did not move away as to not trigger suspicion of his involvement. Pat Brown, who was a local resident who allegedly discovered the dead bodies of the children, moved away. Some people had Pat Brown on the POI list. And was he the former mayor? Is that Pat Brown? I mean, there's so many Pat Browns. So, yeah, supposedly also what is being discussed is that Richard Allen allegedly required some kind of mental health counseling shortly after the murders. Then again, how many people in the search party required that? So I don't know how much that means either, but another interesting coincidence is that early in the investigation, Justin Hicks pointed this out. Early in the investigation, they said the knife could have been purchased from a CVS. I mean, out of all the places to purchase a knife, law enforcement stated that the knife could have been purchased from a CVS. I mean, that's another one for the coincidence stack. What are you going to do? Jody posted this. I worked for Rick several years. He was always Rick, not Ricky. He was a co-manager at the Commerce Drive Walmart. He was an extremely nice guy, a fantastic manager. He was always clean-shaven and never had hair as portrayed in the sketches. I still can't see a resemblance. Is it because I don't want to believe? He also worked with my daughter when she was 15 or 16 years old. She is shocked beyond belief. She never got a vibe from him, and she is a sensitive. We are both holding out hope that the guy in the picture is not actually who they arrested, even though it was confirmed by Cody, Patty's real mom, Kelsey, Tara, and Becky. I'm extremely saddened and also elated. There's a whirlwind of emotions running through me. I can't even imagine what the family is feeling. He supposedly gave Tara pictures that she had developed at the CVS. I'm wondering now, did he make extra prints for himself? Of the girl's funeral. Supposedly he developed the pictures from the funeral. What? Yeah, this is really weird. Very weird indeed. I'm just going to throw this out here as a final point. If he is a searcher, if he does have some kind of mental disability or is just psychotic in some fashion, is it possible he took something from the crime scene without being the murderer? And is it possible he also looks at some disturbing material online and also steals from his neighbors, but is not actually responsible for the murders? Is that a possibility? News 8 Wish TV stated that Richard Allen, man arrested in connection with the Delphi murders, is not cooperating with authorities, a source tells News 8 Wish TV. So apparently he hasn't confessed as of yet. So all these charges in connection with, I mean, if he took something from the crime scene, it would be in connection with, tampering with the crime scene. With that specific crime scene. So is that what this is really about? But then how coincidental is all of a sudden, because there's no movement on the case for how long? For years? And then last year they announced the Anthony Schatz account, Keegan Kline link. Then 2-3 months ago they start searching the river as per Kline. Kline is let out of prison to take them on some kind of search. This is right out of a movie. And then just a month later, there's a warrant and a search exercised on Richard Allen's home. And then there's a lawsuit filed against Leesenby 2 weeks after that. And then the next day, this guy's arrested. Can anyone make sense of this timeline? Is this all a string of coincidences? Is that what the coincidence theorists would have everyone believe? And why did that guy even really file that lawsuit, though? Why do they not want to bring in independent or experts from outside the local department to assist in the case? I mean, none of this really makes any sense. And is Richard Allen really an ex-cop? So the guy that works across the street from the sheriff's office, who everybody in Delphi interacts with, hears his voice, sees his face, sees what he's wearing, sees how he's walking, and nobody ever said anything? I mean, this is all just too weird to me, so I will let the Mindshock listeners chime in here. Leave your thoughts and theories, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind in the comment section, and we will see tomorrow in the Halloween press conference. I mean, make of that what you will. The Halloween press conference, what new information will be announced? Now, I will say this also as a final closing point. Even if this guy's being set up as a patsy, just right after this lawsuit, that's still valuable information because that information leads to more information. So if there was just nothing announced ever, the case wouldn't get solved. So even if this guy is a patsy, that's still theoretically a step in the right direction for independent investigators, because then they can see why law enforcement is doing this or that with more information. More information is always good. So for even those people that are saying this is all a patsy setup job, that's not necessarily a bad thing because it's still movement in the case and awareness is maintained. Awareness is what gets cases solved one way or the other. And with the amount of information and evidence across the board, I still maintain that this case will be solved shortly. Now, by shortly, I don't mean like a decade. That doesn't mean shortly in like a month or two. Maybe it'll take another year, but maybe two. But I think it will be solved. A lot of people really didn't like me saying that. In the past few episodes, I've said that for a few different cases. The Moore Murray case, I think, will also be solved one way or another. There's just there's too much information. There's too many eyeballs on it. And there's too many people keeping up awareness and discussion for it to just go away. Just my opinion. Nothing I claimed in this podcast, I am not claiming is true or untrue. I make no claims of any kind. This is all theoretical discussion of different theories. For some people, they just can't grasp that concept. So, anyway, hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative in the Delphi case series. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can become a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share the podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Delphi case series. This is episode 46. Today is not the day. Is it still not the day despite the arrest of Richard Allen in shocking revelations just before Halloween? And then, of course, the press conference on Halloween by law enforcement, which we will be dissecting here, as well as other interviews with Doug Carter. More information revealed about exactly the nature of Allen's arrest, and putting all the pieces together regarding other persons of interest like Keegan Kline, and strange coincidental timeline issues, sheriff elections, lawsuits, and various oddities, anomalies, and coincidences that many claim and hallucinate don't actually exist. It's really, really bizarre. This is a very, very bizarre case. But we will be continuing our comprehensive logical analysis of the Delphi case and everyone involved, allegedly and otherwise, trying to ascertain the veracity of statements made by law enforcement as well as others, local rumors, and more. As always, if you find the podcast interesting and informative, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Help support the Mindshock podcast and help us get more mind-shocking content out there in a world where logic and reason is quickly going extinct. You could also support the channel by becoming a YouTube member right here on YouTube for access to exclusive streams and chats. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. You could also like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Alright, so let's go to the Halloween 2022 press conference regarding this latest arrest and what it means in the entire scope of the case, because many people were just quick to jump on the bandwagon that Richard Allen is responsible, Richard Allen acted alone, and police would not have arrested him if they hadn't definitively known that he was not only bridge guy but the murderer, and of course many conflicting statements throughout the years revolving around all of this. And again, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, for whatever reason, they think that Richard Allen couldn't have done anything other than act alone, or that it's definitively him. It's just really, really bizarre. So let's examine the press conference here.
Good morning. My name is Sergeant Jeremy Piers, Public Information Officer for the Indiana State Police Lafayette Post. I'd like to thank you all for being here and thank the Delphi United Methodist Church for allowing us to use their facility. This morning we're going to provide an update on the investigation into the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German.
Is it common for police, again, for people that are well-versed in press conferences, is it common in either major or non-major cases for police to hold a press conference in a church on Halloween? See, a lot of people chastise so-called conspiracy theorists who believe that there's some kind of satanic link or undertone through involving law enforcement and government corruption. But if there were, is this the type of thing that corrupt law enforcement involved in satanic Illuminati rituals and trafficking, is this something they would get a kick out of? Holding a press conference in a church on Halloween, a celebration of all things horror, demonic, and satanic, and paranormal and otherwise. I'm just saying, I'm not saying, obviously this is Mindshock, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue, but if, I know a lot of people have trouble with the word if, the comment section is littered with Dunning-Kruger goofs who don't understand what the word if means, don't understand what asking questions are. I mean, if there is some kind of widespread satanic conspiracy of corruption, would they get a kick out of holding a press conference in a church on Halloween? But continuing on here.
Before we get started, I'm going to introduce to you our speakers, Superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter, the Carroll County Sheriff, Tobe Lesenby, and the Carroll County Prosecutor, Nick McClelland. I'd like to remind everyone that this continues to be an active and ongoing investigation. At the conclusion of this press conference, we are going to answer a limited amount of questions out of respect to the investigation and the process that will follow today. We will not discuss evidence that is related to this investigation. On behalf of the Delphi Double Homicide Task Force, thank you all for your continued support. I would now like to introduce to you our first speaker, Superintendent of the Indiana State Police, Doug Carter.
Give me just a second here. Seldom do I have prepared remarks, but today is different because I do not want there to be any confusion or ambiguity with what I will say. Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation.
So right off the bat, he said he doesn't want to be vague. I mean, it's a step in a complex investigation. So it's not, is he basically saying here, it's simply not over? Is he doing everything possible to say that there's more than one individual involved without explicitly saying it, while saying he wants to avoid any ambiguity? I mean, this is weird. And if it really was just one guy, I mean, why would it be that complex? I mean...
First, I'd like to speak directly to Anna, Mike, Becky, Kelsey, your extended families, along with the entire Delphi community that certainly has grown and now includes our nation and even many countries around the world. I am proud to report to you that today, actually last Friday, was the day.
All right, so let's keep all this in mind. He's saying today or last Friday when the arrest was made was the day. Today was the day, today's the day, the Friday was the day. The day has happened. So again, he opened with wanting to avoid any ambiguity or vagueness. Now he's stating in no uncertain terms that the day has transpired, whether it's the press conference on Halloween or 3 days prior to the Friday. The day has happened. That's what he's saying here. Let's continue.
And an arrest has been made. Thanks to literally hundreds of media outlets that have been steadfast in reporting and keeping the memories of Abby and Libby front and center. Many of you in the room have developed relationships with me personally, and you know I always have a personal perspective, and today's no different. But from a very personal perspective, you all have provided inspiration and support, even while oftentimes frustrated with us and me. You continue to encourage the efforts, and you too believe that one day we would all be here participating and sharing this news. To the entire law enforcement community, which includes all local, state, and federal agencies, which are far too many to specifically mention today, thank you, thank you, thank you. We are going to continue a very methodical and committed approach to ensure that if any other person had any involvement in these murders in any way, that person or persons will be held accountable.
So another very clear statement here that other person, so if this really was just one guy and they believe it was just one guy, why would he go out of his way here and talk about other persons being involved in any way? So in any way, what does that mean? Either theoretically, physically involved in the actual murders, or simply assisting, luring, aiding and abetting, covering up, whatever. So is it really not that simple that Richard Allen acted alone? Because if it was that simple that Richard Allen acted alone, why would Doug Carter be making these statements? And let's not forget his opening. He wants to avoid being ambiguous or vague or whatever. So he's very clear, and look at the intensity on his face when saying that. He wants to get the message out that other individuals that could possibly be involved will also be held accountable. That's very interesting that he's specifically making time and focusing on this.
Since the murders of Abby and Libby, 2,086 days ago, the daily investigative team has worked tirelessly and is certainly worthy of mention today. Specifically, Sheriff Linsonby, the Sheriff of Carroll County, Detectives Tony Liggett, Detective retired Kevin Hammond, former Delphi chief and now the prosecutor's investigator Steve Mullins, State Police First Sergeant Jerry Holman, Detectives Jay Harper, Dave Vito, and Brian Harshman, along with members of the United States Marshal Service, specifically Agent Jeremy Clinton and Agent Bill Colfers. With them today is Dan McClain, the U.S. Marshal, appointed U.S. Marshal. Our state police analyst, our scientist from many different disciplines within our laboratory division, Mrs. Kathy Shank, for your incredible dedication to detail, and to so many others that I know I've missed. I really believe that Abby and Libby would be proud of you for standing strong, even in the face of immense pressure and perpetual criticism. Some of these individuals have postponed retirement, passed on promotional opportunity, have dedicated personal time away from their families, given up nights, weekends, and holidays, all while in the pursuit of accountability for Abby and Libby. I know that today's announcement will not diminish your resolve, and I hope you have found just a bit of peace in this most complicated world. This is really important. While I know you are all expecting final details today concerning this arrest, today is not that day. Today's not that day.
So he opens up with wanting to avoid ambiguity. Today's the day, and now today's not that day. Now, obviously, he's talking about the exact details and nature of the arrest, but what's weird, though, in other cases, again, just looking at other cases, there's a certain amount of celebration, we got the guy, etc., etc. I mean, obviously, it's not over, we still have work to do, etc., but there's a celebratory nature, and he's doing everything he can here to downplay it, talk about other involved individuals. Again, compare this to other cases where a murderer is caught either by DNA match or otherwise, and it's relatively definitive. Their press conference, arrest, on these particular charges, we believe, so it's very, very different than what we see here. There's not all this focus on accomplices and other people involved. There's just a celebration of they finally got this guy. And a case this high profile, going this long, it's very curious on what Doug Carter chose to focus on and the way he chose to word all of this. I mean, it's just very, very interesting. And you can compare this to other press conferences and other cases, most probably not held on Halloween in churches. But in other cases, there's just like, okay, we finally did it. We got the guy, etc., etc. Here, it's like, today's not that day. Today is the day, then it's not the day. Other people involved need to be held accountable. I mean, it's all very, very curious.
This investigation is far from complete, and we will not jeopardize its integrity by releasing or discussing documents or information before the appropriate time.
And if he had just stated that, just that, without all this focus on other potential parties involved, without explicitly stating today is not that day. I mean, today is the day. I mean, that's kind of been the catchphrase of this whole case. Today's the day for finding the arrest. So for him to choose the words today is not that day and then repeat it again, I mean, is that I mean, that's a kind of a weird message Doug Carter is saying, because all these people that want justice for these poor girls, they've been stating and repeating today's that day. I mean, that's been the tagline, the catchphrase. And for him to use the opposite, today's not that day, even though someone is arrested for this, now, it's just weird. If he had just made the statement he just made, where, we're not going to compromise the case by releasing all these details, that would be perfectly fine. They do that in I mean, that's normal. That's par for the course. You don't want to compromise a case. And if he had just said that without all this focus on other people possibly being involved and explicitly stating today is not that day twice for emphasis, I mean, it's kind of weird in this press conference at a church on Halloween. It's kind of weird.
Prosecutor Nick McClellan, of course, will share additional information about what we can and cannot say, and also explain to you why the probable cause affidavit is temporarily sealed by the court and not available. And by the way, he has been a tremendous, tremendous asset to this team.
That's also another curiosity. Usually these are not sealed. By law, do they have to be released within 24 hours or something of that nature? But for whatever reason, in this case, it's not. I mean, there's a lot of anomalies here. I mean, that much cannot be denied. Regardless of what the real truth is, the anomaly stack here is very, very extensive.
I'm yet again asking you for your patience and please your understanding while our system of due process works. Also remember that all persons arrested are presumed innocent. All persons arrested are presumed innocent. You all will have an innate desire to subjectively interpret and then report what you think. We in the law enforcement realm cannot, and you should never allow us to, talk about what we think concerning facts, but rather discuss and share at the right time what it is we know.
I mean, again, I just can't help but notice how different Doug Carter's statements are and all these press conferences are compared to just about any other case. I mean, just what is chosen to be emphasized. I mean, it's just really weird.
The time will come when additional details can be released. But again, today is not that day. It's about Abby and Libby, their families, and this community, this nation, and even our planet.
What? Our planet? Why is he roping in the planet? I mean, I don't know. This is really weird. This is really weird. And again, he's saying today is not that day. After all these years about hoping for an arrest, I mean, today's the day. I mean, that's for justice to be called for. I mean, to say that it already was. I mean, if he didn't already say it already was with that Friday, he could have clarified and said the day is going to be in court when the true murderer is convicted. And that's perfectly fine. Then don't open with today's the day. Because all this time, if today is the day was talking about like a major arrest, then it was the day. Then why take that away? Again, none of this makes any logical sense. It's really weird.
The prosecutor has been very clear with law enforcement about what his expectations are, about what can and cannot be released, shared, or discussed. So we will, of course, comply. If you choose to be critical of our silence, be critical of me.
It's not so much the silence, though. It's what's chosen to be talked about and the manner in which it is talked about. I mean, I don't know. It's all quite weird.
Not the front line. These are the folks that have committed their entire lives to a successful conclusion. In other words, a guilty verdict. As we move to the next phase of this investigation, I will continue to offer all resources that the ISP has to not only the investigative team that I anticipate growing, but also to Prosecutor McClellan as we prepare for the coming months. Again, Nick has been very resolute and very clear, and I'm most grateful for his leadership. And it's going to be really important as we move forward. Please continue offering tips that you would like to share. The many avenues to report will remain open and will be available to all. Please continue doing that. In closing, I stand before you in this church and very place where we held our first briefing nearly 6 years ago, and just hours after the murders of Abby and Libby. Right here.
I do have to say, that is a pretty decent explanation if they wanted to hold the press conference in the exact same place. I mean, that still doesn't explain why Halloween specifically, because they could have theoretically had the press conference Friday or the Tuesday. But Monday on Halloween, I mean, it goes a little bit in the way of explaining it, because if every other press conference was not at a church, and then this one was, I mean, that'd be a lot more damning, no doubt. No doubt. But yeah, still unanswered questions.
Pulling in today, I wasn't really sure what emotion I would experience. But peace came over me. And I didn't expect that to happen. And I hope all of you, with all the different responsibilities you have from around the planet today, have felt some of that as well.
How many people are there from out of state, let alone out of country, yet alone out of continent? I mean, I don't know. I mean, how much peace can honestly be felt, though, when he's talking about all these potentially other involved individuals? I mean, I don't know.
But remember, we're not done. I think what we all have experienced proves that together there's nothing we cannot do. But more importantly, giving of ourselves, all of us, giving of ourselves matters more than what we could ever receive. Abby and Libby, though in death, have had a profound effect on so many of us, on how we live, and as importantly, who we all should be. I would now like to introduce to you my friend and the Carroll County Sheriff, Tom Lidsby, for his remarks. Sheriff.
I believe in a God of justice and righteousness. Today, I believe that same God has provided us with justice for Abby and Libby.
Okay, so now we have a notably different statement here from Toby Leesenby. He's saying God has provided justice. I mean, that's a lot different statement than everything Doug Carter is saying, we're not finished, today's not the day, other people need to be held accountable. Here we have Toby Leesenby just flat out saying, justice, today justice. I mean, that's interesting. That's very interesting, particularly for those that think Leesenby is still involved somehow.
As Sheriff of Carroll County, Indiana, I want to publicly and sincerely thank each individual who played a role in helping us during this 5.5-year investigation.
That's also kind of curious because he's stating that as if it's over. Weird.
Whether it was in an investigative capacity, providing tips, cards or letters of suggestions or encouragement, phone calls, and thousands of other countless ways of communicating. I earnestly thank those who prayed for this moment in time. We now move forward through the Indiana criminal justice system.
Now, again, saying you're moving through the system now, as opposed to trying to apprehend people, does that give the impression here that he's saying it's over and they got the guy, they're not focusing on accomplices? Again, vastly different statements and different tonality than Mr. Doug Carter.
Allowing the system to provide its due diligence and process in providing that justice which is owed Abby and Libby, their families, and this community. Thank you.
And again, I can't quite put my finger on it, but something seems off about Toby Leesenby as well. Whether it's just guilt for calling off that initial search, or because he knows far more than he's saying, or possibly he's involved in other kind of activities that don't have anything to do with this case, but there's some kind of guilt for whatever reason, or simply if he is a good guy, just simply the guilt of not being able to get this done quicker. But there's something off and lagging in the background regarding Mr. Leesenby here. And of course, this arrest comes right after a lawsuit, which I discussed in the previous episode. And also right before an election where a new sheriff is to be elected. I mean, is that all coincidental?
Welcome, everybody. My name is Nicholas McClellan. I'm the Carroll County prosecutor. And before we get started, I want to reiterate some of the things that Sheriff Leslie and Superintendent Carter stated. I first want to thank both of them. They've been a great support to my office throughout this investigation. They've always been there for a phone call and always been willing to help a hand or a line of assistance to me and my office during this investigation. I want to thank the team behind me. This is the Homicide Task Force team that we've put together. Thank them and thank their families for being so understanding for the many nights they've worked away from their families, away from their children. There are many dates in a lifetime that you're going to remember. The date your children are born, the date you're married, the date you buy a first house, the date Abby and Libby went missing. One of those dates was last Friday, October 28, 2022. At that time, we had gathered evidence to formulate a PC that we submitted to the court, and the judge did find probable cause for an arrest of Richard Allen. He's been charged with 2 counts of murder for the murder of Abigail Williams and Liberty German.
Okay, so here is explicit confirmation, because early on, there were statements that he's being charged with 2 counts of murder, but again, some people were stating that it was unclear which murder. So now he's 2 counts. Now, the exact nature of the counts, I don't know if that's been released or anything further, but explicitly in these 2 murders of Abby and Libby. So that statement is explicit right here for those that were still waiting for something definitive.
This investigation is still very ongoing. We're keeping the tip line open, the tip email open. We encourage everybody to continue to call in tips, not only about Richard Allen, but about any other person that you may have.
Oh, that is also curious. So we have Leesenby talking about now it's time for due process in the justice system, and then you have Doug Carter and McClellan talking about other individuals and other investigation continuing and possibly arresting other individuals. I mean, this is really weird, just the nature of this conference and the vast difference between Leesenby, Carter, and McClellan here. McClellan and Carter seem to be on the same page. Leesenby talking about God serving justice and time for due process, whereas the other 2 not so much. Kind of the opposite. Talking about, continuing the investigation, and today not being the day. Weird.
For that reason and for the nature of this case, the probable cause and the charging information has been sealed by the court.
Again, would they have sealed it? Because if this is all open and shut, and there's no other individuals involved, like what's going on here? If it's already a slam dunk case, it's weird, because what did they find? They have probable cause for the arrest. They don't want to reveal exactly what that is. I mean, we'll be going into updated information here in a moment, but just again, I mean, this is quite a unique press conference. I mean, that much can be said.
I've been very clear to everybody that per the court order, we cannot talk about the evidence that's in the probable cause or the evidence that's in the charging information. That will become evident to you at some point and it'll be released, but right now is not that day. Today's about Abby and Libby, focusing on them. Mr. Allen has had his initial hearing. He's entered a preliminary plea of not guilty. The matter's been set for a pretrial on January 13th at 9 a.m., 2023, and a trial date of March 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. He is presumed innocent. We will have an opportunity and day in court when we can present the evidence that we have against him. But until that day, he is presumed innocent. I want to open it up to a few limited questions from the audience. But again, keep in mind, we are not going to talk about the evidence that we have in this case or about the charging information. We cannot. Those things have been sealed by the court. And so I want to open up a few questions.
Prosecutor, when did Richard Allen become a suspect, and do you think he acted alone?
Again, that's part of the investigation, so I'm not going to talk about those things. What I can say is that we have probable cause established by the court for his arrest, and he is in custody. He's being held currently without bond.
How long has he been a suspect?
I'm sorry?
Is Mr. Allen connected?
Again, that gets into the evidence we have of the investigation, and I know from everybody it's frustrating. I know everybody, not only reporters, but the family, everybody wants to know more information. I understand it's frustrating, but my goal is to maintain the integrity of this case.
Superintendent Carter, you had said that you believe that you had spoken to the suspect or the suspect's family 2 years ago. Is this man one of those people?
Again, I appreciate the question, but we're getting into the timeline of events, and today's not the time to do that.
They keep reiterating today is not the day. Today's not the time. I mean, it's just kind of weird. They could have chosen to phrase that differently considering that, again, the catchphrase of this whole case has been today's the day.
Can you talk about how rare it is? Family, I know you've had a lot of conversations with them. You were almost in tears pretty much when you started off this press conference. Can't imagine how emotional it is for everybody that's worked on this case. What was your conversation first like with the family of Abby and Libby when you were able to tell them you finally got the suspect?
It was a very personal moment for me, and I think it was a very personal moment for them, for all of us that have had interaction with the family. We developed a relationship that I think is going to last at least one lifetime, and maybe a second. So it was a very, very, very sad yet a very humbling experience.
Superintendent, you asked for tips, detective work, there was a reward for $325,000. Did this all come together to make this nexus? Is that the combination of all three things that led us to this day, or is it one or the other?
Well, eventually you'll be able to see what led us to this day, but again, today's not that day. To include the reward, you mentioned that, Raphael, about the reward itself.
How many times is he going to say today is not that day? I mean, what is going on here? Because there's a lot of ways to phrase this without kind of pointing and trying to undo today's the day. And yet Carter chooses these words repeatedly, today is not that day. I mean, it's just really weird. There's so many different ways you could phrase that.
And again, very premature for us to talk about that. There's still a tremendous amount of work to do.
What would you say that Abby and Libby have taught you in depth that we can remain to continue on with?
I think probably resilience and understanding the value of each and every day. That today was the day, but I didn't anticipate they ever thought today would be their day. And I feel like I've known for a long time.
Is somebody else involved in this case?
Excuse me?
Do you assume there's any other individuals involved in this case?
We haven't closed the door on the investigation. And so that's why we keep the tip line and the tip email open. And so we're not presuming anything at this point, but we're going to continue to take tips, continue to take any information anybody has. And as we've done with all the information we've gathered, we're going to look at that and examine that and see where it leads us.
Mr. Prosecutor, can you explain the law? You've you've asked the court, based on this investigation, that these documents should remain out of the public view. Could you explain, without getting into the details of what's in the documents, well, this is not regular. Usually a public hearing is held. We should be able to see all the documents, right?
Sure, sure.
You made a decision. Can you explain your decision as to why you believe that over the next 30 days, no one in this room should have access to those records?
Sure, it is unusual. We don't do it very often in all the cases that we handle here in Carroll County. We did it in this case because the investigation is still open. And while all cases are important, the nature of this case has some extra scrutiny with it. And so my office, felt it was important to seal those records. There will be a public hearing on whether or not those records are going to remain sealed or not. There'll be public notice for that hearing so that everyone can attend, but there will be a hearing to determine whether or not they're going to stay sealed. But for now, to me, it's about protecting the integrity of this case. I want to have an opportunity at some point to have an opportunity in court to explain the evidence and for that not to be tarnished or tainted or anything like that. Again, he's presumed innocent, and so it was important for me in this case to do that. Hold on just a minute.
How do the clients fit into all this?
We're not going to comment on that right now as part of the investigation. Again, we just encourage everybody to continue to call in tips if they have them about anybody, and we'll examine those tips.
How does it feel for you guys to have searched nationwide for nearly 6 years, going all over the place, only to find your guy, down the street from your office?
That's a hard question to answer. It's a mixed emotions. I've been watching the news all weekend like everybody else has, and I think a lot of the members of the public said it right. It's bittersweet. It's a step in the right direction. It's concerning that he's a local guy. So I think just different emotions. Again, this is a step in the right direction. This is the first step into getting into court and having a trial. And so,
All right, so let's move on to this interview immediately after this press conference, and we'll see what Doug Carter reveals here.
Doug, talk about one thing that you said. You stood up there and you said you weren't sure what kind of emotions you were going to feel today. Yeah. And talk about that. You pulled up and it just hit you.
Well, I got up really early today, and I didn't really work all day yesterday, and in my mind about what was happening, and I just decided to take the long way here. And I was going to get here early, and I decided not to, so it was about a 2-cup trip, and I just disappeared into the rural areas of Delphi, from Delphi to my home, and it was a bit surreal. And then when I pulled into the parking lot, it was really surreal, and it was just peaceful. I just felt, weird. I didn't expect that.
You were visibly emotional up there. Can you talk about that? I mean, you've always said this was personal.
It is personal. It's personal to all of us, and to be able to participate and see the raw emotion, and to see the commitment and the dedication of not just from the state police, but from, the sheriff's office in this county has 12 deputies, I think. The city of Delphi is very small, but it's a wonderful, wonderful community. And just to see the level of commitment at a time when most people would have just walked away is very powerful to me as my career comes to an end. It's very powerful.
Are you confident this is your guy?
A judge signed the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen for 2 counts of murder. Yes.
Do you think there are other people involved?
I'm not going to go there.
There's still speculation out there that investigators should still continue to look, even though he's passed away, at Ron Logan, where the bodies were found.
We're going to keep doing what we've done until there's nothing left for us to do.
And again, another curiosity that he doesn't state here, Ron Logan's been ruled out. He says they're just going to continue investigating, and he doesn't want to go there. That's another interesting phrasing, because he could have easily said, I can't talk about the details of the investigation, but he chose to say, I'm not going to go there as far as other people involved. I mean, he's already made the statement regarding other individuals being held accountable, so clearly the door is open there. Clearly that's a possibility. He doesn't want to kind of reveal, because maybe they are looking at a few other people. Maybe they know for sure, and they're just waiting for the evidence to pile up, just like against Allen, if they did have Allen on the radar. And maybe they knew for sure about Allen, or that he's one of the parties involved for a long time. So, just interesting statements. Again, not really like other cases.
We're going to keep doing it.
I was looking back at my old notes from I have
been with us
notebooks.
the whole time,
I have
by the way.
notebooks for 5.5 years. So I was reading back on the time when you guys searched Mr. Logan's property, and Kim Riley, was it Kim's? And he was saying it was because some things didn't add up. Are we still looking at Mr. Logan as possibly
We're looking
involved?
at everything and all of it. We're looking at all of it. We said when this happened we were going to start all over.
So you
That's
never,
what we're doing.
so you never cleared him, Mr. Logan.
We haven't cleared anybody.
Whoa! Interesting statement there from Doug Carter. Nobody's been cleared, so none of the family members, none of the police officers, not Leesenby, not himself. I mean, they haven't cleared anybody? They haven't cleared anybody. Interesting. I mean, that's an interesting statement from Doug Carter. Because he could have said, oh, I can't talk about who we have and haven't cleared. That would have been a perfectly normal statement. Because, if you don't want to reveal any evidence, that's a normal statement for an officer to say either no comment. Even I don't want to go there. I mean, that's kind of a little bit weird, but still, that's fine. But to openly admit no one has been cleared, that's interesting. That's especially when you're holding a press conference on an arrest. So he's and again, remember how he opened the press conference talking about not wanting ambiguity or vagueness, and yet that's all he provides. But they haven't cleared anyone. So they arrested a guy who is charged with Abby's and Libby's murders. And at the same time, no one has been cleared. No one. I mean, those very explicit words. That means none of the other family members. That means none of the police officers. That would technically mean none of the FBI agents investigating, none of the judges, none of the prosecutors. I mean, he said he hasn't cleared anyone. Anyone. I mean, that's crazy. That's mind-shocking. And that was an instant response with a straight face and intensity. Unlike his other interviews, you don't see him stumbling, thumbing his nose, rubbing his head, getting twitchy. That was one of the few times that he just looks straight at her, gives a definitive comment with none of this body language or micro-expression, funny business. That's very interesting.
Talk about the decision to keep the PC closed.
Well, that's a part of this entire process. This is not a typical, usual homicide investigation. I mean, they all matter. But this one is different. And Nick McClellan, the prosecutor here, has been a really good partner and made the decision to attempt to do that, and the judge agreed. So that's all I'm going to say about it.
Can you talk about what brought you to Mr. Allen?
No, I can't.
Can you talk about if he's related to Kevin Kline in any way?
I can't talk about any of the facts associated with the case. Emily, I can't.
And again, he could have said, I can't talk about it when asked about anybody being cleared or around, but he chose to openly admit directly that no one has been cleared.
The Patties confirmed to us that at one point Mr. Allen processed some photos for them at the local CVS and didn't make them pay for them. They there was a rumor out there, and they said, yep, that happened. Did you know that happened?
I didn't.
Okay, that's a little weird. This kind of major detail. So either he's lying, but again, I've analyzed the body language and microexpressions of Doug Carter in the past in other interviews. You can go check on those. Here, notice he's being very direct, looking her dead in the eye without any of the twitchy funny business. So either he's just flat out dead lying, or he's flat out telling the truth without any of this back and forth ambiguity of choosing to reveal details, which he does in interviews a lot as well. So he doesn't even know that this guy processed the photos for the family and didn't charge the family. How does he not know that? I mean, does that alarm anybody?
You always said, I mean, gosh, in every press conference when you brought out the video and the audio, and you addressed the killer several times and said, if you're here, do we know if he was ever in any of those rooms when you talked? Are you going back and looking at video or trying to see?
We're going to do everything we can possibly do.
The command center, that's long been closed, but are we going to reestablish a new command center
There's
now?
one there now. We moved from the big facility back to the city building and now to another facility near the square in downtown Delphi.
And so is that about to get even busier
I
now?
will give them any resource they want. I'm not going to get involved in the production of a process from an investigative standpoint, but there will be no questions as to why. If they ask for a resource, they'll get it.
Who's the lead investigator, though, on this? Is it Carroll County? Is it you guys? Is it everybody?
Yes, it's a task force. We've been in a task force from the very beginning. This event happened in Carroll County, of course, but we've been unified since the very beginning, and we'll maintain that.
FBI, too? Are they still involved?
FBI and all federal agencies continue to be available to us.
How many, and over these past 5.5 years, where I was trying to find out overall how many tips before today had come in? Was it was like tens of thousands? Or
70,000-ish. I should have gotten that this morning. I've said that a couple different times, but I think we're somewhere around 70,000 or just above that.
How about the reward? What was that up to?
Yeah, I think it was 340 or 350,000, I think, and we'll work through all those details as time goes on.
And to have come to Mr. Allen, is anyone in line to get any of that reward? Is there?
We're going to continue to work through those details.
Okay, so in other words, you can't say. Anything else that you want to add? I was reading last night in an interview, you said, this is the first time in a case that you could recall that you had audio, video of the person you thought was responsible. Do you think Mr. Allen is the man on that bridge?
The judge signed a probable cause affidavit for the arrest of him. I can't wait to tell the story, but today's not the day.
Again, choosing to say today is not the day deliberately, instead of just saying, I can't talk about it, like he's done in other instances.
When do you think you can tell that story?
We're going to let the courts decide.
In other words, let them decide when they can release that PC.
Well, and then even then, remember, even then, when the PC is released, due process is still a piece of all this puzzle. And this isn't over until it's over. And that's where the conviction of him.
You said when I interviewed you, the 5-year anniversary, when we finally charge someone, that's when the real work is going to begin. That basically you have to start all over, essentially?
That's what they'll do. I can't think of a case in my lifetime in a long, long career that had that much information, that much data associated with one case. So the right thing to do is to go back to every one of them.
And you go back through all the tips you've gotten?
Exactly what they'll do.
Every single one since day one? Yeah. And maybe you already answered this. Do we know if you ever interviewed Mr. Allen in the past?
I'm not going to talk about Mr. Allen.
We've gotten several calls this week, since this broke, that, hey, what about the little girls in Flora? Are you still working on that case?
I wasn't going to say this today. I've said it to a couple of networks, but when I took the long way here today, I stopped in Flora. And there's a gravel lot across from that house where those 4 little girls died. And I said to myself, I hope that one day we're doing the same thing for them. Still alive and well.
Anything else you want to add?
I'm tired.
What's your expression, your thoughts to this community, the people that are out walking the street? They're just going, man, finally, something.
No, I love that question, and I'm just going to make some assumptions, but I hope that they're not on edge anymore. I hope they're not looking around anymore, that they're afraid of going out to the High Bridge or to a park or getting on their bikes and taking off down a street or an alley or whatever that might be. No, give it to us. Give it to us. And we've been encouraging that, but it would be probably very unlikely for them just to say, okay, the sheriff's office and the city PD and the state police have this, we're not going to worry about it anymore. That's not what I'm asking them to do. But maybe today is that first step towards that next place of peace for them too, and I hope so.
It really changed the community.
It did. It did. Yeah. And this is, I think, one of the reasons it has such a global interest is because this is every small town in America.
It has a global interest because it's every small town in America. I mean, some people might think I'm nitpicking here, but come on. Do random villages in Africa with no internet, are they really following this case? Or in the jungles of Southeast Asia, like Papua New Guinea, some of those places, or the mountains of China or Mongolia, or some remote villages in Siberia, or in the Amazon rainforest. I mean, are those people really following the case and interest there? Not that they wouldn't care or anything like that. I think any human being would care, but I'm not sure I would use the word global and planet, every other paragraph when talking about this case. And is there a tell there for Carter? I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying it means anything. I'm just saying we don't really see that with other cases, especially small town murders.
Yeah, and that's true. So we've tried to always remember that and talk about that and not forget the value of this work, no matter what color the shirt you're wearing. Yeah.
So let's look at one more interview of Doug Carter with more context here. This was posted November 2nd, Fox 59 News. I don't know when this was recorded, somewhere around there, but after the press conference, so more recent. And there's an interesting clip here on the 1-year anniversary regarding, again, the language of today is the day and whether or not it refers to the actual arrest or the day in court where the guilty party would be found guilty.
If you're watching this and you're responsible, today may be your day. It might be tomorrow, but I can guarantee you your day's coming.
Those words on the 1-year anniversary of the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German, they gave us all chills.
So again, clearly he's talking about the arrest being made. So then he states, okay, today or the previous Friday before the Halloween press conference, that was the day of the arrest. But then he goes on to say today is not that day 1,000,000 times. Why would he constantly use that phrasing instead of just saying, oh, well, I can't talk about the evidence right now? He chooses to use the word, today is not that day. Today is not the day. After only saying today is the day or today was the day one time at the beginning of the press conference. He only said it once after all those years, and then he proceeded to say today is not that day multiple times. What does that mean? I mean, this is just the phrasing is really interesting. It's as if there are multiple parties involved, so in the back of his mind, he knows it's not really the day. I mean, would that explain why he constantly wanted to say today's not that day a whole bunch more times?
Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter speaking directly to the murderer. He believed could even be watching that very news conference 4 years ago. Now, that man arrested, Richard Allen, accused of killing the 2 8th-grade girls. He was living in Delphi before, during, and after that day. Superintendent Carter here now on the red couch. I want to start with taking us to the day when you knew you had the evidence and you could actually not announce it, but that you could make the arrest.
So clearly the day is referring to the arrest, not being found guilty in court.
What was that day like?
First, thank you for welcoming me here. It was surreal, and I was not for us. I was so excited about the family, to be able to talk with the family and to the community, and maybe now this is going to start that process of healing. That would be my hope.
Yeah. Congratulations. I knew that, many of us thought that you would retire, at a certain time, and then we knew that you probably wouldn't because of how important this case was. I mean, every case is important.
It is.
And I know that because I know you. But can you dive into that? This community was rocked. The country was in a different way, perhaps, because of the innocence of 2 8th-graders.
I've said all along, it's every town USA.
Yeah.
And I think that's the dynamic of how this has grown and how it's gained such momentum, Angela. But to see it now and to see maybe that community that's become so special to me and to all of us, start that process of getting back to some semblance of normalcy.
Okay, so again, very choice words. Starting the process, not getting to just the beginning of the process. It's as if again he's just being so measured, as if he knows there's multiple people responsible. Again, maybe there are, maybe there aren't. Maybe Richard Allen is the right guy. Maybe he's not. Again, this is Mindshock. I'm not alleging anything is true or untrue. We're just examining all available information logically.
It warmed my heart, quite frankly.
You work so closely with your team, all of the state troopers, the detectives, the prosecutor's office, the U.S. Marshals, the Sheriff's Department. When it came to saying, okay, Now we have this. We know this is going to get out. How do we do it? And we are only going to say his name, and we're going to give the mugshot.
Right.
How does that discussion look? Is it an easy discussion? Do you debate it? How does that even come together?
Well, the debate's good for everything,
Absolutely.
right? So there's a lot of there certainly was a lot of debate with strategy throughout this entire process. But I felt enormous responsibility, but not near the responsibility that those frontline detectives felt. So my job was to support them in everything that they did, not question them, but to support them. And I hope that I did that. I know I did it to the best of my ability. The strategy with release, we've always realized the best way through trouble is right up the middle. So we're going to do what we always think is right. Not necessarily what people want to hear, but we're going to do what we believe is right. And gosh, we look back on our whole lifetime and we have, dang, I wish I'd have done that differently, but I don't think I was doing it knowing it was wrong. So it's that's what we did.
Probable cause. This has become, wow, this really blew up actually on my Facebook page. I was surprised that I have like 1,000 people and about half of them are angry. It is very rare that a probable cause would be sealed and we wouldn't have even something that showed a little information, redacted everything, but something just said, we have evidence here, here's how this looks. To have it all under seal, very rare. I'm actually a little surprised that people were upset at us that we would at least request that the judge look at it and say, okay, is this really how this should be? And it should be under seal. You understand that that is our job, and you would, I'm guessing, expect us to request that.
I would, and I do. I think that you guys do a really good job of maintaining that stability in the middle someplace.
Yeah.
And this is rather unusual.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be forever.
Yeah.
This is very complex, and just since less than 48 hours ago, we have over 200 new additional tips. So we've still got a lot of work to do.
So again, constantly referring to the case as complex. I mean, how many single perpetrator cases are that complex, particularly when you have audio and video? So what is he referring to specifically when he's talking about complex? And what is he trying to say regarding these extra 200 tips after the arrest? Are those in corroboration of evidence pointing against Richard Allen? Or is it evidence in the direction of other people, some believing Richard Allen is either not the guy or not the sole guy?
But I'm proud of where we are.
Can you characterize any of those tips? If you could say, well, just kind of what we have gotten, or like, whoa, we've gotten something. I mean, I know you can't talk specifics.
No, I'll say that. I'll say to you, to everybody watching this morning, every one of those matter. Every single one of them matters. So if you think it's a little bit unusual, tell us. Let us figure that out. Now, we're not always going to tell you what we know until the time is right. We'll never tell you what we think. So that's kind of where this is right now.
Well, you know, I mean, I want to ask you 1,000 questions, but I know that we have we have a relationship, and I know not to step over that because I do respect you. I trust you. I know you've worked hard. You are a man of character. When you said we have an arrest, we will let everyone know. You were a man of your integrity. You gave us that, and we appreciate that, and we've always enjoyed working with you. And we congratulate you.
Well, and the congratulations are, kind of a side note to all this. But
it's important.
It is. I appreciate that. It really goes to the people that have done all this work. It's been just an amazing experience of humility and of partnerships with the Sheriff's Office and the City PD and all of our federal partnerships. And that's cliche sometimes, but it's so real now. It's so real now, and we're not done yet.
No, and especially when you look at, I mean, it's my daughters they would have been my daughter's age. They should be in college, and it's disgusting. And it's sad. So I think for us to be able to, as a community, be able to say that hopefully someone will be held accountable is important. So thank you.
Sure is.
We are going to take a break and we'll be right back.
So yeah, not a lot of info, but interesting. Very interesting regarding today's the day. Today is not the day. I mean, just the language utilized there. So let's go through some more information here. I'm going to start with a very interesting question that I actually kind of brought up A poster on the Delphi Murders subreddit also made a post about this. How did the search go under the radar? What did law enforcement tell Richard Allen and his wife about the search 2 weeks ago? This was posted 10 days ago, so about a month ago now. Neighbors saw this search and have been in the dark for 2 weeks. Perhaps the wife didn't know what this was about. I find it tremendously interesting because there was no heads up for 2 weeks that something was going down in Delphi. And the interwebs are not known for their discretion and respect for privacy, so this is so crazy that the arrest happened without a pressure cooker buildup of speculation following the search. Given the intensity of the press coverage of the river searches related to Keegan Kline, I have to give Delphi police some major props for avoiding leaks. Well, also, early on, I mean, there were, I don't know if to call it leaks, but there were reports of all these different houses being searched and warrants being executed on random houses in the Delphi area in connection to the case. And yet this really did go under the radar. So, Leveraged Sellout posted this. The neighbors were watching a lot of unmarked law enforcement, not in uniform. But they know who the Delphi cops are, so they recognize some people. They were there for 12 hours. Towed his car. Richard Allen waited outside the whole time. Took thin books, clothing, shopping bag, and shoebox out of the house. Took pictures around the shed. Dug up 2 small areas. And were using what appeared to be a metal detector near one of the tiny dig spots. Quote, dig area was small like a bottle cap, end quote. Richard Allen continued to go to work in the following days, was detained last Wednesday. Wow. So during this whole search and afterwards, he continued going to work. I mean, that's kind of interesting, though, because if it's also interesting the choice for law, because supposedly some people were saying that the police were called either some kind of domestic violence call, or the neighbors said that Richard Allen stole something. So why would they send unmarked vehicles and non-uniformed law enforcement? They, according to this poster here regarding what the neighbors said, they were not in uniform. So is that normal? I mean, so does that mean they knew what they were doing and they knew this was they were just using an excuse to search his house? They always knew that he was the guilty party and that this was in relation to Abby and Libby, and they had unmarked cars and unmarked officers ready to execute this search as to not cause attention. Because why would there be all this discretion for a standard domestic violence or some kind of theft report? I mean, that's pretty weird. And then also pretty weird, this guy's standing outside for 12 hours. And then he just goes to work normally the next day. I mean, it's kind of weird. It's kind of, is he really not guilty? And he didn't know what they were doing exactly. Or if he is guilty and connected to one of the guilty parties, he didn't think they would have found anything. But he just continues going on, living his life normally. I mean, that's kind of weird. Posters here just asking, how did he not bolt? Someone posted, he had 5.5 years to bolt. What makes you think he's doing it now? Although, obviously, a search on his property. I mean, it's kind of weird. Tomatoes Are Toxic posted this. He was reading a thin book with a blue and white cover in that video from Facebook where his wife snuck up on him in the car when she was shopping. He slammed it shut as soon as she walked up and gave her a disgusted look. Huh. So they searched his house but did not detain him. So they 12 hours. Okay, so they searched his house for 12 hours. They did not detain him. Then he continued going to work. And then at a certain point they arrest him. X amount of days or weeks later. That's kind of weird. Huh. Here's an interesting article by Izzy Karpinski, Fox59.com. Who is Richard Allen? What we know about the Delphi suspect. And there's some curious information here. It's a name that will now forever be tied to one of the darkest chapters in Delphi history, Richard Allen. But what exactly is known about the man charged with the 2017 murders of Libby German and Abby Williams? Fox 59 reported 50-year-old Richard Allen was arrested, taken into custody at the Indiana State Police's post in West Lafayette, Wednesday, October 26th. He was formally charged with 2 counts of murder 2 days later on October 28th. Interesting timeline. Delphi suspect charged with 2 counts of murder. Investigation far from complete. October 28th was also his first court appearance in which Carroll County prosecutor Nicholas McClellan said Allen entered a not guilty plea for his murder charge. Sources with first-hand knowledge of the investigation told Fox 59 Allen actually came forward as a witness in the earlier stages of the investigation. So, some people speculate that Richard Allen was actually the source of the second sketch to throw the scent off of him, and the first sketch actually is accurate. Or simply put forth other information. Now, if he's the source of the second sketch, if police knew that, would they still release the second sketch? Was this all basically a sham in order to get Richard Allen, for the police to get Richard Allen to think they don't suspect him because they released the second sketch? And then they lie, they pull a 180 basically, and say that they're now on a new course of the investigation with the second sketch. Is that all for show, just for Richard Allen? Because Richard Allen turns on the news, sees the new sketch and the shift in the investigation to look for the new sketch and to disregard the original sketch. And then he thinks, oh, I guess the cops believed me? Is this really what it was all about? I mean, I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Mike Patty, Libby's grandfather, said he did not personally know Allen, but has probably seen him since Delphi is a small town. According to the latest U.S. Census in 2020, Delphi has a population of 2,961. Public records show Allen relocated to Delphi from Mexico, Indiana, in December 2006. That's when he bought the home he has lived in ever since, a home not far from where the bodies of Abby and Libby were found near the Delphi Historic Trails, February 14th, 2017. Allen worked in Delphi as a pharmacy technician at a local CVS. He received his pharmacy technician license in 2017. No complaints or sanctions against him appear on file with the Indiana State Pharmacy Board. After the press conference, Becky Patty did confirm that the man arrested and accused printed off pictures for the family. And did not charge them for the photos. When asked about his employment, a CVS health representative confirmed he was an employee and said, "We are shocked and saddened to learn that one of our store employees was arrested as a suspect in these crimes. We stand ready to cooperate with the police investigation in any way we can." Richard Allen's record only shows traffic violations, with most recent being a speeding ticket in Jasper County in 2013. He was also ticketed for speeding in Fulton County in 2005. Allen's earliest ticket was for driving without a seatbelt in 2003. Allen paid a fine for all 3 tickets. He's next due in court January 13th, 2023 for a pretrial conference. A jury trial is set to begin March 20th, 2023. So, according to the Down the Hill Update podcast, Richard Allen and his wife spent several hours in a car outside the home the day of the search, October 13th. That's weird. So Mike Patty's saying they didn't know the guy. Some posters are also saying that he lived in Peru and that the Keegan Klein was his neighbor in Peru, Indiana. And there was a missing girl in Peru, Indiana, mid-2000. And then a whole bunch of deleted comments here regarding any further information. So if anybody else knows anything about that, feel free to comment there. So let's look at the timeline here. Someone put this together also on the Delphi murder subreddit, Disastrous Lie. Make of that what you will. List of known events / coincidences / developments that led to the arrest of Richard Allen. Sources, law enforcement, media sources, and murder sheets. Some people don't like them, but they had Carter on record thanking them after the press conference, which implies he knows the content they've put out and is okay with what they put out. If he wasn't, he wouldn't thank them. So, summer 2021, ISP announces media blackout on Delphi. December 6, 2021, late night release from ISP asking for info on the Anthony Schatz social media account. December 7th, 2021, media reveals that the person behind Anthony Schatz is Keegan Kline. He is in jail for possession and distribution of CSAM plus child exploitation and child solicitation. On November 26, 2021, his house is raided by the police. December 9th, 2021, Barbara McDonald interviews Keegan Kline in jail and asks questions about the Delphi murders. March 14th, 2021, the Murder Sheet podcast releases a transcription of an ISP interview with Keegan Kline in August 2020 that touches on the Delphi murders. April 11th, 2022, ISP asks for info on the Anthony Schatz Yubo/Yellow account. April 30th, 2022, at CrimeCon, Kelsey German tells a newspaper law enforcement is telling the families the murders are social media related. Quote, in the beginning, I was super angry when they first released it and law enforcement officially told us they think it's social media and that's what they're looking at. I was so mad I went to her grave and yelled at her. I screamed. End quote. May 14th, 2022, Murder Sheets release the Ron Logan search warrant. August 1st, 2022, Keegan Kline's trial continuance. August 9th, 2022, Murder Sheet reveals ISP Superintendent Carter sees a 1-hour PowerPoint presentation on Kline and the involvement with Delphi. August 18th, States asks to seal documents evidencing ISP taking custody of Keegan Kline. They take him out of Miami County Jail to a secret location, the Grissom Air Base. We don't know what Kline tells or shows investigators. The next day, August 19th, ISP begins a 5-week-long search of Wabash River in Peru, Keegan Kline's hometown. August 23rd, 2022, Murder Sheet reveals that Kline searched the location of the Marathon gas station in Delphi February 13th, 2017. Law enforcement tells the Murder Sheet the release of this info would not hurt the investigation. September 19th, Doug Carter is flown to the Wabash search area. September 21st, the end of the Wabash River search. September 23rd, Keegan Kline starts telling people he told authorities that while someone else was committing the Delphi murders, he was waiting in a red Jeep. Murder Sheet is able to corroborate these claims through 2 different sources. September 28th, ISP confirms the Wabash River search is over. October 13th, a police search takes place at a home in Delphi. October 20th, Keegan Kline's pre-trial hearing. The plan is to go ahead with a jury trial in January 2023. October 26th, Delphi resident Richard Allen is arrested in connection to the murders of Abby and Libby. November 8th, Keegan's trial continuance because parties are engaged in negotiations. Trial is moved to May 2023. And then also several charges are dropped against Keegan Kline coincidentally after this arrest of Richard Allen. What does that mean? Another interesting development here, IndyStar.com, judge recuses himself from case against Delphi murder suspect Richard Allen. November 3rd, 2022, John Tufts and Sarah Nelson, Indianapolis Star. A judge overseeing the case against murder suspect Richard Allen has recused himself hours after granting a motion to transfer Allen from a county jail to a state prison. Allen, 50, of Delphi, has been charged with 2 counts of murder in the deaths of teens Liberty German and Abigail Williams, whose bodies were found February 14, 2017, after they were hiking the day before. Carroll County Circuit Court Judge Benjamin A. Diner signed a motion Thursday transferring Allen away from the small, close-knit Indiana town where the teens were found killed and over to the custody of the Indiana Department of Corrections for safekeeping. Hours later, court records appeared showing Diner submitted an order of recusal to the Indiana Supreme Court requesting a special judge outside of Carroll County oversee the case. Trial court judges can recuse themselves from a case for a variety of reasons, Catherine Dolan, a spokesperson for the Indiana Supreme Court, said in a statement. While the order is public record, a judge does not have to explain a reason for recusal. But in the motion to transfer Allen to a state prison for holding, Diner cited a bloodlust for information from the public in the case that's made officials feel unsafe and not protected. This finding is not predicated on any acts or alleged acts of the defendant, since arrest, rather a toxic and harmful insistence on public information about defendant and this case, Diner wrote. He noted that he's been made aware of YouTube videos containing photos of his family members. Wow, that's messed up. Indiana Supreme Court has appointed Allen County Judge Fran Gull as special judge in the case, according to Dolan. Yeah, I mean, that's really crazy. Some people, of course, allege that there's something going on behind the scenes with local law enforcement and court officials. But back to Klein's dismissal of charges, WRTV.com. Judge dismisses 5 charges against Keegan Klein. Posted November 7th, 2022. A Miami County judge has officially dismissed 5 charges against Keegan Klein, a man supposedly linked to social media profiles connected to the investigation of the murders of Abby Williams and Liberty German in Delphi. Prosecutors filed a motion on Wednesday asking that 5 counts of child pornography possession against Klein be dismissed on the basis that, quote, there is insufficient evidence to prove said counts beyond a reasonable doubt at trial, end quote. Last week, Indiana police named 50-year-old Richard Allen as the primary suspect in the girls' murders. His arrest came more than 5 years after the investigation began. So that's kind of weird. Is it all coincidental that this guy's arrested and all of a sudden charges are dropped against Klein? Now, maybe they would have been dropped anyway if they couldn't prove it, whatever, but it's awfully convenient. The coincidence stack regarding Klein being taken out of custody, facilitating the river search, and then mere weeks later, there's the house search and then arrest of Allen, and then all of a sudden, 5 charges dropped against Klein. What does everybody make of this? Is this all just mere coincidence in this case? Now, supposedly, some people are stating, I think this was from the Murder Sheet podcast also, that law enforcement was simply looking through old evidence relating to people that spoke to Allen. And that simply going through old files is what facilitated the movement on Allen and not anything to do with Keegan Klein or the river search. I mean, just the timing is weird, though. The timing's definitely weird. A post by Lord of Withy Woods. I think they found a device in the river that connected Richard Allen and Keegan Klein. By the time you presented, it was only a couple of weeks or so after the river search wrapped up that Richard Allen was arrested, a reasonable amount of time for data forensic experts to process the evidence found in the river, which subsequently created a foundation for the warrant executed at Allen's residence. I also noticed that the area they seemed to be searching was very near a bridge. This leads me to think that the device was thrown into the river while driving over the bridge. A quick, easy, relatively safe way to get rid of incriminating evidence. And then, of course, all of a sudden, charges being dropped against Klein. A certain amount of charges being dropped. Now, what if there's another wrinkle here, though? What if somehow they could prove that certain counts, it wasn't Keegan Klein accessing the devices, and it was either Allen or someone else, if we're going to go with the coincidence on the timeline. And that's why they dropped them, not just generally saying, oh, we couldn't prove those anyway, so we're going to drop those charges. If they found specific evidence showing that, or at least reasonable evidence showing that Klein might not have been the one who accessed whatever those 5 counts detail on some of the devices, if they have another party involved, and that other party just so happens to be Allen or someone connected to Allen, I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird. So apparently there's 30 charges on Klein. They only dropped 5 charges or so. So is that definitive either way? I mean, I don't know. It's just the timeline is kind of weird. Also, Keegan Klein's attorney filed a motion to continue his trial and stated that they are in negotiations with the state. So even though only 5 charges are currently dropped, was that done as some kind of notion of goodwill because they're currently in negotiations? So what will the result of those negotiations be? And are those negotiations somehow involving Richard Allen and this recent arrest, or information Klein provided that led to it, if indeed that is what led to them doing so? An interesting post here last week by Usual Requirement. The sealed charging document will shock everyone. People are offering up some really complicated theories about Richard Allen and the charging document. I disagree with these theories. I think what's really going on is far simpler. First, Richard Allen was identified and arrested because of sheer coincidence. His apprehension occurred independently of the criminal investigation that's been going on for the past 5 years. This is highly embarrassing to the police. Second, Richard Allen acted alone, but he may be connected to or have knowledge of a child pedo or pornography ring. Third, investigators are making a mistake by keeping the charging document sealed. Right now, they are intensively wrapped up in the pedo case they're building. They want to be left alone for the time being, but that conflicts with the First Amendment, which will be the argument made by the media's attorneys as the upcoming hearing to unseal. Fourth, this frequently happens with the police. They fail to take into account that making records public will help, not hinder, the investigation. Facts will be put out enabling the general public to participate in and hopefully catch some bad guys. Summing up, Richard Allen's coincidental arrest makes police officers look terrible. To mitigate their damaged reputation, they need to be able to say, so what if our long drawn-out investigation into the killer failed? Here's a pedo ring we're in the process of busting open. I'm a retired professional who worked around police and criminal courts for 20 plus years. So that's the take of this supposed professional who worked in criminal courts for over 20 years. Post here by Himbo Kakarot. Rumor is he was investigated because he broke into a neighbor's shed to steal a tool. When they checked into it, they either found evidence from the crime scene or they found fingerprints or DNA that matched the crime scene. Richard Allen didn't have a criminal record, so fingerprints and DNA would not have been on file. I mean, would they really search the house for 12 hours over some random... Unless that was a separate incident with the shed, and then they suspected that he might have had something to do with Delphi. Other people, of course, speculate that there was an animal hair and it was from one of Richard Allen's pets, and then they matched it or whatever. I mean, I don't know. This is quite unusual. I mean, that's all that can be said there. Let's look at Richard Allen's letter here, his handwritten letter to the court, which, I mean, I don't know. It seems a little unusual to me. I mean, make of this what you will, but it is strange. So the date filed here, November 9th, 2022. To Carroll Circuit Court and those. In the case listed above, I, Richard M. Allen, hereby throw myself at the mercy of the court. I am begging to be provided with legal assistance in a public defender or whatever help is available. At my initial hearing, October 28, 2022, I asked to find representation for myself. However, at the time, I had no clue how expensive it would be just to talk to someone. I also did not realize what my wife and I's immediate financial situation was going to be. We have both been forced to immediately abandon employment, myself due to incarceration, and my wife for her personal safety. She has had to abandon our house for her own safety. What little reserve there is will fail to even maintain the original residence. Again, I throw myself at the mercy of the court. Please provide me whatever assistance you may. Thank you for your time in this most urgent matter. Sincerely, Richard M. Allen. You know what's weird, though? He has not been provided with legal counsel? Isn't that illegal? What? I mean, that's kind of weird. I mean, I don't know what to make of that. Now, a few things stand out. Now, if this guy is guilty, would he be writing this letter in this fashion? Or if he's innocent, would he be writing it in this fashion? Now, some people say, oh, well, he's just this really dumb backwood hick. I don't know about that. Look at the words he's using. Legal assistance, find representation, abandon employment, incarceration, little reserve, maintain original residence. I mean, these are they're not huge words. They're not like MIT, Harvard type words, but they're not backwoods hick words. I mean, they're relatively multi-syllable words. I mean, it looks like no real spelling errors except for begging to be provide. That should have been provided. He just missed one D. But in general here, I mean, this does not seem like someone with a mental disability or any... I mean, you find far, far more dumbed down writing on social media every day, even from college graduates. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to make heads or tails of this. If he's innocent, would he write in this fashion? If he's guilty, would he write in this fashion? Or, if he's not guilty of the physical murders, but perhaps is connected to another individual, is that the more likely situation? And how have they not already provided him with legal counsel? I mean, that's kind of weird. He's talking about his wife's safety. Again, I mean, if this really was just some backwoods murderous hick, would he even have the mental capacity to feign concern for his wife's safety? I mean, is this a case of a split personality issue? I mean, this guy has been in a mental hospital, so I mean, it's possible one of his personalities is writing this that is not aware of the severity of the crime, in which case that kind of explains the letter. Because he's writing this as if this isn't some major, one of the biggest murder cases ever. He's writing this as if, he stole something or there was some kind of an accident or, something of that nature. That's what jumped out at me the most. It's like it almost doesn't match the severity of the crime, the tonality here. Or does that point to his guilt because he's that much of a sociopath? But then why is he talking about his wife's safety? Again, there's a lot of things that don't add up here. Let's go to some mind-shocking rumors here. Now, supposedly, this has been verified. Supposedly. So, quite a bit has been posted on Twitter regarding Richard Allen. And, I mean, there's even property records dug up. So, supposedly, here's a post by West Side Knows on Twitter. Not only did Cody Patty live right next door to Richard Allen, but Mike and Betty Patty have been friends with Richard Allen and his family for over 20 years. Read it and expletive weep. Enough of the Kleins and Ron Logan expletive. The family is involved, period. This is the opinion of West Side Knows on Twitter. Stunned bar owner recalls Delphi murder suspect sitting inches away from wanted sketch. This is on thedailybeast.com by Justin Worlich. He would come in, we would always talk about the girls and everything. Bob Matlock told the Daily Beast on Monday. So let's look at Matlock's astute observations here. Looking back on it now, Bob Matlock can't believe the suspect was sitting in front of him all along. Accused double murderer and CVS pharmacy technician Richard Allen, a 50-year-old father of two charged with killing Delphi, Indiana teens Libby German and Abby Williams on a hiking trail in 2017, was a regular customer at Matlock's Tavern, JC's Bar. He would come in and we would always talk about the girls and everything. Matlock, 75, told the Daily Beast on Monday. We would carry on conversations about it. He would say, it's such a tragedy. And we'd say we felt sorry for the families and all that. But we tried not to talk about it too much because we all knew the families and were friends with the families. Matlock, who owned JC's from 2005 until it was shuttered in December 2021, said he has considered Alan and his wife Kathy good friends for nearly 2 decades. The couple were members of the bar's pool league and were active in the local community, according to Matlock, who said he spent time with them not only at JC's, but outside of work as well. He insisted there was never any indication that Alan, known to his friends as Rick, would later be implicated in the dual killings that shocked the small Midwestern town. I just couldn't believe it when they said they arrested him, said Matlock. I said, well, that can't be the Rick we know, and then we come to find out it was. There wouldn't have been any inkling that anyone that knew him would expect him to do something like that. He just didn't seem like that kind of person. But you never know. In a dark twist, Alan posed for a photograph one evening in JC's near a police sketch meant to be a rendering of his own face, hanging on the wall behind him. In retrospect, Matlock doesn't think the depiction was accurate at all. We were all sitting at the table there. We were having a pool night and just having fun. We were snapping pictures and everything. Matlock recalled. Every business in town had those sketches up. It just happened to be he was sitting there at the time, but to me that did not resemble Rick. My other patrons around town would come in for breakfast or lunch. Everyone would say, Christ, that doesn't look like anybody, or it could be anybody. Libby and Abby disappeared the day before Valentine's Day 2017. The two had gone out for a walk and never returned, prompting a massive search that night. The girls' bodies were found the next day near a creek. Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, told the Daily Beast last December that the family's lives have been on hold for 5 years. In 2019, Indiana State Police Superintendent Doug Carter said police believed the suspect was from Delphi, currently or has previously lived there, visits Delphi on a regular basis, or works here. Investigators discovered a brief video on Libby's cell phone, which was taken the day she and Abby vanished. The grainy footage appeared to show a man walking on a narrow bridge near where the girls had been last seen. In audio released by the police, the suspect can be heard saying, "Down the hill." To me, even the voice, I didn't think that resembled Rick's voice, said Matlock. Everybody listened to all this because everybody was interested. But Alan continued hiding in plain sight, even going out of his way to appear empathetic with one of his alleged victims' families. Becky Patty and Libby's grandfather, Mike, told reporters on Monday that Alan didn't charge them to print funeral photos of the two girls when they bought them into CVS for processing. I mean, is that because they were good friends or acquaintances, or was it simply because any decent person in the community wouldn't be charging parents of murdered children for anything, really? In an email, a CVS spokesperson told the Daily Beast, as members of the Carroll County community, we remain devastated by these murders and our hearts go out to the German and Williams families. We are shocked and saddened to learn that one of our store employees was arrested as a suspect in these crimes. We stand ready to cooperate with the police investigation in any way we can. As the investigation wore on, Matlock and his staff would bring food to a nearby police station where detectives were working late to solve the murders. He and all of the JC's regulars were keenly aware of developments in the case as they happened, since everyone in Delphi was waiting for answers. Alan was a quiet guy and was always so friendly, Matlock said. He said Alan's wife was so sweet and works for a veterinarian. Kathy Allen was unable to be reached for comment on Monday. There have been numerous persons of interest probed by cops over the years, including a 27-year-old Peru, Indiana resident named Keegan Anthony Klein. Klein, who is waiting trial on a slew of charges, including child solicitation, child exploitation, possession of child pornography, identity fraud, and obstruction of justice, allegedly confessed to having communicated with underage girls on social media, reportedly receiving more than 100 explicit photos and videos from them. Police searched Klein's home 11 days after Libby and Abby went missing. However, he has not thus far been linked directly to their murders. At a press conference earlier Monday, Doug Carter called Alan's arrest a major step in leading to a conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation, but declined to provide further details about the evidence that finally led to Allen's arrest. A probable cause affidavit in the case is sealed until further notice. I'm totally in shock that it's Rick, Matlock said. There's gotta be something there or else they wouldn't have arrested him. Until I hear exactly what they have, I'm just gonna roll with it. Allen's trial date has been set for March 20th, 2023. The investigation, according to Carter, continues. Wow. So that's weird. So Matlock is claiming that they all not only knew the families, but were friends with the families. Now, it doesn't say how close friends. Maybe he meant more than acquaintances, but still, they specifically knew the guy, which is interesting. So, some court records that have been dug up here for Cody Patty. So, allegedly, there's property records being posted here. Everyone can feel free to verify for themselves. The Allen home, supposedly from 2006 to the present, that's when they bought and owned the home. Now, one house over, so neighbor doesn't necessarily mean next door neighbor. Neighbor could be 1 or 2 or 3 houses over. Apparently, two houses over, not their immediate neighbor, but 2 houses over is where Cody Patty lived from February to September 2008. Unless these property records have been doctored or are erroneous. There's also footage here, people posting footage of Cody Patty laughing at the press conference. Now, again, we don't know the context of anything they're talking about, if they're just generally happy that there's an arrest. I mean, some people think it's strange. Also, the Patties, supposedly, people are digging up photos. The Patties are supposedly really good friends with at least Richard Allen's wife. If not Richard Allen himself. Were they really next door neighbors? So Cody Patty is, of course, Mike Patty's son, which would make him Libby's uncle. I mean, some people are... He's Libby's uncle by adoption, so he's not a blood relative of Libby. Obviously, a lot of rumors flying around regarding Cody Patty. I mean, this neighbor issue, I mean, that's kind of weird. They would have only been neighbors for around 2 years, but, I mean, it's a curiosity. There's also a number of contradictions regarding where Cody was at the time of the search. Here's a post on the Libby and Abby subreddit. Kelsey stated numerous times that Cody was nowhere near Delphi on the 13th. However, on the HLN special at 13 minutes and 30 seconds, she stated, quote, "Then me and Cody crossed the bridge and were looking in the woods and we couldn't find them anywhere," end quote. Few responses here. Kelsey has contradicted herself so many times. I don't know if I'm supposed to find her suspicious or just insane. I've read 2 different accounts even where she dropped the girls off at her own words. Here's what we do know about Kelsey. She had a sleepover with the girls the night before. She was the one that the girls were asking to take them to the bridge. She was the one who said no on the previous days and then said yes that day. She was the last known person to see the girls alive. She personally walked across the bridge the first day with Cody and called out for the girls. She went home to collect all of the electronic devices to give to the police. She was the person who answered yes from up on the bridge when Libby's shoe was found by a searcher under the bridge. She was there when the girls were found. She has taken it upon herself to be the very outspoken spokesperson for the girls and the families, self-proclaimed America's big sister. She gives out so much false information. I'm curious why she has been allowed to be the spokesperson. How do the families feel about her being so public? How do investigators feel? Do they ever want her to stop, or do they want her to keep talking? Another poster said that supposedly Mike Patty stated he returned home to retrieve all the electronics for law enforcement. Huh. That's weird. So she apparently did a debunking video where she changed her story to say that Cody Patty was nowhere near Delphi on the 13th. Huh. Becky Patty supposedly, this is user Equiday2, posted this. Bizarre. Becky Patty says Cody pulled up to her house just as she was going to go to the trails. And in fact, he got into the car and went with her. Tara had already gone in her own car, is how I understand it. Huh. Don't be a hater, be a creator posted this. I wonder what Cody Patty's name was before the Pattys adopted him. Seems like at 13 they would keep his name, but not sure. Huh. Another curiosity is February 17th is the day that he's supposedly getting out of prison for a DUI arrest. But apparently gotten out early. Now, is that another coincidence that this guy is just supposed to be released on this day? I mean, how many coincidences could there be? Because, again, individually, it might not be that bad. There's 365 days in a year, 1 365th, okay. But when you stack all of them, I mean, you're stacking repeated coincidences on top of each other. And just because they are related, that doesn't mean he's guilty of anything. I'm just saying coincidence means that they're not related to anything. Not a coincidence means there's a relation. It doesn't mean anybody's guilty of any crime. They could still be the good guys or just not related. But there could be a reason why regarding the dates being linked. And another interesting statement, of course, from Doug Carter, just at this recent Halloween press conference at a church, no one has been cleared. Or did he mean the family has been cleared? But why did he could have just said, other than the family, nobody's been cleared. But he didn't say that. He specifically said no one has been cleared. And apparently the records still state that he was released or set to be released on the 17th, and there's no records of him being released earlier. Another post here is that he's Becky Patty's biological nephew that was adopted. Okay. Huh. Would that make Cody biologically a second cousin to Kelsey and Libby? And people, of course, have long been discussing some weird online posts that are definitely very strange. Okay, so the last post I'm going to go over here, back to the beginning on the Libby and Abby subreddit, posted by ZGirl2019. I think that the fact that law enforcement has failed to clear the families of the girls speaks volumes. All they have said is that most have been cleared. And yet, Doug Carter recently said nobody's cleared, which is weird. The despicable post by Cody Patty the morning of the day the girls were killed went viral after someone posted his denial about possibly impregnating a 14-year-old girl. I saw a post where the girls had a plan to meet Cody and his friend that day, but Cody canceled because of work. Becky, Patty, and Kelsey both said at different times that Cody had been away on a weekend trip with his friend to line dancing clubs in another state, and he was returning home when Becky was in her car in the driveway on her way to look for the girls. He was not coming from work. He lived in the Patty residence, so his DNA could be on the jacket Kelsey gave the girls before dropping them off. Becky Patty cried when she saw the second sketch. I think this has probably been investigated to the hilt, but someone is protecting him. Superintendent Carter visited Kelsey a few times at her college, but obviously nothing came of this attempt to get her to incriminate someone close to her. Why can't law enforcement at least say that all family members of both girls have been cleared? No one can deny that Cody's own words are damaging. He was not at any of the press conferences, has a criminal history, already has one child, never speaks out about what happened to a little girl who said he was her man crush on a picture of her and him on the internet. He did participate in the search the first day with Kelsey, but his alibi prior to returning home and going with Becky has holes, in my opinion. He had a suspended driver's license at the time, so he should not have even been driving that day. Further, the Patty family went on a cruise a few months after the murders, and a local said that undercover law enforcement also went. Why would that be unless they had suspicions about the family members? Can we discuss this and any other suspicions people might have from the beginning of the case? I wonder where they got that piece of information. A local supposedly said that undercover law enforcement went on a family cruise with them a few months after the murders. That's kind of weird. A post by Heightster. I think it all boils down to them asking for one tip. They do not have a lot of evidence, I surmise, and so they need someone to tip in a crucial piece of information. The fact that only most of the family has been cleared is the reason I think they have little to no DNA. If they had DNA, then someone in the family refused to test their DNA against it to be cleared. That would be a major red flag. I also think that Becky crying at the second image was more of a disappointment that they had been going in the wrong direction the entire first 2 years, more so than the fact that it looks like Cody. I also think that was an emotional time. Seeing the sketch of someone law enforcement believes to have killed your granddaughter and her friend is enough to make anyone cry. This is not something that made me think Cody was guilty. Simply a loving grandmother facing difficult emotions, as I am sure any of us who have lost or whatever lose a family member in such a horrific way would feel. Cody may also be someone who runs in his own circle. At 30, that is old enough he may have never really been home. Libby would have been years younger than him and may have annoyed him. The family was divided and not a traditional family unit, so it may have been normal for Cody to not be involved. I say all this to play devil's advocate. I agree it is odd that law enforcement has not cleared the entire family, and I think it's important to note great discussion. I mean, regarding the DNA, though, if it's DNA from somebody in the home of Libby, would that really be incriminating? I mean, that's tough, because if there is DNA from someone in the home, would that DNA plausibly be there regarding clothes or whatnot? Now, I mean, let's go over this theory. Again, this is Mindshock. I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. For those that either believe Cody was involved or someone not Cody but maybe looks like Cody or just a younger accomplice, is it curious that Richard Allen and Cody Patty may have been neighbors at some point? Now, if the two of them are involved, does that solve all the puzzle pieces and they also are friends with Klein, possibly? Or involved in some kind of criminal circle with the Kleins? Does that explain it all? Because if Libby and Abby did not know Bridge Guy, but possibly knew the younger guy, how would that involve their movement or corralling to possibly a second location? Again, the body's obviously not picked up on a thermal imaging drone. So it is quite unknown. A lot of people hallucinate. They know for sure what went on with the bodies, exactly when they were placed where, but obviously that information might be known to law enforcement, but it is not known to anybody discussing it who doesn't know that information. So some posts here regarding whether Cody Patty was at work or not. Law enforcement has not cleared him. Original poster says he was not at work. I mean, you would think that law enforcement would have followed up on this and verified something one way or another. I mean, it's... So MB, the individual that Cody Patty was talking to on Facebook, this MB character... So basically the cover story is that it was some kind of insane clown posse song, and he was just quoting lyrics from a song, but nobody's been able to find that. So here's another post from Z-Girl. MB admitted in a post that he didn't know what Cody was talking about as far as their conversation being song lyrics. He basically said Cody was lying. Also, when Mike Patty was asked about it, he said that he chastised Cody about talking like that and especially putting it in writing for everyone to see. I don't know if Cody and MB are still friends, but after the murders, Cody moved out of the Patty home into a house owned by the Pattys, and MB was his roommate. MB and Cody stopped posting after all the attention on them, but I bet they still monitor the Delphi-related groups. Interesting. Now, if one were to say, regardless of the murders, Cody was planning to move out anyway, and he just happened to move out, or did he move out because of the murders? I mean, there's a lot of unknown variables there as well. A poster here, Let's Get Down to It, posted this. When Kelsey was, keep in mind, this is all from 2 years ago. When Kelsey was on her podcast and said that Cody had been on vacation, he texted her right then and there and said he had been at work. So according to him, he was at work. Interesting. And then driving around with suspended license if his license was in fact suspended. So a lot doesn't really make sense in this case. Is the neighbor situation or the Patties knowing the Allens, what does all of that mean if it's true? And what is the connection to the Kleins, if any? That is, as always, for the Mindshock listeners to discuss and determine for themselves. This is Mindshock, where I don't claim anything is true or untrue. I'm just going over information presented and various theories involving one of the most tragic crimes in modern history that many people want to see solved. Many people want to see closure and justice happen. Is that really what's going on here if Richard Allen is not the sole perpetrator? And why are there all of these weird connections, anomalies, and coincidences? Make of that what you will. Hope everybody found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting and informative. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Support the channel that way. Get access to exclusive streams and chats. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. And make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.